Chapter 51 Umbu, Clean Up the Floor. The Umbu who cleaned the floor has arrived. Lord Kakashi. 4 figures fell. They were a little surprised to see such a scene. The 4 celestial beings from the Takumai ninja village? Why are they here? And Chiba actually trapped the 4 celestial beings with a sealing technique. Senior, his armor can absorb chakra, and your wood release has no practical effect. I see. Tenzo immediately changed his offensive, and the 4 of them separated and began to form seals. Let us do it. Then, a series of spells covered Hisanobu's body. Those spells immediately began to counterattack. Kakashi and Chiba breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and sat down on the ground tiredly. One palm. The chakra shield on the armor quickly became disordered, and then, another figure came from behind him. If he fought again, he would die. Yet, you people from the 5 major villages, damn it, I will kill you, I will kill you, I will kill you, Chiba nodded tiredly. Is that spell a new sealing array? He looked around. The next second, Chiba appeared in front of him. Fainted. Tenzo, if you don't come, we will be in danger. Thinking of this, Tenzo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Well done. Although I have heard of Chiba's name before, but he really has no chakra. Kakashi gave a thumbs up. Teacher Kakashi, I just did a little help at the end. Teacher Kakashi. Chiba, Tenten, and Kazusa. This is too fierce. Kakashi also used the 5 elements seal to disrupt the chakra. Lord Kakashi, are you all right? But Tenzo couldn't help but complain. Kakashi tiredly took off his forehead protector. The head fell, and blood flowed. Teacher Kakashi. Kinyi temporarily released the suppression. It's not that we are slow, it's that you and your subordinates are too fast. A dozen warriors and the 4 symbols were killed on their way here, leaving only 2. If it was a little later, both would have been gone. Chiba supported Kakashi. Hisanobu struggled frantically. Although not as accurate as Chiba's interference with the infinite whole armor, it was also effective. Then, the 2 of them swung their swords around their heads. Tenzo asked. Not a single bit was left. The Sharingan put too much pressure on Kakashi. If he hadn't taken a soldier pill at the end, the situation would have been worse. At least he was healthy now. Tenzo supported Kakashi and sighed. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that his role was to take over Chiba's sealing formation in the end. Tenten and Kazusa were cleaning up the scene. When they heard Kakashi calling him, they quickly got up and turned around. Really? What a powerful genin! He had just observed the traces at the scene. Kakashi was indeed the main contributor to the 4 symbols, but Chiba the role played is not small at all. To come up with a countermeasure in a short time, this kid is amazing. Thank you. Chiba stood up. At this time, the role of strong recovery ability is reflected. Although he was almost exhausted of chakra, his physical and mental strength were slowly recovering. He could not continue to fight, but he had no problem with daily activities. Tenzo and the others settled Kakashi, and found Yuichi under Chiba's guidance. The warrior was exhausted to the extreme, but still did not fall asleep. Tenten cleaned up the battlefield and was a little depressed with Kazusa. What are you 2 doing? Chiba-kun, we didn't play a big role. Tenten and Kazusa lowered their heads. They understood their performance, so Kakashi's praise made them even more ashamed. It's normal, I'm just a supporting role, today it's Kakashi teacher who killed everyone. Chiba smiled. No, you held back these warriors and killed 4 of them, and gave Kakashi a chance to kill them quickly, and then cooperated with the seal. Tian counted the battle record. After cleaning up the battlefield, she realized what Chiba had done. Compared with him, the danger they faced was nothing. Hesha was silent, and then said, I regret it, I should have taken the Chunin exam. Yes, you protected us too well. Tian reflected. You also contributed. If it wasn't for you throwing and controlling the ninja tools accurately, I wouldn't have been able to cooperate with you to complete the sealing circle. We are a team, aren't we? Chiba smiled. In the previous choice between Konoha, Danzo, and Orochimaru, he chose Konoha. One of the reasons was that they at least had a little bit of partnership. The other two were all using each other. It's too tiring. He couldn't get used to that kind of life. No matter what, we will work hard. We can't always watch you and Kakashi's backs. Tian clenched her fist. She was not as depressed as before, but more motivated. Hesha nodded heavily. By the way, I really have something to ask of you after we go back. Kyunyi pointed to the seal scroll. The 4 ninja tools are in your seal scroll, right? Study the 4 ninja tools. Tianation's eyes lit up. As a ninja tool enthusiast, how could she not have heard of the 4 ninja tools of the Takumai ninja village? She rushed to seal them in first, thinking of using the opportunity of transportation to study them secretly. Unexpectedly, Kyunyi thought of the same thing as her. It seems that you have the same idea, no wonder you are rushing to clean up the battlefield. He. Tian smiled and scratched his head. Hesha looked envious and whispered, that's great. You all have your own favorite things to study, but I don't know what to do. Actually, you can do it too. The swordsmanship of the Moonlight clan is famous in Konoha. This time you have seen the swordsmanship of the Iron Country. You can think about it carefully when you go back. Kyunyi reminded. Yeah, that's right. Hesha pondered for a moment, then nodded gently. If it was swordsmanship, she would still have a little confidence. But think about it, Kyunyi was just a beginner in swordsmanship, but now the swordsmanship is very powerful, and he killed 4 Iron Country warriors alone. My talent is not worth mentioning in front of others. Diligence can make up for clumsiness, and the early bird catches the worm. What's more, you are not a slow bird. Kyunyi encouraged. What about you? Hesha couldn't help it. Is this comforting? Good question. Ordinary flying birds are definitely different from eagles. Chiba grinned, then winked, and turned to Tenzu and the others. Hehe. Hesha smiled softly. After getting familiar with each other, she was not quiet in private and could also make jokes. Besides, Chiba was telling the truth. She followed him and felt much better. When they arrived at the place where Kakashi and the others were fighting, Chiba observed for a while, and then couldn't help but sigh for Kitanobu. He was killed by Yuichi with a single sword. And his sneak attack seemed to have only killed 1 water clone. Kakashi had deceived him so badly. Looking at the 2 unconscious people, Tenzu fell into deep thought. Chiba walked up from behind. Tenzo-senpai. You know wood release, why don't you build a temporary house? Let's rest here for a night and wait for Kakashi to wake up before leaving. Chapter 52, Impeccable Knife. It's great to go on a mission with Tenzo-senpai. We can live in a comfortable house in the mountains. Yes. Tenten and Kazusa walked around the 2-story wooden house they built, their faces full of amazement. Chiba was also very satisfied. It's worthy of being a 3-bedroom, 2-living room technique. Except that the interior has not been decorated, it looks no different from an ordinary wooden house. Tenzo stood aside and said nothing. To be honest, he refused to build a house at first. As a ninja, he has his own persistence and pursuit. Using wood release to build a house is simply an insult to the technique of the first generation. But it's really nice to have a house in the wild. He tried to hold back his smile, but soon thought that he was wearing a mask, and no one would notice even if he smiled. Now, the first generation of adults had an amazing amount of chakra, and it is said that he also had a very special physique, which could recover almost immortality without seals. Tenzo was no exception. It's very simple. I separated a barrier technique from Tulaudo Wu some time ago. Just use the barrier technique in reverse to turn absorption into transformation and chakra concentration. I'm also curious, but this is unlikely to be realized, right? Tenzo turned around and looked at the child curiously. Konoha now does not have the Uzumaki clan that controls the diamond chain. Tenzo is afraid of the Nine Tails and is afraid of it. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife. This. Just don't make a sound. What if I can't answer it? Tenzo was torn between the inner and the outer. Tenzo was stunned. This child's question. When he thought of this, his cheeks twitched with excitement. Tenzo's eyes widened, not knowing how to continue the conversation. This barrier technique was completed before he came out, and submitted to the third generation and Kitayama-o, asking them to think about the subsequent use of it. Yagyu Chiba. Most of the Konoha ninjas admire the first generation, and they also look forward to the era when Konoha is invincible in the ninja world. If Chiba can create a technique to concentrate chakra. What's the question? Chakra quantity? Indeed. All the talented young men in Konoha who are currently hot have heard of Chiba's name and deeds as long as they are at a higher level. Chiba said, "Sorry, I don't mean to belittle, I'm just curious if increasing chakra output will cause qualitative changes from quantitative changes." Senior Tenzo, I have a small question. Your wood release seems to be a little different from the first generations. You observe very carefully, yes, my wood release can only create trees that are not tough, while the first generation's wood release is said to be able to block swords and actively absorb other people's chakra. Chiba does not understand the value of wood release. Well, I can extract chakra from 4 people at present. If I increase the number of skill ports, it should be no problem to double it. 8 is a little less. The same principle applies to wood release, and it is even simpler. Really? Tenzo's tone was full of admiration when he talked about the first generation. Chiba was talking. Chiba explained. He didn't think Chiba had any bad intentions, but he didn't expect the kid to ask such a question. Tenzo's answer was difficult. The poor quality of his wood release may indeed be related to chakra. Tenzo excitedly held Chiba's hand and said, "No. 8 is already amazing, please help me." There are also differences between wood release. Tenzo was the same. It's very simple. It shouldn't be very difficult, right? So, you are willing to cooperate with me in research? Of course. When Kakashi wakes up, let's try it first. Tenzo answered decisively. Kyunyi clapped his hands. If it works, that would be great. Kakashi was just exhausted this time, and he had taken a Bingliang pill before he fell into a coma. So, after waking up, he didn't feel a headache, just a little tired. However, Senior Kakashi, you must be starving, right? Take a Bingliang pill to recover. Tenzo handed over a special Bingliang pill that restores chakra. Kakashi lowered his head and raised it again, with a single eye revealing a bit of confusion and scrutiny. Tenzo, you. I 1/2 Meng Ku, I 1/2. Kakashi still ate it. He knew that the person in front of him was not a spy, but the real Tianzang, so he was very confused. While caring about whether he was hungry, he took out a Bingliang pill that was not for hunger relief, which was really confusing. After swallowing the Bingliang pill, Tenzang repeated Kyunyi's idea. Kakashi pondered for a long time. It's feasible. Then let's talk about it after we get back to the village. Where are the 4 ninja tools? Kakashi pointed downstairs seriously. The 4 ninja tools are extremely valuable. The Takumai ninja village will definitely not leave them out, but after taking them back to Konoha, they will have the space and time to argue and negotiate terms. This kind of experiment is not urgent. Ahem, that's true. By the way, where is the samurai? He's downstairs, practicing swordsmanship with Chiba-kun. Tenzo pointed downstairs. Kakashi sat up, found a place to wash and dress, and finally came out to praise the house, leaving Tenzo speechless for a moment. When he got downstairs, Chiba was fighting with Yuichi. No more fighting. Ah? No more fighting? Kyunyi looked disappointed. Yuichi was even more depressed. After a while, he said, "You are too smart. If I continue to fight with you, you will learn all my swordsmanship. How can it be so exaggerated?" Tian assisted on the side. Yuichi refused to fight no matter what. Just now he wanted to end it, but the two little girls provoked him to practice for a while. As a result, after careful observation, his underwear was almost stolen. He looked at Kakashi and couldn't help saying, as expected of a disciple of the copy ninja, even this ability is inherited from him. Kakashi's single eye revealed a strong sense of confusion. We rely on the Sharingan plus comprehension, and people the foundation of the family is completely based on understanding, which is not the same as the other way. How can this be related? Mr. Yuichi, I can't match your grasp of swordsmanship and timing, but there is still room for improvement in both swordsmanship timing and the use and coordination of muscle strength. Yuichi stared at Kyunyi strangely. Good boy. Not only did you learn secretly, but you also taught me in return? Tian, throw at me. Okay. Tian used steel wire to control a bunch of branches, and then attacked Kyunyi together. Kyunyi stood there, motionless. At the moment when the branches arrived, lean forward, hold the handle, and draw the sword. As if the arm was pointing, it was done in one go. The sword light flashed, wood dust filled the air, and after a wave of the sword, the blade returned to the sheath, and Kyunyi was not stained with a single leaf. You used some secret technique to increase your strength? No, you also used the increased strength to the extreme. The position and strength of the sword are also very clever. How did you do it? Yuichi was dumbfounded. He had never seen Lord Mifune use a sword, but he thought that Lord Mifune's IAI slash was probably like this. Kakashi, Tenzo, and others were also secretly surprised. The Umbu also practiced swordsmanship, so of course they could tell the difference between good and bad swordsmanship. If they really wanted to evaluate, they only had one sentence: perfect, impeccable. So there really is such a genius in the world. Yuichi's face was full of bitterness. He had been studying and learning kendo all his life, but what he studied was not as good as the swordsmanship that others came up with within a day after reading it. This was a huge blow. My point is nothing. When the first and second generations of Kages competed for supremacy, that was the rise of geniuses. Yuichi didn't know how to evaluate. He had heard more or less about the glory of the 5 major villages in the past. The first and second generation Kages were either shrewd or geniuses with extraordinary intelligence, but he dared to say that Chiba was still a top existence even though he was born in that era. Chiba then elaborated on the techniques of IAI/. Yuichi didn't want to listen, but the other party mentioned too many dry goods, which made him unable to refuse at all. After exchanging some experiences, he no longer cherished his own things. From swordsmanship to Bushido, the 5 people except the Umbu ninja had a pleasant chat. Later, Kazusa asked several questions, and he answered them one by one. All good things must come to an end. In the evening, Yuichi rejected the Umbu team's offer to escort him and went north with a knife. This samurai came out of the Iron Country and returned to the Iron Country with a knife. Come alone and leave alone. A very stubborn samurai. Chapter 53 Teacher, let's cooperate with Danzo. On the way back, Tian and Kazusa were in a difficult mood. Kyunyi, will he be okay? Tian whispered during the break. I don't know. Kyunyi's comprehension is only a little better, and he is not a god who knows divination. How could he know whether the samurai will live or die this time? However, the Kyoto clan will definitely not succeed. If the Takumai ninja village had the will to resist, it would not have dragged on until now. Kyunyi is right. There are only a few people on both sides who want to muddy the waters, and it will definitely end in failure. Not to mention the Takumai country and the Iron country, even if there is a Taki country, they will be wiped out by the big country. Tian Tian also smiled and said, I thought of it too. Just like we have our own ninja way. Tian Tian sighed. Tian Tian, this is your goal, not your own ninja way. What kind of ninja do you want to be? Qinyi reminded while running. Samurai like Mr. Yuichi have their own goals, and they will not give up until they achieve their goals. We can't dissuade them, so we can only silently bless them. Tenten was thoughtful. Kakashi looked at him with appreciation. The current ninja world has stabilized after 3 ninja world wars. These small countries cannot rise by 1 or 2 weapons. After Chiba's reminder, she also thought of her own goals. Tenten was silent in thought. Anda did not hesitate. I want to prove that even female ninjas can become great sword masters. Well, that's true, but I'm worried about Mr. Yuichi. He is a good samurai. It's a bit boring for ninjas like them to just rush on the road, so chatting like this is not bad. It's the general trend for the Iron country and the Craftsman country to be neutral. Kakashi nodded in agreement, and then began to guide, so Tenten, Anda, what is your ninja way? So, she didn't hesitate. Earlier, she envied Tenten for being able to find her own interests. Anda whispered. To become a great female ninja like Tsunade-sama. Chiba roughly guessed it, so he smiled without saying anything. Hi. Kakashi looked over curiously. He, keep it a secret. Tenten said, making a face at Kakashi. Kakashi rolled his eyes, then complained, you little brats are getting harder and harder to lead. But congratulations, you are now qualified to be called ninjas. Although he had praised them before, he was about to faint at that time, and he couldn't remember what he said clearly. He really appreciated the cooperation of Chiba and the other 2. I won't talk about Chiba. This performance far exceeded his expectations. This kid is fully qualified to be a Chunin. Tenten and Hesha's performance surprised him. Although Tenten and Hesha were not weak before, they were mostly mobilized by Chiba in the team, and their active cooperation was not very good. But this time, Tenten used ninja tools to manipulate and accurately arrange sealing symbols. Chiba used sealing techniques and barriers to control the enemy. Hesha drew her sword and stabbed. There was no communication between them, but they tacitly formed the perfect cooperation that Kakashi hoped for. This is a team. In Kakashi's eyes, the 3 of them have already graduated. If they hadn't been unable to catch up with the Chunin exam, he felt that Chiba and the others could have gone to try to take a chance at the Chunin exam. Are you qualified to be a ninja? Tenten and Hesha muttered to themselves. Yes, no one is perfect. Even Chiba is not good at nature changes and illusions, and cannot take on many tasks. This is also the meaning of the team's existence. Kakashi nodded. Chiba listened but didn't speak. If he spoke at this time, it might disturb the atmosphere that Kakashi had worked so hard to create. After all, 2 girls were in the same team with him, and the pressure seemed quite high. He was silent, and at the same time he was thinking about things. The absorption barrier and Tianzang were ideas that came to mind at the moment, but from a divergent point of view, the magical use of this barrier is indeed not limited to cooperating with the sealing technique. For example, Kakashi. His combat power is amazing, and the only thing that limits him is chakra. This technique is equivalent to giving Kakashi a spring water. As long as such a barrier is set up in the back, Kakashi can come back to recover when he has no chakra, and the effect. It is absolutely awesome on the battlefield. To achieve such an effect, there is still a lack of something before the storage medium. But just now, Chiba was thinking, is it possible to create a ninja tool similar to the infinite whole armor? It does not need to have strong combat power, as long as it can temporarily store the chakra contributed by others. You can try it. Chiba took out a pen and paper while running and wrote it down. In addition, I wonder if Dailu has made a decision. The development space of sealing technique and barrier technique is huge, and they deserve more attention than other techniques. Sealing iron wall, as a combination of the two techniques, is the best among them. In addition, there are talents from the Immortal Clan. It is impossible for me to take care of so many fields at the same time. Fortunately, Tian Tian is a genius in ninja tools and is very interested in this. Qin Yi pondered in his heart and could not help but glance at Tian Tian. Tian Tian also noticed Qin Yi's eyes. She was a little surprised. Why did Qin Yi look at her frequently? But soon, she put all the distracting thoughts behind her and thought about the 4 ninja tools in her sealing scroll. That was the secret of the Takumai ninja village. When Kakashi and Qin Yi asked her about the way of ninja before, she set a small goal for herself to crack the mystery of the 4 ninja tools. If she could copy one, it would be the best. After continuous travel, Tian Tian and Hesh's physical strength and energy were quickly exhausted, and they had to stop temporarily to rest and recover. After eating the Bingliang pill, Chiba took the notebook and told his idea. After hearing this, the other 3 looked at each other and remained silent. Using ninja tools as the core to transfer and store the chakra absorbed by the barrier. Another idea they had never thought of. Kakashi thought of himself. If he had such ninja tools, the number of times he could perform ninjutsu would be greatly increased, and the invisible combat power would be extraordinary. What's more? Who said that this kind of ninja tool can only store ordinary chakra? What if it is the chakra of the tailed beast? He breathed a little faster. Chiba, Tian Tian, and Kazusa, don't make this public when you go back. I will tell the Hokage. Although the 4 elephants are looking for death this time, the 4 ninja tools are the treasures of the Takumai ninja village after all. If there is no other means, we can only stay temporarily. What do you mean? Kakashi frowned. He heard the implication of Chiba. On the way back, is it possible that we will encounter rebel ninjas or something? Puff cough cough cough. Tian Tian had just drunk some water and choked on this. Isn't it just robbing? It's more difficult. Although Orochimaru is a rebel ninja, he hasn't appeared for a long time. Kakashi scratched his head. Qin Yi thought about it, moved closer, and whispered, Teacher, can we cooperate with Danzo? Chapter 54 Danzo who rushed to take the blame. Why do you have such an idea? Kakashi looked at Qin Yi in horror. Danzo. Has that guy contacted Qin Yi? Yes. A genius like Qin Yi is like a bright moon in Konoha. Who can ignore it? Danzo has always been ambitious and must want to recruit him. Kakashi said seriously, that guy is not a good guy, don't believe his words. Ahem, teacher, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that the ninja tools have been taken away by Danzo, and we are secretly researching here. We can delay it for a while. Qin Yi whispered his thoughts. Tian Tian spoke softly, with a bit of coquettish taste. This way everyone can step down. Tian Tian. Tian Tian, you are sorry, sir. Qin Yi, you have to now that we have arrived at Chakra Iron, can you give me a try? It is impossible to complete the research of ninja tools in 1 or 2 days. The more time, the greater the benefit to Konoha. In the evening, they returned to Konoha and reported to the 3rd generation. The 3rd generation waved his hand and motioned them to go out first. However, as the dark of the ninja world, he has no positive reputation outside, and this matter is nothing to Danzo. As a former captain of the Umbu, he is not a pedantic person and knows that some means are necessary. Of course, but I need to make a knife and a steel wire that can be infused with chakra. You should study and research well during this period. He and Kakashi have more important things to talk about. It is indeed a rare opportunity. Great. I will definitely. Then, he wanted Chiba and the others to go first, and explain the situation to the 3rd generation in private, but Chiba also had something to say. This method could not be concealed from others, and Danzo actually represented Konoha. His seizure of ninja tools was no different from Konoha's seizure of ninja tools. She was not very interested in ninja tools, but she wanted to go back to practice swordsmanship and did not want to delay on the road. Kakashi nodded gently. Chiba went out as he said, and just as she walked out of the Hokage building, her right hand was hugged by someone. That was chakra iron, let her try it, she thought of it. Chiba smiled. The third generation sighed helplessly and nodded. It's too bold. And the four of them ate the military pills and set off to Konoha again. Chiba was not unwilling to return it, but wanted to study it thoroughly before returning it, and this time the Takumai ninja village was in the wrong, and the other party would definitely not dare to speak loudly. This opportunity is rare, and we are right this time. He understood what Chiba meant, but don't rush to use it. If you make a name for yourself, you can use chakra iron to test it. Hesha. Chiba whispered. Kakashi's eyes changed rapidly. The only thing sacrificed was Danzo's reputation. Hokage-sama, you haven't used the chakra iron you promised me last time, right? He scratched his head and said, well, I'll discuss this with Hokage-sama when I get back, but you shouldn't think about these ways. But Kakashi first gave a rough account of what happened. This was Kakashi's initial thought. After being provoked by Chiba, Kakashi and Tenten were eager to return home. Soon, he pondered for a moment and realized that it was really different. Hessa blushed as she watched. Tenten clenched her fists excitedly. The chakra iron was right in front of her, and she had to consider whether this was her only chance in her life. After being excited, she couldn't help but feel a little moved and timid. No, forget it. This is precious chakra iron. Even the Hokage should not have much. What if I waste it? Don't worry. Chiba comforted her and continued, if you are afraid, you should work harder to improve yourself. Well. Tenten nodded heavily. She was going to go back to study ninja tools. Rest? Wait until they are done. Hesha hesitated. Don't worry, Tenten is not a weak person. She will be more motivated if she is under pressure. No, I mean, it is chakra iron after all. Hesha whispered. If we can train an outstanding ninja craftsman, what is this little chakra iron? Tenten has the talent and ability in this area, I should support her. Kyunyi stretched lazily, let's go back and rest, tomorrow may be very busy. That's you. Hesha said silently in her heart. She knew very well that Kyunyi seemed to be just a genin, but in fact he was different from them. Otherwise, the third generation would not deliberately build a team with him as the core. Even. He also invited Hey-Take Kakashi. Copy ninja. She couldn't help but think of Yuichi, and then laughed. What are you laughing at? No, I just thought that both Kakashi-sensei and Chiba-kun are good at learning each other's skills. In the future, the name of the copy ninja may belong to you. Unlikely. Copying is the lowest level of practice. Digesting the enemy's things and turning them into your own is the real skill. Chiba added in his heart. In front of the Hokage building, he said goodbye to Kazusa and went home. Upstairs. The third generation watched them leave, took a deep breath, and then said, 4 elephants? Who has their ninja tools? Tenten, she wants to study ninja tools, and she is very talented in this area. Kakashi said, and talked about Tenten's ninja tool notebook. Although it is imitating Chiba's practice, the content inside is indeed Tenten's original creation, and this talent is hard to conceal. As the third generation was thinking, Kakashi said his idea. After listening, he said with a smile, Kakashi, this is Chiba's idea, right? Ahem. Kakashi coughed lightly, anyway, this is in the interest of Konoha, and it is also true that the 4 elephants want to attack our ninja team and start a war between the Iron Country and the Fire Country. If you hadn't noticed something was wrong, and another ninja team had taken on the mission, they would definitely not have been able to come back. The third generation nodded solemnly. Yes. Kakashi was not modest. Because this was the truth. The Kyoto clan and the 4 elephants were perfectly resolved this time, not only because Kakashi was extremely powerful, but also because he and Chiba divided and defeated them one by one. General teams can't do it at all. The Takumai ninja village is indeed in the wrong. I'm not afraid of them. I'm worried that other ninja villages will have ideas. The 3rd generation expressed his concerns. The 4 great ninja tools are good things. Everyone has ideas. They haven't taken action for so many years because they are concerned about each other. No one dares to provoke a war first. He was worried that this was a poison bait. Kakashi thought about it and was about to answer. Hiruzen, I think that kid's idea is very good. We were attacked this time. We are the victims. What are you worried about? At worst, we can hold on for a while for research purposes. Retreat is not a solution. A voice came from outside the door. Then, Danzo pushed the door open. Kakashi frowned slightly. The 3rd generation raised his pipe and smoked to hide his expression, then waved his hand and motioned Kakashi to go down first. Next, it was his business with Danzo. Chapter 55 The leaks are growing up. Chiba, you are back. Chiba, you are finally back, about the special food pills. Baiko, wait a minute, the food pill transformation is not as important as the chakra needles here. I 1/2 EEANE pound AE unspecified currency FA SI 1/2. Okay. You surround Chiba, but he is only one person, it is impossible for him to separate himself, right? Kitayasu arrived in time. A scolding calmed the noisy crowd. Then, she pulled Chiba to go to the office. Baiko sighed and muttered in a low voice, what do you mean I can't separate myself? You pulled me away anyway. You obviously want to monopolize it. She realized. Well, for example. I mean, the captain is wise. Before you came, everyone lacked the spirit of progress, and many of them had a mentality of just getting by. After you came, the medical team changed a lot. Baiko smiled. Then it can be divided into 2 steps. We first complete the technique that can detect the location of the source of the disease, and then improve on this technique to complete the 2nd step. Kyunyi took it over. Well, so the group surgery has been successfully improved. Back in the office, Kitayama Ou rubbed his temple with a headache and began to complain to Chiba. Isn't it a good thing for Kitayama Ou? Our strength is not up to our vision, and the overall ability of the medical class is still a little weak. For example, the joint medical technique is obviously a benefit given by you, but we can't take it. Baiko, what did you say? Didn't the teacher understand? Kitayasu's eyes lit up, yes, why didn't I think of it? Kitayasu opened his mouth, and finally his expression was a little embarrassed, and he was silent for a while. Kitayasu stared at him for a few seconds, until he lowered his head with guilt, and then he took Kyunyi to continue walking. Kitayasu was a little touched, but still had no inspiration. No, I understand. He suggested, you can consider the barrier technique. The people below rolled. Like this technique, our goal is to detect the location of the source of the disease in the patient's body, and then observe its condition in the patient's body through monitoring, right? You are too impatient, you have to eat one bite at a time, first achieve the first goal, and then complete the second and third goals. Yes, there are still benefits. The surgeon can perform the operation more stably and intensively. It has begun to be promoted. Now Chiba is more like a teacher. Chiba explained, the most taboo thing in creating ninjutsu is impatience. Kitayama Ou blushed, lowered his head and pondered, and said after a long time, I understand, it is not difficult to detect the location of the source of the disease. One of the foundations of our medical ninja is detection. The process of the medical class's research on joint medical care and some summaries are recorded above. Kitayama Ou said, handing over a notebook. Kitayama Ou nodded, as for the telescope technique you mentioned, we have no idea at all. Is it simple? Yeah, then improve it to make it faster and more efficient. This is simple. Kyunyi glanced sideways, and then realized that what she thought was simple might still be too complicated for them. Kyunyi pointed at their notebooks. Didn't I say before that the telescope technique is to detect a certain special chakra for remote monitoring? Medical ninjutsu does not require remote monitoring at all. Kyunyi was a little puzzled. Kitayama Ou nodded repeatedly. Perception barrier. There are results, but not much. Kitayama Ou pursed her lips and was speechless for a while. She immediately understood when someone pointed it out. She had a direction. As a senior medical ninja, she already knew what to do. As expected of Chiba. After that, she asked some more questions. However, these are questions asked by other members of the medical team. Currently, Chiba has handed over the further improvement of the Bingliang pill to others, and he does not participate much. However, at the end, Kitayama Ou turned a page. Regarding this potion, Baiko and the others are currently facing a big setback, you still have to go and take a look. Okay. Kyunyi took a look. This is a special military pill that he improved based on the secret medicine knowledge of the Chiu-deo family. However, he only made one version last month, and like the Chiu-deo family, the side effects are extremely severe. Without the dominant physique of the Chiu-deo family, it is impossible to withstand the side effects. What's the situation with the second version? The effect and side effects are even stronger. Kyunyi was shocked. How did Baiko optimize it? Is it going to develop a explosive Tongui pill? He took a closer look and found that Baiko had changed several medicinal materials that should be milder, but the result was that the effect was stronger. To be honest, I don't have a good solution, but apart from the side effects, this version is still pretty good. The medicinal materials are cheap, the effect is good, and the cost performance is full. It's just that the side effects are too great. By the way, have you tried to reduce the dosage? It's a hooligan to talk about side effects without considering the dosage. Kitayama Ou was speechless for a moment. Reduce the dosage? Everyone is thinking about the formula, but it seems that they haven't tried it yet. At first glance, the method seems a bit bad, but it does make sense after careful consideration. Maybe it can be tolerated if the dosage is reduced? You are stuck in a dead end. Kitayama Ou slapped his forehead. I'll let them try. Everyone is just starting to try innovation, so their ideas may be limited and their thinking may be more divergent. You can't blame the medical team for having few ideas. They used to follow the routine, and now they can do independent research and development, which is a big step forward. Take it slow. Sooner or later, there will be a bunch of people to help them develop projects. Kyunyi seemed to see the whole Konoha, growing wildly under the influence of wisdom and involution. Leaving the office, he checked the bodhi. The pattern representing the absorption barrier is deeper and more ancient, with a little golden light on it. In addition, the other 4 patterns have also made considerable progress. All the patterns emit various colors of light. The medical team has made great contributions. What is the ability of the 5th path? What changes will occur after it glows? Kyunyi frowned. He felt the improvement, but he hadn't found out which aspect it was. After going out, he started running around the village. After running half a circle. That's right. Let's do 50 handstands. If you don't succeed, run around Konoha 100 times. Kyunyi looked in the direction of the voice. It was indeed Might Guy, but the difference was that this time it was not just Lee. Maya didn't do a handstand, but ran along. Next to Lee, a boy in white was walking handstands. At this moment, he just noticed that he looked over and there was a bit of shame and anger on his face. But he quickly suppressed his emotions and continued to exercise expressionlessly. Even Niji. Thinking carefully, Niji's coming to this point may have something to do with himself. Chiba's face was strange. Thinking of Niji opening the 8 gates, a strong sense of disobedience suddenly surged in his heart. What a sin! However, image can't be eaten. Compared to appearance, strength is the most important. Niji can let go of his idle burden, and Chiba is happy for him. It's a pity that the bird in the cage is extremely vicious, and it is unlikely that Niji can be released no matter how strong he is. Chiba suspects that the main family itself has no way to release it. They have never thought that one day they will need to release it, so naturally they will not think about the solution. Chapter 56. Your idea is very dangerous. Chiba, are you back to the village with Kakashi? Might Guy's eyes are bright. Teacher Guy, I came back yesterday. Chiba went over to say hello. Kai coughed lightly and said, you guys practice first, I'll talk to Chiba. Ningji, who was a little tired, sped up in front of Chiba and soon left his sight. Ningji. As long as you practice hard, you can surpass your limits. Might Guy shouted excitedly. Teacher Kai, I will do my best too. Of course he wanted to learn the 8 gates. How are Lee and the others practicing? Chiba listened on the side and gave some suggestions from time to time, but, could it be the effect of the 5th pattern? She was studying ninja tools. Hey, the superlimit state has been initially mastered, Maya is still a long way off, but there is no way, girls are always a little worse in this aspect. Thank you in advance, Teacher Kai. So it was the only one. Kai looked Chiba up and down, and then couldn't help but praise, I haven't seen you for a while, your body seems to be much stronger, and you are much taller than before. If something unexpected happened, Konoha would not be able to get good things outside, and it was a favor from the 3rd generation to let Tian take the research. Chiba did not refuse. Kai did not deny. Chiba sighed. Chiba was suddenly stunned, and then his eyes lit up. Might Guy said a little naggingly. Because I'm old, I've developed, usually after the age of 12, I will start. Practice makes perfect. Kai continued to do his own thing. He thought for a moment, and then suddenly looked up, looked at Chiba, and then nodded, wait, I'll teach you a technique. Might Guy seemed to have something he muttered to himself. For the 3 disciples, he was also worried about them. Nothing, I just think that if it were you, you might be able to solve some problems with the 8 gates. Even if you don't practice it in depth, it's good to understand the specific mysteries. When Tianation's mother saw Kyunyi, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Kyunyi wanted to laugh. He was not surprised. Kyunyi waved her hand and said, Auntie, no need, I'm just passing by. Besides, this book is about ninja tools, please pass it to her. Except for the 8 gates, most of his physical skills are relatively simple and not worth teaching to Kyunyi. Kyunyi, are you looking for Tian? The 4 major ninja tools are of great importance. After running for 2 hours, he went to Tianation's house. Everyone was very busy, especially the leading ninja. Increase in physical strength? Is that so? Well, it's true. Generally, after graduation, the body of a ninja will usher in rapid growth. It seems that graduating at the age of 12 is also particular. With Kyunyi's perception ability, he easily found the Umbu ninja hiding near Tianation's house. Xiaoli yelled, and then also increased his speed, leaving Maya sighing and then quickly catching up with their pace. During this period, his body is indeed much stronger than before, with a lot more height and muscles. I always thought it was due to growth. You know? Oh, maybe Kakashi mentioned it to you, yes, that technique. 8 gates. His way is different from Chiba, which is why Might Guy feels that he can't teach Chiba. Facts have proved that Kakashi is indeed more suitable than him. That's right. For Might Guy, these suggestions are not very useful. Really don't come in and sit down. No need. Chiba handed the book over and ran away. Tianation's mother's eyes. Too weird. Researching ninja tools is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, and it is also not something that Tian Tian can complete with her current knowledge. She needs to learn more. Chiba is not interested in this. But he has to consider another thing. What to study next? 5 patterns made the Bodhi seeds shine again. This is one level of change. Then can we add 5 more patterns to produce a second round of changes? Kunyi is very curious. So, recently he has been thinking about what technique to use to improve the 6th pattern. After thinking about it, he feels that there is only one. Raise non. Kunyi does not want to transform into a variety of balls like Naruto, and he does not have the ability to do so. On the contrary, he is thinking, is it possible to apply the principle of raise non to physical skills? Kunyi imitated the strange power technique before and created an explosive ninjutsu, but it is not very useful for him. For ordinary ninjas, it is too difficult to control, condense, and remove chakra without hurting oneself. Most of those who can do it can directly learn ninjutsu without going far. So, that technique is not perfect. However, if the spiral chakra can be injected into the opponent's body, wouldn't it achieve an effect similar to the soft fist? Like the random body rush is this type. You can try it. He tried this technique all afternoon. It was evening. Are you trying a new technique again? Teacher Kakashi. Chiba bowed and continued to work on his technique. Kakashi observed for a while. This technique. It seemed to be just an ordinary physical technique. Chiba thought about it, stopped and said, Teacher Kakashi, do you know the shadow clone technique? Well, do you want to learn it? Yes, for this physical technique, I need to understand the destructive power caused by chakra, and the shadow clone technique is a good choice. Chiba nodded. Kakashi jumped down from the tree and began to recite the seal. Chiba listened carefully. After listening, he began to make a seal, and soon, a clone appeared next to him. Kakashi was not surprised. If Chiba couldn't do it, he would find it strange. Then, the child began to practice again. Time passed little by little, until it was completely dark, and Chiba slowly exhaled. At this time, his forehead was full of cold sweat. Let's go, I'll treat you to ramen. Kakashi stood up. Do you want to integrate the raise non into the physical technique? Yes. Chiba said his idea while walking. Kakashi was in deep thought. Directly inject the spiral chakra. It is difficult for chakra to directly damage the human body, unless you have the Byakugan, which can see the chakra veins and acupoints. Why did the Hyuga become a powerful family? It is because of the Byakugan and the gentle fist. In a sense, Chiba's idea is close to the gentle fist, and once created, this ninjutsu may be more domineering than the gentle fist. Or, gather into a point. Kakashi thought about it and gave another plan. Then, he thought of Chiba's chakra needle and immediately understood. Break the surface with a point and then input? This is a way. Yeah, I think so too. Besides, I've studied that although the acupuncture points on the human body are very small, most of them are in a similar position, and some are easier to capture. Kakashi was very calm while holding the book, but he was already it's been a long time since I turned the page. After a long time, he looked into the distance. Your idea is very dangerous. In fact, the Hyuga clan doesn't need to be afraid. Even ordinary people know the approximate location of the acupuncture points. Only a few can master and press the acupuncture points, and it's not as convenient as the Byakugan. Chiba sighed here. The bird in the cage made the Hyuga stronger, but also made them extremely weak. Chapter 57 Kakashi, Kai, let's duel. Kakashi was silent. Chiba's vision and thoughts have always been different from those of ordinary people, otherwise he wouldn't have created so many techniques. But the Hyuga clan. He thought about it and said seriously, it shouldn't be difficult to create it and include it in the book of creation. If you want to promote it on a large scale, it may be more difficult. I think so too. Speaking of which, the 8 gates of the 8 gates of the 8 gates are actually acupuncture points. Huh? Kakashi was slightly startled. Why are we talking about the 8 gates of the 8 gates again? This kid's thinking is quite jumpy. Compared with the previous two, Chiba's house is smaller. Coming in a hurry, leaving in a hurry. It's really comfortable for Konoha to have someone to take the blame. What's more? Chiba shook his head. Yeah. Yes, Lord Hokage has won you and Tenten in. Next, you will inevitably have to deal with Danzo and the root. Be careful. Chiba understood. Danzo can actually find out about the Umbu? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Many people have studied it. For example, the second generation once thought about opening the 8 gates to a limited extent. Danzo really took the blame? Chiba was secretly shocked and hesitated. You. Limited. Chiba knew Danzo's darkness very well, but he had been targeted and could not hide. Kakashi said seriously, he is a very scary guy. Fortunately, Ichiraku hadn't closed the door yet. Papers were everywhere, and it was a mess. By the way, teacher, you must have something to ask me, right? Great. Although he has some talent, it is not enough for Danzo to take the risk. After a while, the sound of slurp slurp was heard in the ramen restaurant. I mentioned it. Kyunyi was confused at first, but then his eyes lit up. After a moment of silence, he said, your suggestion to Tenzo is very good. He went back to test it, and the effect of wood release is indeed much stronger. I understand. Oh, yes, the thing you mentioned has been done. The house is very characteristic of researchers. The second generation and Orochimaru were similar back then. Chi is not quite the same. Tenten is fine. It turns out that they were not wrong to worry. The next day, there was an uninvited guest at the door of Chi's house. Contacting Danzo as a cooperator may not be a bad thing. The third generation and Kakashi may have told you about me, so I came here today. Regarding ninja tools, our goals and interests are the same. He is also very interested in some things about Danzo and Gen. Danzo walked in with a crutch. He squinted his eyes and looked up and down at Chiba and the room. Danzo, please come in. Yes. He was a little excited, but then he took a few deep breaths to suppress his excitement and said, so, we will have a lot of time to study ninja tools. They looked up. Just as he was thinking, he heard Chiba continue to say, the existence of the 8 gates is to restrict and protect the body. It would be great if the 8 gates could be opened to a limited extent. It's difficult, after all, the chakra that rushes out is too violent, and the lock built by itself is difficult to work. After saying that, Danzo turned and left. Kakashi went to Chiba, more because he was still worried about Danzo. Danzo also had ideas about chakra ninja tools, so he or Kakashi's plot was very much to his liking, and he was happy to take the blame and be a gun. At the same time, he would not do anything bad in this matter. This guy also knew that he had a bad reputation. He complained in his heart. Kakashi came late, just like. Chiba tilted his head. What is he doing here? Well, he probably wants me to work without worrying about him. Chiba explained. Kakashi closed his eyes. He rushed here early in the morning, but Danzo came just to do this. It always feels weird. The expression under his mask is unknown. According to Chiba's imagination, it is likely that he looks like an old man on the subway. Danzo's arrival is just an episode, and life should go on as usual. The morning of a ninja is very simple. Exercise. Of course, Chiba also observed secretly. The body seems to be stronger than yesterday. It seems that he guessed correctly. The fifth pattern is physical strengthening. Kakashi used to exercise and eat breakfast, and then wander around the village while reading books. But just after he finished exercising, Chiba invited him to have breakfast. Teacher Kakashi, do you have anything to do today? Kakashi looked up, then looked down at the book, and then said decisively, yes. Then I guess not. I have something to ask of you. Kinyi rubbed his hands and smiled. Kakashi sighed softly. He knew that he couldn't read the book today. This kid must be difficult to open his mouth. After pondering for a long time, he said, "Let me hear what you want to do first. I practiced for a while yesterday and I have mastered it initially, but the shadow clone is fragile after all, and it can't provide clear feedback. I tried it with poultry yesterday, and the effect was not bad." Chiba explained. Kakashi was silent. Already? Preliminary mastery? Outrageous. I can't even copy the Sharingan as fast as you. The atmosphere was dull for a while. After a while, he slowly exhaled and asked, "Which technique, a cup ointment pressing or?" "Teacher, you are confused, where does the shadow clone get the veins?" Kakashi tilted his head and looked at Chiba. "Does your attitude look like you are asking me for help?" "Sorry." Chiba apologized decisively. A few minutes later, he and Chiba came to the yard next to the medical class. There is a reason for choosing this place. The technique that attacks the body is most likely to cause trauma. If it is perfectly controlled, it is okay. Chiba can control it freely without hurting the enemy, but it is not easy to control it as a beginner. At the back door of the medical class, several medical ninjas gathered around and watched. "Captain, what are they doing?" "They say they are trying out a new technique." Kitayasu replied. "So fast?" "Fast? He's been busy lately and has wasted a lot of time, otherwise it should be faster." Kitayasu is used to it. She is relatively calm, and no matter how outrageous Chiba is, she can't be surprised or amazed. Since she met Chiba, she has made rapid progress. So, isn't it normal for the teacher to be better than herself? Of course. She doesn't admit it in front of outsiders. Bai Cao thought about it and replied in a rather painful way, "That's true. Teacher, I'm ready." Kakashi's eyes twitched. This experiment always feels a bit bad. "Teacher, what's wrong?" "Ahem, nothing, wait until I finish watching this plot." Kakashi wiped his sweat. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he began to refine chakra to release his own aura. A few seconds later, a figure appeared at the back door of the hospital. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi. "Kakashi, I see you again, let's duel. Let me see your progress during this period." "Okay, but I have the final say on the content of the duel today." Kakashi's expression was calm. Might Guy was extremely excited. "Sure enough, you also want to duel with me, right? My youthful blood is burning. Okay, tell me, what shall we compete in this time?" "Compete in getting beaten." "As expected of you, you can even come up with such a terrifying topic." Chapter 58 I admit defeat, you win this time. Might Guy admires Kakashi very much. The duel topics he comes up with are always unexpected, full of variety and excitement. This was the case with the previous finger-guessing game, and this time the same is true for getting beaten. He looked at Kakashi seriously, then at Chiba, shook his muscles and said, "Come on, boy, let me see your progress." "Teacher Kai, you have to be careful, pay attention to using chakra for defense, it's best to cover your whole body with chakra. Don't worry, Konoha's beautiful blue beast is not so easy to be defeated." Might Guy raised his thumb and showed his familiar big white teeth. Beside him, Kitayama Ou and the medical ninjas of Bakusa looked blankly, speechless and helpless. Kakashi looked blankly. However, Kakashi, the senior ninja, is looking for a scapegoat, right? They were speechless. He sat up, his forehead full of sweat. After a moment of silence, he comforted, "Kai, you should treat it well. Konoha needs a genius like you. You have a great responsibility and I can't replace you." Kitayama Ou's face changed suddenly. But Chiba was really cruel. This soft palm hit his bones. It is estimated that he will have to rest for a while. Might Guy's face suddenly changed, and he stared at Chiba with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The next moment, Might Guy tilted his head, looked breathless, and glared at Kakashi. She didn't know what happened, but Chiba's technique must have worked. Kakashi was screwing himself. Then, he looked at Chiba. No matter whether outsiders recognized it or not, they had heard of it as a medical team, especially after the development of the medicinal bath. Kai basically came every day. Chiba thought about it and could only try to hold back as much as possible. He walked in front of Might Guy, concentrated his chakra, and gently slapped the non-lethal position. Kakashi, it's your turn. Chiba looked pleading. Even if he had tricked Kai here, if it weren't for Kai, he would be the one lying on the stretcher now. After a second, he said sincerely, Kai, I admit defeat, I'm going to lose this time. Wait. So he more or less understood his character. Good fellow, there is a red vortex-like blood mark underneath, which looks weird and scary. Kai clenched his teeth, his eyes suddenly lit up, and said, Kunyi, your technique has a bit of soft fist flavor. You hit me and sent me to the hospital, you have to take responsibility. Well, Might Guy is not unconscious yet, which shows his strong will. Okay, get on the stretcher and carry it away. He is unprecedentedly smart. Kakashi shifted his eyes from Kai to Kunyi, and was silent for a while, not knowing what to say. This level of injury, it will be fine after treatment. The blue beast of Konoha. Teacher Kitayama, please check it carefully. This injury. Hurry up and save him. He ran over and pulled up his trouser legs. But after a second, he lay down diagonally. Although Kai was in pain, he became more sober at this moment. Damn it, I have to teach Niji and the others to practice physical skills today, okay? You lied to me. The force was not big, but the chakra was like a needle and a knife, directly breaking a hole. Chiba was confused, and then said, Teacher Kai, I'm busy. Young man, being busy is youth. I'm optimistic about you. After Kai finished speaking, he stepped onto the stretcher and fainted. Kunyi looked at him in confusion, watching Kitayama Ou carry Kai into the medical class, and then he looked at his teacher. Teacher Kakashi, look at you, what have you turned Teacher Kai into? Kunyi was heartbroken. Teacher Kai was such a simple person, but now he has become a liar. He is just a child. If I don't liar him, I will have to lie down. Kakashi thought. He felt something was wrong just now, and thinking carefully, maybe this is the ninja's foresight. But in front of Kunyi, he naturally couldn't show his weakness. Since Kai has temporarily entrusted his disciple to you, then you should go and help. If you are not free, give him some pointers occasionally. I have something else to do, see you later. Kakashi ran away, and there was no one to blame, so Chiba had to go by himself. After all, he had hurt Might Guy, and he understood the painstaking efforts of Teacher Guy. Ninkai should have practiced the gentle fist. That kid was stubborn, and Guy didn't know the gentle fist. Now that he saw hope, how could he not think about his disciple? Chiba sighed in his heart. But before that, he had to write a report. Halfway through writing, Chiba thought about it and felt that it was better to find Nisi first. The other party was a genuine Hyuga clan member. Even if it is impossible to teach him soft fist and A-cup ointment pressing, it is not necessary to find someone to experiment to verify the A-cup ointment pressing. Kunyi got up and walked out. It won't take long to find them. He remembered Xiao Li's chakra aura, so he could find a mirror as a medium to check it. Well, the three of them are training, so let's study the barrier technique. Kunyi was not in a hurry for a moment. Until noon. Death Forest. You are so slow, why is Teacher Kai late today? Maya was lying on the ground. Xiao Li scratched his head and said, maybe something delayed him. Teacher should stay away from Kakashi Jonin. Ninkai complained coldly. The atmosphere was very heavy. Chiba hid in the dark, thinking whether to come again in the afternoon, but after thinking about it, he still had to meet. He sighed lightly and moved forward instantly. Swoosh! A breeze blew, and a figure appeared in front of the three. Ahem, sorry, I met a patient on the way, so I was delayed for a while. Ninkai looked up stiffly, his expression was quite unbelievable. Yajiyo Chiba? Why did he come? And from the sound of it, it seems that he came to find them specially. Where is Kai? Chiba? Why are you here? Sit down, we are waiting for Teacher Kai. I don't know why Teacher Kai hasn't arrived yet. Xiaoli greeted Chiba to sit down carelessly. Wait a minute, Li, Chiba seems to be here for us. Maya noticed something was wrong. Girls are delicate after all. From what Chiba said, it seems that he replaced Teacher Kai. Hi. Li looked at Chiba, confused. Ahem, Teacher Kai was hospitalized due to some accidents, so, I will take over temporarily. Chiba explained briefly. Hospitalized? Ninkai frowned. With Might Guy's ability, how could he be hospitalized without a mission? It's too unreasonable. He was injured while testing a technique for me. Anyway, this is the current situation. You can go and see him after you finish training. Chiba said, he should be discharged soon. Well, let's train together. Oh, I haven't trained with Chiba for a long time, my youth is hot-blooded. Li jumped up excitedly. Then, let's train together, Niji, I have something to talk to you about. What do you want me for? Ninkai was a little puzzled. You two should practice first, I will talk to Nisi alone. Chiba went to the woods, and Nisi followed closely. Maya was thoughtful. It seemed. Everyone naturally forgot that Chiba was late. As expected of Kakashi's disciple. Chapter 59 You are a genius. When they arrived in the woods, Nisi stood with his arms folded. First of all, I have to declare that I don't regard you as an enemy, but as an opponent that must be surpassed, that's all. Competition is a good thing. Only by competing with each other can everyone grow faster. Chiba waved his hand, I don't regard you as an enemy, but I want to complete a deal with you. Deal? Ninkai was stunned. From the outside to the woods, he thought a lot, and his heart was infinitely entangled. I have been thinking about how to explain it. Result. The other party is just for a deal? Ningji remained silent. The technique that interests him, unless it is. Qinyi interrupted him and waved his hand, okay, I don't want to convince you, that's childish behavior, let's talk about the deal. Qinyi's eyes condensed, and then he slapped the tree trunk beside him. Soft fist? Impossible. It was like this before. Qinyi was a little puzzled. In his opinion, no one except the Hyuga clan can learn soft fist. Yes, in a sense, it is a kind of soft fist, which has just been developed. You may want to say that you are destined to be a genius, but no matter how talented you are, you still have to work hard to practice. A technique that I am definitely interested in. Ningji opened his Byakugan, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Ningji muttered to himself incoherently. It is the same now. Why? The other party always jumps out from time to time to refresh his cognition. There was only a needle-like hole on the surface of the trunk, but the internal fibers were broken and disordered, as if they were torn by a whirlpool. Bang! Why can you do this? You are just a civilian, and your destiny is even. What a terrible technique! He didn't speak for a long time, and looked at Qinyi after a few seconds. Destiny? If you succumb to destiny, why do you still work hard to practice? Because I can roughly judge, and I want to test something. Qinyi said. You want to learn acupuncture? But you can't see the acupuncture points, how can you do it? Yes, he did not regard Qinyi as an enemy, but just regarded him as an abnormal destiny and an opponent on the road. He couldn't understand. But The trunk made a muffled sound. Ningji had a cold face and didn't believe it at all. In short, it's just such a technique. After a long time, he exhaled slowly. If it were a human body, I'm afraid the internal organs and bones would be damaged. Ninkai was particularly ferocious, with veins throbbing. This was the effect of hitting the tree. Ninkai frowned. I want to find you to verify the location of the acupuncture points and acupuncture points. The price is that I will teach you a technique that you will definitely be interested in. Although I don't believe it, but you do it. Qinyi smiled slightly. Even the white eyes are like this. It was quite scary when I saw it for the first time, but now Qinyi is not surprised. After thinking for a moment, he stretched out his finger and pointed at a position. How is it? You. Do you really know? Ninkai was a little bit unbelievable at first, but when he thought that the other party even created the soft fist, a mere acupuncture point didn't seem to be that great. It seems that this acupuncture point is correct and will not shift due to different ages. What about this position? Qinyi pointed at the acupuncture point on the abdomen. A little to the right. A little to the left. Up. Ninkai counted again and again, and later he simply used himself as an example to point out the exact position to Chiba. He is indeed a genius. Even the Byakugan of the main family may not be able to see the acupuncture points at this age, but Ninkai can already do it. With his help, Chiba quickly determined the acupuncture points. He thought for a while and said, I'll try another technique, and you can see the effect. Okay. Ninkai nodded. The next moment, Chiba moved his fingers, and strands of chakra flew out from his fingertips. These strands were not at the level of cutting, but they were relatively condensed and numerous, with dozens of strands at a time. They hit Niji's whole body. After a while, several acupuncture points on Niji's body were attacked, and several acupuncture points were besieged by more than a dozen strands of threads. In an instant, his 8 acupuncture points were blocked. Can you point acupuncture points with threads? Ninkai was shocked on the spot. He understood Chiba's idea. Although some acupuncture points cannot be determined, the approximate location can be determined, so. Is it difficult? I find it strange. You are born with the Byakugan. Why don't you keep the ancient things and innovate? Qinyi said calmly. Then he put away the silk thread. Thank you for your help. Ninkai was very angry. Although he did not recognize the main family, he still thought that the Byakugan was very powerful. But, thinking carefully, he could not find a reason to refute. After so many years, the soft fist used by Hinata is still the same as before, without any change at all. He clenched his fist, feeling a little unwilling in his heart. Qinyi turned around to go back, and suddenly stopped. By the way, I demonstrated it once just now. Did you learn it? Ninkai sulked, and a blush appeared on his handsome face. Then watch it again. In fact, the principle is very simple. It is to blast the highly condensed chakra in first, and then control the chakra to spread and rotate. Qinyi explained step by step with the chakra extracted in his hand. After reading it, Ninkai nodded and said, I got it. Okay, try it. Qinyi nodded. Ninkai's eyes condensed, he simulated it in his mind, and then quickly hit out a palm. Boom! The chakra exploded. Suddenly, he looked a little embarrassed. Practice more. If it doesn't work, then do the next best thing, just explode the chakra you just injected. Qinyi was very patient. But in the end, he couldn't help but complain, like you guys the Hyuga clan's 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, can't they optimize the power? Ningji's fists turned white, but he couldn't refute. He was very angry. Okay, we'll work together again if there's a chance. Qinyi waved his hand and walked towards Li and the others. Ningji practiced 2 or 3 times, and couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. You are a genius with a hammer. After a while of depression, he thought carefully and suddenly understood what Kinyi really meant. The original version is too difficult, and the learning difficulty is at least A+. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he doesn't need to learn it completely. Just absorb the idea of a this technique and turn it into his own technique. For example, the effects of chakra condensation and explosion are integrated into the Bagua palm. Ningji quickly changed his strategy. Kinyi was outside instructing Li and the others. It must be said that Li and Maya are indeed more difficult to teach than Niji. Too many. His comprehension is not good enough. Fortunately, he doesn't need to be with him for too long. Might Guy will probably be fine in the afternoon. He sat on the tree and wrote the report. In the evening, he took Niji and the others to the medical department to see Might Guy, while Chiba went straight to the Hokage building to submit the report. These two are very important. Especially the gentle fist. Chiba has a little idea. He wants to use this technique to pry open the door of the Hyuga clan. As a powerful clan, the Hyuga clan is conservative and old-fashioned, but the foundation of knowledge is still very deep. Even if the knowledge cannot be exchanged, it can at least provide help to oneself. Chapter 60 Your barrier is quite difficult. Hokage's office. The third generation, who was about to leave work, was forcibly pulled by Chiba and stayed in the office to work overtime. Looking at the scroll, he couldn't help but want to smoke. I'm worried. Although I thought Chiba might adapt a physical technique similar to the soft fist method, I didn't expect that this day would come so soon, and this is just a preliminary revision. However, no one stipulates that other people can't learn the soft fist method. Hokage. Chiba, your technique is a bit difficult to learn. I guess it's A+ level, right? The third generation looked at the scroll. I see. The soft fist and acupuncture points, the Hyuga clan exclaimed, wow. He rubbed his head and looked at the scroll carefully. Although he didn't know how to do it, he knew how difficult it was to do it completely just by imagining it. If Chiba was a jonin, or a ninja in the war era, the third generation wouldn't be so surprised. The third generation closed the scroll, looked at Chiba, and said, these two techniques are very valuable. Chiba pointed to the bottom of the scroll. Chiba's acupuncture points were these. Soft fist and spiral. The scroll said that the location of some acupuncture points varies from person to person, but some are fixed. Now is a peaceful era. You can take a look at the second scroll. The principles of the two are completely different. You were going to the medical class before, so you should have had these ideas a long time ago, right? Look at his peers. Uchiha Sasuke, who is 1 year younger, is now working hard to prepare for the exam to graduate early. I would like to ask the third generation to help me contact the Hyuga clan. Even if the tobacco on top is not burning, at least he can inhale the smell to make himself look less shocked. It's already amazing. What's more? Soft fist explosion. What a simple and crude name. The third generation naturally saw it. If you are worried about the Hyuga side, there is no need. Although the soft fist method is the physical skill they are proud of, it does not mean that the rest of us cannot develop it. He opened the second scroll and then took a deep breath. Iron Wall Seal, the talent of the immortal clan, he has been envious for a long time. According to his assessment, the direct explosion has just reached the difficulty of a level. The third generation was silent for a long time, and suddenly remembered another thing, and took out a document from the drawer. By the way, did you reach a cooperation with the Fire Temple for the previous mission? The shock brought by the first scroll was so great that he forgot that Chiba actually brought 2 scrolls. This kid is too smart. That's not the case. I just thought that medical knowledge was very useful before, and I thought of it when I created the super limit. They are coming. The gap is too big. The third generation took a puff of the pipe. The soft fist of the Hyuga clan attacks the chakra veins and internal organs of the human body. Ninkai, who is a little worse than him, is still practicing physical skills and thinking about his own soft fist. The second one? The third generation woke up from a dream. Even though the third generation has lived for more than 60 years, he couldn't help but feel a little bit overwhelmed. Chiba's spiral soft fist borrowed the principle of the raise non to generate a chaotic vortex in the enemy's body to attack the flesh and internal organs. It's almost S-level difficulty, but it actually has a simplified version. Just condense the chakra, blast it into the opponent's body, and then explode it directly. Kyunyi's eyes lit up. Acupuncture points? It is considered to be a formal submission of the cooperation documents. Take a look. If there is no problem, sign it. Later, Dailu will continue to arrange personnel to negotiate with you. The third generation took out a document. Kyunyi took a look and found that there was basically no problem. Signed it. Please help me negotiate with the Hyaga family. I hope to exchange knowledge of soft fist and chakra veins. It's a bit difficult, I'll help you pick it up. Please. Kyunyi left the office and went to the place where the third generation kept his books. He found a book about chakra ninja tools to read. He didn't plan to learn forging, but he still had to read the theory, otherwise the techniques on the ninja tools would not be professional. After leaving the Hokage building, he went to the Konoha hospital. Might Guy has been discharged from the hospital. If he really had to lie in bed all the time, he would not be able to bear it. This also means Kyunyi doesn't have to worry about being dependent on by him. His life became regular again. Exercise, read, rest and eat, exercise. Occasionally, he would exchange books with him every day, and the two would sit together and complain, but they had basically no other interactions. Moonlight and Sha seemed to be practicing swords. Everyone was very busy, and even the missions were suspended. At least for 1 or 2 months, their team would not go on missions. This went on for half a month. Forging ninja tools was really troublesome, and there was very little information available in Konoha. Weapons like Fiian were simpler. But to complete a work like infinite whole armor, the current knowledge and technology accumulation is very limited, and Chiba can only study and summarize at the same time. He has been doing this for almost half a month. Originally, Chiba wanted to continue reading and retreating. But Dilu came. The Hyaga clan is still pulling. According to Ninkai, the main family has been holding meetings frequently recently, and they have to hold meetings for 1 or 2 hours every day. Chiba just smiled. He has no hope for this group of people. When the Hyaga clan is done pulling, the food is probably cold, so he decided to spend time to reduce the difficulty. For example, simplify it to directly condense and bombard chakra, and give up blasting. Difficulty B+. Although it is still very high, ninjas who are good at chakra control can generally learn it. It's low enough, hand it in, and then go to see Dilu. Kyunyi took the scroll and handed it to the third generation, and then met Dilu in the conference room. He was very serious. Seeing Kyunyi, he immediately stood up, put his hands together, and bowed gently. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. No, the Fire Temple is a big family, and it is normal to have many things to discuss. Kyunyi hurriedly returned the greeting. The two sat down opposite each other, with the third generation sitting in the middle. Dilu took out a book and said, Donor Kyunyi, this is the barrier technique of our Fire Temple, please keep it confidential. Don't worry, I'll read it here. Here it comes. The familiar feeling is here. The tone is as if he will finish reading it soon. Dilu took a deep breath, apologized in his heart, and suppressed many mixed emotions. Kyunyi began to read it carefully. When he saw half of it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had never seen this spell before. A spell specifically for identifying the talents of the immortals? He immediately pushed the book over. Master, what does this spell do? Dilu looked at the page, and then he was stunned for several seconds. Even though he had reviewed it several times recently, he never thought that Kyunyi's question was so specific to a small spell. He thought for a long time. If it's just one, I don't know, but the spells on this page are added together, and after opening it, it can distinguish the talents of the immortals. I see. Kyunyi read this page carefully several times. Identify a certain type of chakra. This technique is very useful, you must write it down and learn it thoroughly, it has the potential to become a new pattern. After another moment. Master Dailu, I have finished reading it. The transformation of your sealing barrier is quite difficult. It's okay, take your time, and send it to the fire temple after it is completed. Dailu is very patient. Kyunyi waved his hand, that's not necessary, you rest in Konoha for 2 days, I will study the effect of the technique just now, and then draw the barrier design for you. Chapter 61. Sorry, I was too loud just now. Although I have seen Kyunyi's intelligence and also learned a lot about his deeds from Asuma, but Dailu still felt extremely magical when he heard the word 2 days. Although the iron wall seal is not the most powerful technique of the fire temple, it is also a barrier seal that they trust very much. Every generation of the host has worked hard to learn it. Result: master it in 2 days? Where do you put the predecessors of the fire temple? Dailu wanted to scold like this, but he opened his mouth to talk about another topic. I heard from Asuma that the donor wants to learn the talents of the immortals in our temple. If your temple has any requirements, it would be great to give some knowledge of the talents of the immortals. Asuma's message was obviously wrong. Kyunyi hurriedly explained to avoid misunderstanding, in addition, I am not using this transaction as a reward. If I create a new technique, I will also teach it to your temple. Asuma mentioned that you want to use it as payment for this transaction or exchange it for something else. Secondly, even if you create it, you can't pass it on to others at will. Besides, the talent of the immortals is extremely valuable. If you can trade it, no matter how much you pay, you will definitely make a profit. That one is indeed more suitable. No, the transformation of the barrier itself is also helpful to me, so of course one thing is one thing. No, a new system of knowledge is more valuable than a few simple techniques anyway. He didn't think so at first, but after reading half of it, he was shocked beyond words. Dailu doesn't need it, but those ninja monks may not, and not everyone in the fire temple can master the talent of the immortals. He can understand. Dailu saw that the 3 generations all agreed, and he didn't doubt it, and carefully read the first technique he found. Is this created by a 12-year-old child? The 2 techniques mentioned by Kyunyi are indeed very important to ninja monks. Ninja monks are mostly physical techniques, and they have less ninjutsu. Dailu raised his head frequently, and his expression became more and more complicated. At this time, the 3 generations knocked on the table and made suggestions. Master Dailu, why don't you take a look? I have a few good techniques here, which should be very suitable for you ninja monks. He admitted. As for absorbing the barrier, you can wait for a while. Dailu said, let's not talk about these for now, let's talk about our requirements. We have discussed many times and decided to only use knowledge as a trading item. Dailu pondered for a moment and nodded gently, then I will obey your order respectfully. Dailu was willing to trade knowledge, which made him overjoyed. Qianye stopped Dailu's tycoon behavior. Over-limit state. Qianye shook his head. Enough. Even if those techniques can't help the other party defeat the immortal duo, every bit counts. Qianye nodded again. The 3rd generation nodded gently on the side. As for the absorption barrier, the one that Qianye wanted to give to the fire temple should be the kind that comes with ninja tools. I still underestimated Qianye. Dailu was extremely serious. Don't you worry that the knowledge of the immortals is not as good as these 2 techniques? The 3rd generation was very generous. Kyunyi nodded, excited. The 3rd generation took out the Book of Creation. Although knowledge is not a technique, knowing knowledge is equivalent to getting a ticket. As long as you put in the effort, there will always be a day when you can create your own talent of the immortal race. After getting along with him, he felt that Dailu was a very good person, and he really didn't want him to die at the hands of Phaeton and Kakuzu. You don't need chakra needles and silk threads, but you can consider super limit and soft fist. These two techniques are very useful for you ninja monks. If it doesn't work, Konoha will also support it as long as you are interested. Master Dilu, Kunyi has many self-created techniques, many of which are of great value. See if there is any demand, and we can exchange them at an equal value. Since you are willing, I don't need any reward, after all. Kunyi shook his head. Dilu had a complicated expression. Simple? Okay. He thought, but couldn't help but smile. That's right. If this kid wasn't so honest and talented, he wouldn't have agreed to the other party's request against all odds in the temple. The principle of the overlimit state is easy to understand. So, after reading it once, he nodded and signaled Kunyi to turn the page. Soft fist explosion. Inject highly condensed chakra and then control it to explode. It's very difficult, but not impossible. Dilu imagined it. If it hits the internal organs, it can indeed cause terrible damage. If ordinary ninja monks can't learn it, they can directly aim the highly condensed chakra at the vital points. In addition, it has a more advanced version. A soft fist spiral A. Dilu concentrated, but he didn't expect there would be a stronger change, and it was even more difficult. His poor imagination really couldn't think of how the other party mastered it. This is too abnormal. It is the complete version, and its power is far from being comparable to the explosion, and it is not the same as the soft fist of the Hyuga clan. In a sense, it has the possibility of infinite derivation. Kunyi is considered to be the founder of a school. So, it is also a power of a new system. Dilu was ashamed, scratched his head and said, I take back what I said before, these two techniques are very important to our fire temple. It's good that they are useful. Only when the transaction is mutually beneficial can there be a follow-up. Kunyi smiled. Can I ask what the absorption barrier you mentioned before is? Oh, that is the barrier technique separated from Tulaudo Muri. Kunyi briefly introduced the absorption barrier. Then, he emphasized the idea of a the chakra pool, which made Dilu excited and his eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to see it. But, unfortunately, due to the limitations of ninja tool technology, this technique is still in the research and development stage. When you develop it, please give us a copy of the Fire Temple. Dilu himself did not realize that his attitude had become more respectful, which was very different from the previous style of his predecessors. What he did not say was, at this moment, he was a little worried whether the knowledge of the immortal clan talent was enough to exchange for these things. It seems. The Fire Temple also made a profit? Dilu was in a complicated mood. The third generation smiled on the side, with a happy expression that Konoha had a successor, and then he found an excuse to go back to the office, leaving Dilu and Kunyi alone here. After a while, Dilu came back to his senses. Let me talk about the immortal clan talent. This technique was originally a protective spell for monks to subdue demons. Later, many techniques could not be used. Dilu talked ramblingly. Kunyi listened on the side without interrupting Dilu. After listening once, he nodded thoughtfully. So that's it. This technique should have been a product of the pre-ninja era. The monks probably used natural energy like the toad sage. Then the sacred tree arrived and the natural energy was absorbed. So many techniques can no longer be used. To some extent, it is the same as the immortal technique, but the monk's process is longer and more complicated. So, the method of cultivation is meditation. For now, yes. We don't have a systematic method of cultivation. Only 1 or 2 people in each generation can master it. Dilu nodded gently. Kunyi understood. Meditation should be for the purpose of sensing and adapting to natural energy. There are similar practices in Myaboku Mountain. But how to ask? Kunyi thought for a while and said, did you feel any special power when you were meditating? Chapter 62 Dilu, I regret it. I should have come earlier. Special power. Delu frowned. Why do you ask that? Because there was no chakra in the past. If the talents of the immortals were inherited from the previous spells, they should have integrated the power of another system. Kunyi explained. The power of another system. Delu couldn't help but reflect. He had never thought about these things before, mostly considering whether he could learn them. Master Delu. I just thought about it carefully, and it seems that I have sensed some differences, but they are very weak. If it weren't for long-term meditation, it would be impossible to find the changes. Hokage building. This special power alone is not enough to complete the release of spells, otherwise it would not be eliminated by the times. It is actually a variant of the Sage Chakra. The ninja monks did not create a systematic Sage mode. They just improved a magic spell, and they may not even realize that their spell is Sage Chakra. It turns out, it is a special power, and it will change with different venues. I see. Although I don't know the reason yet, I will summarize it briefly. The effect in Kyoto is not as good as that in Fire Temple. I don't know anything else. This is the talent of the immortals. Incredible. For Fire Temple, this conclusion alone is priceless. Time passes, but there are always geniuses who adapt to the tide and become the trendsetters of the times. Child, I mean you. Indeed, it is really amazing that the predecessors of Fire Temple can complete the development of this technique. If he still doesn't know what Kunyi is going to do, it would be too stupid. Delu was breathing rapidly and couldn't control his expression. Delu answered at the end. His expression was full of confusion and doubt. If Kunyi's guess is right. Kunyi continued to say guess. Death Forest. Delu seemed calm, but he was very surprised in his heart. Kunyi continued to ask. Delu looked serious. Master Dailu, can you try meditation in 3 places? This means that more ninja monks will have the opportunity to master the talents of the immortals. After testing this, let's test the others. The sage of the Fire Temple should have fused it with chakra, extracted and synthesized new power. No wonder they can become a special existence in the land of fire. Kunyi took out a pen and paper and roughly wrote down a few places around Konoha. Kunyi was full of emotion. Dailu said. And anything else? Minju. What is a genius? Pay attention to things that ordinary people don't pay attention to, and think about things that ordinary people can't think of. That's right, he wants to guide Dailu step by step to understand the true meaning of the so-called talent of the immortals. It's like this. These questions. That's exactly what the sage of the Fire Temple did. Dailu didn't say anything, just nodded silently, but in his heart. We can start the experiment from the venue. Why didn't I think about it before? Kunyi nodded, and then continued to guide. Then the environment is different, will the effect of meditation be different? No problem. Add a little bit of talent. This is a genius. The test is up to you first. I have to go back to complete the transformation design of the ceiling iron wall technique. Okay. Delu nodded gently and watched Kunyi leave. After Kunyi left, a voice sounded. Delu, how is it? Asuma, do you know what I was thinking just now? Delu sighed. I was thinking that maybe Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were just like this back then. Such a high evaluation. Asuma was surprised. He only listened to the second half, not the whole conversation between the two, so he didn't know what happened. The talent of the immortal race, he just listened to it and analyzed its essence layer by layer. I didn't believe it at first, but later I was convinced. Delu said in a complicated tone, he can notice things that ordinary people don't notice. Yes, this is where he is most talented. Asuma smoked a cigarette. Let's go to my house next. No, I want to test the talent of the immortal race first. By the way, why don't you test it together? The combination of the two of us may be more accurate. A euro. Delu came from afar just for this matter, and it was hard for Asuma to refuse. He agreed. Then he knew Kinye Euro trademark's conjecture. Different environments have different effects? No wonder Dilu was so excited. If this was true, the Fire Temple would not have to worry about the inheritance problem. They went to the Death Forest without stopping. Kinye went home and started drawing quickly. The book that Dilu brought had the location distribution of the Fire Temple Euro trademark's barrier. He only needed to draw and modify it based on the basics, but some things had to be tried first. This was a big project, and 2 days was not a lot of time. The next day, Dilu and Asuma were excited. They stayed up all night. From yesterday to now, they have been trying to meditate in different places, and finally came to the conclusion that the effect is better in the Death Forest. Not only that, even in the Death Forest, the effects of different locations are still different, which is very psychedelic. Kinye Euro trademark's conjecture is right, the effect of meditation is indeed affected by the environment. Incredible! Dilu was so excited that his hands were shaking. The Fire Temple had been passed down for so many years, but the mystery was solved in the hands of a 12-year-old boy. He saw the hope of further growth. Asuma, I regret it. What do you regret? Asuma looked over curiously. Dilu slapped his thigh hard. Why didn't I come earlier? I wasted 2 or 3 months in vain. If I had made up my mind earlier, there might be 2 or 3 more ninja monks who mastered the 1,000 hands kill in the temple. Asuma smiled slightly. The result is the only thing to talk about. Although the Fire Temple is not as complicated as Konoha, it is not possible to decide on the outer story of the method of guarding the temple in a short time. When Dilu passed it to him privately, he suffered a lot when he returned. Hey! What's wrong, is the donor Kinye not here? Dilu touched his bald head. Asuma shook his head and said, it's not that he's not here, but it may not be convenient to find him for the time being. Dilu looked forward. At the door of a house, stood a middle-aged man in a grey robe, who looked quite noble. After staring for a while, the other party turned his head and looked over. One pair of eyes was particularly eye-catching. Hyuga clan? What does he want to find Kinye for? Maybe it's for the soft fist. Asuma said seriously. Dilu had a complicated expression. The nobles of Konoha don't affect my progress here. Hyuga Hayashi narrowed his eyes, and then waited quietly at the door. He saw Kinye got up. Sorry, Senior Hayashi, I kept you waiting for a long time. Is it convenient to go in and talk? To be honest, it's not very convenient. Recently, we have some cooperation with the Fire Temple, and the house is full of their related materials. Kinye didn't expect Hayashi to come up in person. Hayashi smiled and said, it's okay. I know you are busy, so I just happened to pass by and come to talk to you. Please give me your advice. Hyuga is very interested in cooperating with you. Chapter 63, Kid, do you know the will of fire? Hayashi left. It seemed that he came just to say this sentence to show the presence of the Hyuga clan. But Chiba felt that the Hyuga clan might have quarreled so much that the meeting place was about to explode. How could a bunch of old guys be willing to accept the sudden appearance of such a rigid, powerful family and threaten their existence? It can only be said that Hayashi was anxious. Chiba wanted to laugh in his heart. Recently, he really didn't lack cooperation. Whether it was the Fire Temple or the ninja tools, there was a lot of research that he didn't have time to do. He wished he could split one day into 2 days. The design of the Fire Temple's barrier was completed. The two divided the work, and the progress was much faster. Oh, thanks to your inspiration, I thought of another optimization plan for the barrier technique, and he was optimizing and designing it. €. He picked up a book and started to draw another barrier spell. €. EI 1/4 YI 1/4 YI 1/4 YA €. At a Euro trademark S a bit messy inside, and I didn't a Euro trademark T have time to clean up the drafts €. Asuma and Dilu a Euro passed be a Euro again. Dilu wanted to explain his purpose, but he realized the meaning of Kunye Euro trademark S words halfway through his speech. A Euro. Who is the abbot of the fire temple? Dailu sighed. In order to ensure that chatting with Riza would not waste time, he left a shadow clone in the room to continue working. The shadow clone accepted his statement. Asuma complained in his heart. Our two thoughts cannot be synchronized in real time. Working together will conflict. Ida Euro trademark S better to divide the work and cooperate Euro. The barrier is completed. So fast? Dailu was overjoyed. Dailu Euro trademark S expression was hard to describe. Back in the room, Kunyi glanced at the shadow clone and pondered again and again. The shadow clone looked at him, then looked at himself. Dailu was a little confused. Euro Ryake. Ahem, Dailu, you should take a look at this barrier first. Come in. Kunyi had some free time and could sit down and read a book. Isn't it finished? It was redesigned and inspired. If it weren't for the height and the handsome but immature appearance, he would never believe that the person in front of him was just a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Afternoon. Asuma followed in, feeling mixed emotions. The other party had only been researching for a few days. They were too embarrassed to knock on the door, as if they were afraid of disturbing them. This time they came mainly for the barrier, and the rest were incidental. Now that the main goal has been completed, they can do other things later. The ceiling iron wall fire temple has been studied for many years, but it has only designed such a barrier. Chiba turned and led the way in. Oh, we are what, so soon? Asuma Jonin, Master Dailu, I'm done here, do you want to come in and take a look? A shadow clone next to him was writing and drawing over there. Asuma followed all the way, walked into the house, and saw the drafts all over the floor. Like now. He is too outstanding. Sighing, feeling that he would take his time when he returned. All the Jonin who dealt with Chiba were like this, and perhaps the most honest one was Might Guy. He had said long ago that he could not teach Chiba. What is great wisdom but foolishness? Dailu was enlightened by Asuma, and he was no longer immersed in the strong shock brought by the contrast, and calmed down a little. Kunyi handed him the design draft. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Asuma smiled apologetically, and then walked to the door. The design draft was a thick stack. Dailu did not dare to be careless, and carefully checked it page by page. He would ask Kunyi for some things he did not understand. Kunyi naturally answered them one by one. I 1/2 E degree OEAE degree I 1/2. Dailu wanted to praise a genius, but after thinking about it, the other party was probably tired of hearing such praises, and the second half of the sentence was stuck in his throat for a long time. He bowed 11 times, thank you, little donor. No need, I will help you design, and you give me the technique to seal the iron wall. It's a fair trade for everyone, and no one will make a profit. Kunyi shook his head with a smile. The sealing iron wall is indeed exquisite. It can accurately identify a certain type of chakra, and now he has thought of a perfect use for it. Medical scanning. Record the patient's own chakra, and then scan the whole body, and you will immediately know where the source of the disease is. Coincidentally, the telescope technique can record the chakra breath. The combination of the two is perfect. Kunyi's shadow clone is currently working on this creation. Having said that, by the way, Master, how are your test results? As you said, the effects of meditation in different venues are really different, even in the Death Forest. Dailu was very excited when he talked about this. Kunyi was not surprised. Sure enough. The essence of the energy of talent of the immortal clan is actually a mixture of natural energy and chakra. It's just that the details will be different later. You have to try it yourself to know the details. Kunyi pondered for a moment and said, Master, when you go back, you might as well let the ninja monks try more. Maybe some talented ones can master it. Definitely. Dailu nodded solemnly. Also, are the previous magic spells of the fire temple still there? Their principles should be the same. Many have been lost. Delu shook his head. The fire temple once declined, and it rose again after the predecessors created the Thousand Hands kill. What a pity. Qian Ye sighed. Donor, although you and I are trading, your feedback is crucial to the fire temple. I am willing to teach you the Thousand Hands kill. That's not necessary. I value this kind of power. It's enough for you to teach me knowledge and meditation. Qian Ye shook his head, but then he said, if the master is willing to help, please help me get the right to teach. Teach. Delu was entangled, weighing the possibility in his heart. I won't teach casually, but at least my recognized companions and teachers can have the opportunity to learn the skills improved by me, right? This okay, I will go back and help you mention it. Delu nodded. Qian Ye's request is not excessive. And even if they are willing to teach, not everyone can learn the talent of the immortals. It has a certain threshold. After making up his mind, Delu explained the composition and process of the fire temple. It will take more than half a month to toss. Qian Ye is not in a hurry. The talent of the immortals is indeed troublesome. Even if he himself is afraid that it will take some time to master it, plus the subsequent attempts to improve it. If he wants to teach it to others, it will take at least half a year. This is still him. If it is someone else, it will probably take longer. What's more? Next, his main body may not have time to do these, and he can only let the shadow clone to experience and sense natural energy. Delu collected a stack of information. Qian Ye sorted out the waste manuscripts on the side. These waste manuscripts need to be destroyed. Asuma happened to be here, so the trouble of starting a fire can be saved. The flames were blazing and the ashes were flying. Delu had already left in a hurry. Asuma was smoking in the yard and watching the fire quietly. Finally, he whispered, "Child, do you know the will of fire?" "What?" "As long as there are leaves flying, fire will burn." How do you understand this sentence? Chapter 64 Konoha also has a fire inheritor. Well, dry leaves are indeed flammable. Who asked you this? Asuma didn't believe that Kinyi didn't understand, but he thought about it and felt that he was extremely ridiculous. No matter how smart the other party was, he was just a child. What can he understand about the will of fire? What's more, he didn't think about the will of fire. Jade General. He rubbed his fingers, and some memories returned to his mind because of the land. What is the root? The foundation of everything. Hey, it's rude to touch a person's head, especially a smart person's head. Roots are the root system. Plants have roots before they sprout and grow leaves. Fortunately, it recovered quickly. After communicating with the shadow clone left and went to the death forest. Roots, stems and living environment. Kinyi explained. But Kinyi was right. The current limit is 70%. After walking for a while, he saw the smoke from the cooking stove in the distance. Asuma smiled at first, then was stunned and fell into deep thought. Asuma stood up and was about to say goodbye. What is a root? But it is impossible to practice ninjutsu and barrier techniques. He smiled and reached out to touch Kinyi's head, but before, Dailu mentioned that there is a place at the entrance of number 37 that is most effective. This is what they use to pull ninja tools and weapons. Ha ha ha, sorry, I'll treat you to dinner another day. It's been so long, so I should have gained something, right? Kinyi returned to the house. It's so weird. Her house is located in a remote area, but there is a big yard with a stove, blacksmithing tools, and everything. The explanation of Danzo is really one-sided. Although there are some more questions, for some reason, he feels much better than before. Thanks to Dailu and Asuma. Asuma was stunned, and then realized that he had accidentally said the problem in his heart. Without roots, there is no big tree. Asuma smiled. Kinyi thought for a moment and decided to go to Tiantian to see the progress of his study. Tianation's house was not far from him. In order to make the shadow clone last longer, Kyunyi tried to allocate more chakra to it. Even Konoha has a fire master. Forget it, the will of fire has nothing to do with me, let's practice behind closed doors. Kyunyi has not experienced many things, and it is not easy for him to understand what a team is, so how can we ask him to understand those things? Kyunyi watched him leave, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Kyunyi said again, I don't understand the will of fire, but if a plant wants to grow, it must first have roots, stems and a good living environment, and then it can have lush leaves. So, now his original body has only 30% of physical strength and energy. Did the furnace start today? There was a car parked at the door. Haha, that's true. As for himself. No, normally, the Tian family forges weapons in the morning and noon, not in the evening. Is she trying? Kyunyi immediately accelerated to rush over. Dang dang! A rhythmic sound came from inside the house, and Kyunyi looked out. It was really Tian. She was forging alone in the yard. Ding dong! The bell rang. Who? Tian looked in the direction of Kyunyi. Kyunyi jumped in, grinned and said, It's me. I didn't expect you to set a trap, but I didn't notice it. Kyunyi-kun. Aren't you very busy recently? Tian was surprised at first, and then she was surprised. She heard from Kakashi that Kyunyi's deal with the fire temple seemed to be finalized, and he had no free time recently. Yes, it just ended. Kyunyi didn't elaborate. But Tian roughly understood. It seems that the content of the cooperation has been completed, so she has free time now. You do your thing, I came here to see how your progress is, after all, chakra ninja tools are very precious, we have to hurry up. Yes, I've almost finished reading the book, and I've been practicing my skills recently. Tian continued to hammer the iron embryo. It looks like a knife. Kyunyi has nothing to say. He has only read some books on chakra ninja tool manufacturing. He is a complete layman in forging. Even if he learned some from the internet in his previous life, he didn't know the process. He only knew the general idea and didn't know whether the ninja world's system would work. So, it's better to keep silent. Hi, I've been thinking about forging before, and then my father reminded me that it's useless to just think about it. I have to practice and fight. Tian gritted her teeth and continued to hammer. Sweat was pouring down her forehead. Now my hands can perfectly master the superlimit state. That's how it should be. Everyone's situation is different. I have some ideas about your ninja tool recently. Tian said while swinging the hammer. Tell me about it. I studied it and found that it is extremely difficult to meet the requirements of the infinite whole armor. No one in Konoha may master that skill. Tian spoke in a balanced tone. I just need the storage function. Right. I thought so too. As long as we can store it, we can start trying it now. Tian said excitedly. She hammered it down and put the knife aside. Then she handed over a notebook. It was filled with her draft. She flipped to the end. Kyunyi saw a design drawing. He didn't know how to forge, but these. I've read a lot of related books recently, and I know a little bit about it. There's no big problem with the structure. But Tian didn't know much about the barrier technique, and she was a little bit behind in the setting and integration of the technique, and it was a little unrealistic. You continue, I'll modify this drawing, and tomorrow we'll ask the third generation to forge one and try. Ah? So fast? Tianation's eyes widened. Fast? The village has been studying the 4 ninja tools for a long time. If we don't do it, we won't even get a share of the soup. Kyunyi squatted on a stone pier, put the notebook on his legs and started to modify it. Tian agreed when she heard it. She scratched her head and said, but where do we get the materials? Of course we ask the village for it. Do we have to pay for it ourselves? My chakra iron is all for making weapons. Kyunyi was justified. We have made such a great contribution to the village, it's not too much to take some materials for research, right? If the third Hokage is so stingy, then find Danzo. As the old man said, their goals are the same when it comes to ninja tools. Then no need, I'll go and tell you. Take a look at this drawing. After all, it's you who will forge it. Qinyi handed the drawing over. Tian Tian took it and looked at it, and was immediately surprised. This. It can't be said to be a modification, it can only be said that it was all redrawn. It seems not much different, but it's actually completely different. Qinyi, why do you want to change it like this? Your plan is very good, but you didn't consider a problem. What? It's too expensive, and it's not suitable for training. The first version shouldn't be so perfect. It's a bit too ambitious. Qinyi explained. He hopes to promote this kind of chakra ninja tool. If each one uses chakra iron, Konoha can't make many. But how to store it like this? Shadow clone. Qinyi reminded. Tian Tian was slightly startled, and then woke up as if from a dream. Yes. She thought that chakra iron was needed because of the storage medium. If the medium uses shadow clones, there is no need for precious materials at all. It is only necessary to achieve the coordination and transformation of the absorption barrier, and the difficulty will drop sharply. Chapter 65 Learning Too Fast, a bit strange. Hokage-sama, this is the preliminary sketch that Tian Tian and I designed together. We want to try it. Ha ha ha, you are indeed a young genius. Since you have drawn it, let's try it. The third generation took it with a smile, took a closer look, and then narrowed his eyes. This design drawing. This design should not be your original intention, right? How well does the third generation know Chiba? This child has always designed multiple plans, and then progressed layer by layer. The one in front of him is probably the worst one. Well, but it's the most practical. If I follow my original intention, I may have to invest a lot of chakra iron. Do we have it in Konoha? By the way, let Kakashi take the sister to cut the right yellow quail A°san. There is a mission. In addition, the apology document has been sent from the Takumai ninja village recently. Qinyi rolled his eyes and just laughed. The third generation smiled and said, you go and try it. If you succeed, we will talk about the better one. Qinyi left the Hokage's office, and his heart was hot. Only by creating a batch of materials and conducting various tests can we improve them layer by layer. Qinyi nodded. If it is the latter. How is it? Just like Qinyi gave some ideas to others to create. Qinyi nodded heavily. The third generation blushed and couldn't help coughing a few times to suppress the embarrassment. Hessa is at her house. You go to find Gecko Hessa, and I'll go to find Kakashi teacher. Ah! Walking downstairs, Tian Tian looked anxious. The third generation pondered for a moment, coughed lightly and said, yes, there are still some. Ahem, this is the village's chakra iron. The one I gave you before is my personal one. You can't generalize. Moonlight and Shad are practicing swords above. Judging from the surrounding environment, it should be the clan land of the Moonlight clan. One person's plan is short. If the third generation agrees, they can go to the ninja tool factory in Konoha to forge this thing. The same is true for Tian Tian. After making a seal and wiping it, a picture emerges. The stored chakra can be the chakra of ordinary people or the chakra of tailed beasts. Although the benefits will be less, you don't have to worry about it yourself, and you can free your energy from those chores. Why look for them? We haven't been on a mission for a long time. As for Tian Tian. Yes. Tian Tian was puzzled. The best kind is extremely precious, but the effect will also be stronger. Qinyi reminded. The important thing is to practice, not to forge this thing by hand. Okay. Qinyi didn't hide it. If he had to make every piece himself, Tian Tian didn't have the ability, and there was really no need. They were asked to do a task during their visit to the ninja tool factory. The third generation had thought of a way to give them performance. It's done. Kyunyi didn't know what to say for a moment. I understand. Kyunyi took her out of the Hokage building and arrived at a relatively secluded place. He took out a mirror. He understood, and the third generation understood even better. Tenten immediately became happy. Kyunyi changed the object of his search. After a while, Kakashi appeared in the mirror. His position. Kyunyi was a little surprised, because Kakashi was observing his shadow clone. This is not surprising. With Kakashi's ability to walk and observe, it is very easy to find the abnormality between Jilu, Asuma, and himself. What's more, with his own personality, he specially split a shadow clone and sat motionless in the forest. Even an ordinary Chunin would know that there is something strange. He thought about it and released the shadow clone. The next moment, Kyunyi's eyes went dark, and a great sense of fatigue flooded into his mind, almost making him faint. Fortunately, his mental strength was strong, and he withstood the fatigue backlash of the shadow clone. No wonder multiple shadow clones are forbidden techniques. Only a freak like Naruto can bear the fatigue that is released after multiple shadow clones have accumulated for a long time. Ashura Chakra Reincarnation. Chiba is really envious, but it's a pity that ordinary people can't get that kind of power, and there is an immortal Six Paths sage behind him. The risk is too great. Death Forest. Kakashi looked at the shadow clone that suddenly disappeared and couldn't help but be stunned. Disappeared? What is Chiba doing? Could it be? Did Dailu really teach him the talent of the sages? Forget it, just go and ask. Kakashi pushed down his forehead protector, covering his Sharingan, and then rushed to Konoha from the Death Forest. When he arrived in Konoha, he soon saw Chiba. Are you waiting for me? Yes. Chiba told the third generation's mission. Kakashi laughed dumbly. Hokage-sama is really. The third generation's mission is very simple. After going to the ninja tool factory, you just need to escort a batch of ninja tools back. This is a sea-level mission. The main purpose. It is to brush the data to make their team's mission data look better. Kakashi couldn't help laughing. Okay, we haven't been on a mission for a long time anyway, so it's a good time to go. I thought so too. It just so happens that the new ninja tools need the cooperation of Kakashi teacher. You made it. So that's it. You are going to make ninja tools. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Kyunyi mentioned the new ninja tools to him, and he was very excited at the time, and he couldn't wait to see the real thing. Unexpectedly, in just over 2 months, Tian and Kyunyi have already made it. Awesome. By the way, what is your shadow clone doing? Kakashi asked the question in his heart. Kyunyi smiled and said, I thought the teacher was going to find the answer himself. I'm not that boring. The talent of the immortal clan. Kyunyi whispered. Kakashi's single eye widened slightly. Wow! He really got the talent of the Sage clan from the Fire Temple? What kind of deal did Chiba make with Jilu? Kakashi was secretly shocked. Y'all learned it? Yeah, I learned it. I feel that I mastered it too quickly. It's a bit strange. Hehe. Kakashi rolled his eyes and thought he was being Versailles. Chiba is really not Versailles. Natural energy is not like ordinary chakra. It cannot be absorbed and integrated by strong chakra control ability and mental strength. Genius like the 4th generation, what he learned was just a half-finished product. Orochimaru is even worse. He clearly arrived at the Ryokai cave but failed to learn the sage mode. Jiraiya also relied on the help of 2 sages to barely open the sage mode. It can be seen that it has a very high threshold, but he easily absorbed the natural energy contained in the clone. As for the strange part, the cultivation of the talent of the immortal race is not like the immortal mode or immortal chakra. It seems to exist in a form of integration into the body, a bit like the ancient method of demon slaying. This is an existence between natural energy and immortal chakra. In fact, he has a guess. The fact that he can easily accommodate natural energy may be related to the reluminescence of the Bodhi seeds. Every change has its benefits. This change may be a change in physique. However, it is only a guess at present, and there is no actual data to support it. Let's go, meet up with Tian Tian and the others first. Kakashi was very tired and didn't want to talk. I've been a bit lazy recently, and I forgot to update regularly at noon. Sorry. Chapter 66 Geniuses are geniuses in any field. Teacher Kakashi, why do you look so unhappy? Tian Tian followed all the way and left the scope of Konoha village, and finally couldn't help asking. Ah. Kakashi raised his eyes and said listlessly, nothing, just lost my way in life. Kyunyi opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. The talent of the immortal clan. It's not the time yet. He can only reveal it to Kakashi and others after Dailu has discussed with the fire temple. Kakashi glanced at it, shook his head slightly and said nothing. The four continued to move forward. Kyunyi observed silently, without speaking or giving instructions along the way. Of course. This is the time to lay the foundation. When she gets into the door and masters her own style, there is no need to do so. She walked in front and led the way. His is just his. We're here. The ninja tool factory is in front. I've been here before. Tian Tian pointed excitedly in the distance. This is related to Naruto's immaturity in his early years. He was a great craftsman in his early years, but he is old and weak, and now he can no longer forge ninja tools, and gradually retreats to the backstage to take charge of management. Of course. Kyunyi sighed. Moonlight and essays lightning escape and swordsmanship. It's really a bit outrageous. Of course. This ninja tool needs to be used in conjunction with the barrier technique. The material is not completely made of iron. I have already noted the parts that need to be made of iron. Demoto was surprised, and then nodded slightly. Do you have a drawing? After a while, he met the person in charge here. Before meeting Jiraiya, the prince's life was really. He handed it over every day. Hokage-sama. If it were Sasuke and the others, this set would not work. Grandpa Domoto, we are here to forge a ninja tool under the order of Hokage-sama. Kakashi has never taught specific techniques, and is more of a tool to answer questions. Yes. She even greeted some people when she saw them, obviously she recognized them. She was very familiar with this place, as if she was at home. Kyunyi glanced at it and sighed secretly in her heart. Kyunyi looked at Kakashi. Tia Nation's ninja tools and Earth Escape Ninjutsu. She has been addicted to swordsmanship. It is hard to say whether it is good or bad at the moment, but it is better than having no direction. As a teacher, he is conscientious. Hesha practiced swordsmanship on the road, fascinated. It was the experience that made Naruto mature from the initial immaturity. Strangely, such an environment could not knock a person down. It's pretty good. None of the three people is like me. Domoto took it and looked at it carefully, then nodded and praised, I don't understand this drawing, but it is very well drawn and very neat. Only when you practice it yourself can it truly belong to you. The teacher seems lazy, but in fact he has been secretly observing them, otherwise he can't give precise guidance. Her parents had worked and studied here in their early years. And herself. The person in charge was called Domoto. Let's go. Chiba walked up and pointed out one by one. Domoto looked at it for a while, then looked at Chiba with some surprise, you know these. Whether it is the barrier technique or the coordination of ninja tools, they are all very advanced trades. Nowadays, no craftsman in the ninja tool factory can do it. The child in front of him talked eloquently, obviously knowing it. I know a little bit. Ahem, Mr. Domoto, this ninja tool is still in the experimental stage. Why not make it and try it out first? since it is the order of the Hokage, and there is Kakashi Jonin here, I think there will be no problem. I will let my men make it. Domoto was silent for a few seconds, and then decisively skipped the topic. Who would be willing to be a craftsman if they can be a ninja? Most of the craftsmen in the factory are civilians who are not even genin, and they really can't experience the joy of genius. I want to try it too. Tian volunteered. Domoto was stunned for a moment, then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded gently. Okay, but you have to abide by the factory rules. Yes. Tenten followed happily. Chiba and the others followed behind. After arriving at the factory, Kazusa stopped practicing swordsmanship and followed behind silently. When the three of them were some distance away from Tenten and Domoto, she whispered, Chiba, what are the rules? I don't know. Chiba's answer did not satisfy Kazusa. Her shocked and unexpected expression made Chiba quite speechless. Could it be? I should know this? He sighed and said, Tenten should have been here before. Her family sells ninja tools and weapons. She must have connections. So it turns out that she is a master. I don't read every book. If I don't come here to work, why should I read their rules? Chiba complained speechlessly. Kazusa couldn't help but snicker. Kakashi was on the side, holding a book in his hand, staring at the road, feeling very comfortable with his two minds splitting. He seemed to have forgotten his previous depression. Domoto made arrangements quickly. When he arrived at the factory, he selected 3 of the best craftsmen to be responsible for the forging, and then found a master for Tian. Chiba and the others watched from the side. However, in addition to wrought iron, there were also wood and barrier techniques. Domoto arranged 2 craftsmen who were good at wood tools to forge them. Time passed by, and the wood tools were completed. Senior, leave the rest to me. Can we watch? Domoto hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Many of these techniques were confidential, but he was really curious about how far a child had learned barrier techniques. In addition, can this barrier ninja tool succeed? Kakashi looked at Domoto, squinted at the craftsman, and then said, let's go to the quiet room on the side. Thank you very much. Domoto was extremely excited. It's not something too secret. Kyunyi smiled and shook his head, but did not refuse Kakashi's kindness. He went to a secluded room next to him, then took out a carving knife and a paintbrush and began to carve. He didn't know how to carve, but his knife skills were not weak and his hands were steady. That was enough. The lines were engraved very smoothly, and the horizontal and vertical lines were neat. This skill alone made Domoto admire him. Even if this child is not a ninja, he can become a great craftsman. Is it possible that geniuses are geniuses in every field? Even though he is over 60 years old, he can't help but be jealous. Engrave the spells one by one. The spells gradually become more eye-catching as the pen and ink are applied. Kakashi's eyes became serious. This barrier spell doesn't seem to be from the absorption barrier, but from another barrier spell, but he seems to have seen it somewhere. Where? He couldn't help but think carefully. Thinking for a long time, a flash of inspiration flashed through Kakashi's mind. Fire Temple. The 2 stone statues at the entrance of the Fire Temple. So that's it. Kakashi understood. The 2 stone statues are the core of the Fire Temple barrier spell. The spells on them are obviously related to the transformation and gathering of chakra. Now they are used by Kyunyi to integrate into the absorption barrier. It's amazing. He looked at the others silently. He had seen the information of these craftsmen in the Umbu. They are all well educated and very reliable. There should be no problem. Furthermore, just as Chiba said, only a small part of the painting is on the ninja tool. It will not work without the cooperation of other barrier techniques, and he felt that Chiba had something to hide. Chapter 67. It's a pity that he was born more than 10 years later. Did they go to the ninja tool factory? Yes. Well, don't worry about them, how about ours? One has been made. Okay. Danzo got up and went to the Hokage building. When he arrived outside the office, he raised his mouth slightly and pushed the door open. Hiruzen, a ninja tool has been copied. Oh? Which ninja tool? Danzo said coldly, I may have some ideas, but I said, I am also for Konoha. A replica of the peacock twin swords. The third generation sighed secretly in his heart, and then put out the crystal ball. Danzo said lightly. The third generation said lightly. After a while. Anything else? Really? To be honest, I still don't quite agree with your so-called roots, especially since someone said this a while ago. In the crystal ball, Chiba has already set up his formation. Kakashi, Kasa, Tenten and Chiba are standing in 4 directions, holding barrier ritual talismans. Danzo was silent. After a moment, he said with a dull look, I don't want to argue about this today. Of course. The ritual talismans in their hands are the mouths of the reception, which are used to increase the absorption effect of the absorption barrier, and are also adapted from the ceiling iron wall. How much effect can the ninja tools achieve? Danzo raised his eyebrows. The 4 of them made seals together. The shadow clone in the middle sat quietly. Chiba made seals with both hands. There is nothing that Danzo can't see about Chiba's situation. Everyone has the same interests in the matter of chakra ninja tools. After many years, the creation can still stand at the forefront of ninja tools in the ninja world. It must be said that Qingming is indeed talented. The third generation was slightly surprised, and at the same time he calmly wiped away the picture on the crystal ball. I wanted to take it to the soil. The third generation sighed. Haha, this is your work, right? You haven't slacked off in all these years to be able to study wind escape to this extent. The third generation sighed silently. Really? 70% to 80%. After a while, the chakra of the 4 people slowly moved to the middle. Let's go. Danzo handed over a drawing. It seems that this design was changed temporarily. Although the ceiling iron wall is a sealing technique, due to its special nature, it brings considerable benefits to Chiba. Very good, the one from the Takumai ninja village is really amazing. In the middle is Kakashi's shadow clone. The root does not represent darkness, but everything hidden under the land and being nurtured. Since Chiba knew about it, his technique seems to be getting more and more famous. In order to make Konoha stronger, the third generation looked at it. The third generation did not speak, but stroked the crystal ball. The third generation paused for a moment, and then said, roots are the foundation of everything. Only with roots can there be stems, branches, and leaves. Danzo nodded, and then sneered, you are talented, but it is wishful thinking to rely on these to stand in the ninja world. Let's start. The chakra in my body has increased by 30%. 30%? How is everyone's loss? Kunyi frowned. 20%. 40%. X2. Kakashi, Tian, and Kazusa answered one by one. Kunyi nodded and told his loss. 30%. However, he did not tell the truth. In fact, Kunyi's loss was only about 20%. Counting the physical and mental strength that were recovering, it might be less than 20%. In other words, his chakra was about the same as Kakashi's. It's a bit of a loss. Kunyi frowned. The chakras of him and Kakashi combined are 10% more than what the shadow clones get, and then there are the chakras of Tenten and Kazusa. Although the chakras of the 2 of them are not much, they are definitely not too little. The loss in the middle is a bit high. Chakra conversion and barrier maintenance itself consumes energy, and it is amazing to have such a conversion effect. Kakashi was very satisfied and felt that Chiba was too careless. How can it be completely converted? He thought about it and said, but it would be better to optimize it if it can be optimized. Yes, can you use the ninja tools to release chakra in reverse? This is easy. Kunyi made a seal, and the absorption barrier quickly changed to another mode. Then, chakra was dispersed from the shadow clone to the 4 people. After returning part of it, the shadow clone returned. Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, "It can be optimized in 2 directions, one is the inside, and the other is the barrier technique." Kyunyi nodded. The shadow clone actively cooperates inside to guide the chakra absorption. It's not difficult. I'll think of a way. You can nest an absorption barrier inside to see if there are more chakras needed to support the barrier or more chakras saved. Kyunyi reminded. Kakashi was slightly startled, and then sighed softly. I finally took the initiative, but this kid thought of it again. It's a big blow. Okay, try again. Hehe, this kid is pursuing the limit. In fact, in my opinion, the effect is already very good. The 3rd generation laughed and closed the screen on the crystal ball. Danzo was silent for a while. It was gratifying that he and his subordinates imitated the peacock swords, but compared with Chiba's gains, it seemed nothing to be proud of. After all, they were just imitating, while the other party innovated from the existing technology and came up with new functions and applications. A brand new ninja tool. Restore chakra. Although it has its flaws, its function is unquestionable. Restore others. The chakra of the gods gathered on one person can definitely change the situation of the war at a critical moment. What a pity! If Chiba was born a dozen years earlier, the outcome of the war would be very different. A trace of eagerness and regret flashed in Danzo's eyes. Once upon a time, he thought Orochimaru was already a genius in research, and Chiba was just another Orochimaru. Now it seems that the two are completely different. Orochimaru has more thoughts of his own, and he has not seen any obvious weaknesses in this child. It is a great pity in life that such talents cannot be used for oneself. Sarutobi Hiruzen was right in front of him. He did not show too much emotion, just nodded slightly, and then said, "I will send the information later." Okay. The 3rd generation nodded slightly. Danzo left quietly, seemingly without any emotional waves, but as an old friend, how could the 3rd generation not know his thoughts? He took out his pipe and took a puff, and then looked quietly at the village behind him. What is the root in the child's heart? Mr. 3rd generation. Shikaku, haha, I heard that your kid has been working harder recently and has been well taught. No, he was driven away. Shikaku smiled helplessly. Family members know their own affairs, how could he not know what Shikamaru is like? No goals, no fighting spirit. The reason why he has a little fighting spirit now is entirely because of Chiba in front of him. In a sense, he has to thank Chiba, but he doesn't need to mention this in front of Sunday. So, he just smiled and handed over the documents. These are 2 documents sent by the medical team. One is the latest research on the location of the source of the disease, and the other is the research progress of the combined medical technique. Let me see. Sunday took it and looked at it for a few times, then clapped his hands in joy. It has been applied to surgery? Good. Great, promote it and let as many people as possible learn it. Yes. Chapter 68 Teacher, you also created your own ninjutsu? Senior Kitayama, this operation was so successful that even a tough bone like Aberme was taken down. There was excitement in Baiko's voice. It's not easy for the Aberme family to be poisoned. We also have a rare opportunity. Fortunately, we seized the opportunity and verified the necessity of improving the joint operation. Kitayama Oyu breathed a sigh of relief. The Aberme clan has a lot of worms in their bodies, and they were targeted with infectious poisons. It is really difficult to determine the source of the disease. Fortunately, Chiba's technique is strong enough. Alas, after this operation, I don't want to take patients from the Aberme clan in the future. It's really... Baiko continued to complain. Indeed. The 2 didn't notice that there was a man in a robe and sunglasses sitting by the door. He stood up silently. Kitayama Oyu said secretly. I don't know, I didn't notice it at all. Fortunately, he didn't care, otherwise he would definitely be complained. In terms of innovative ninjutsu, it is not that strong. Since Tsunade-sama left, there have been few new jutsu. The last one was the chakra needle created by Chiba. Although they also participated, they were too embarrassed to say that they created it themselves. Kitayasu Ou and Baiko looked at each other. Anyway, thank you very much. Believe it or not, I will give you a beautiful and bad joke next time. Although it is a bit troublesome, I'm sorry, I mean that the difficulty of this operation is a bit high. In addition, the success of the operation is not my own credit. Captain Kitayasu, thank you so much for the successful operation. If it weren't for you, the child would never be saved. After he walked away, the two whispered. Combined with Chiba's performance, there is no doubt who created the new jutsu. When did he come? But she also understood the level of Konoha's medical team before. If it was worse, it must be not really. Konoha's medical team is the best in the ninja world. For targeted poisoning infections, it is difficult for them to find the source of the poison and remove it in a short time. Bei Shangsu was halfway through his speech when he realized the other party's identity and shuddered all over. We used the latest medical ninjutsu to quickly and accurately find the source of the disease. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more dangerous it will be. Aber Mei Shiwei adjusted her sunglasses, and then smiled with a stiff expression. I understand, thank you. You are no wonder, I always feel that there is a lot of connotation in it. The latest medical ninjutsu? No wonder. Aber Mei Shiwei bowed lightly and walked towards the ward. It seems that I am the one who handles complaints. Aber Mei Shiwei was silent at the door of the corner ward. Although the distance was far, the ninja's hearing was really good. He stood silently for a moment, then pushed the door and walked in. Anyway, at least the child was saved. Pushing the door in, he saw a figure that was beyond his expectations. Danzo-sama. Shiwei, sit down. Shiwei was silent for a few seconds, then sat down on the side. His tribe members didn't wake up so quickly. Danzo sat by the window and whispered, do you think this incident was an accident? I don't know. He shook his head and didn't directly say what he thought. Although the Aber Mei tribe is still supplying power to the root, it doesn't mean that he and Danzo are the same. It's just because some of their interests coincide. Shiwei was unsure of Danzo's thoughts and planned to wait and see. Danzo sneered and said, the Upper Water clan is almost extinct. How can they have the energy to study drugs for the Aber Mei tribe? Maybe the Hidden Rock village reused them again. Shiwei sighed. The enemy is often the one who knows you best. The Upper Water clan may also make special poisons. Jiwei, this level of research cannot be the product of the upper stream. The researcher is someone else. Unfortunately, I don't have a target. Danzo sighed, then stood up. I'll point you to someone who can help you. Who? Yajiyo Chiba. Chiba, what do you think? Use your eyes to see. Well, to be honest, there is no good optimization plan at present. Using the absorption barrier inside and outside at the same time can certainly enhance efficiency, but there are also big problems. Chiba rubbed his temple. One problem is solved, and another problem arises. The double barrier inside and outside does greatly improve efficiency, but not everyone can learn this barrier technique. Even for the senior ninja, it is rare to master the barrier technique. Indeed. Tenten thought for a while, if we use chakra iron, it may be solved. That's too extravagant. Moonlight and SA whispered. It takes a lot of chakra iron to make such a large ninja tool. If you use it to make knives, you can forge several of them. What a waste. Okay, these are the issues that Hokage and his team need to consider, so let's talk about these models. Kakashi brought the topic back. So, everyone made a brief summary of the 4 sets that have been made so far. Unlike chakra weapons, the impact of forging technology is almost zero if the structure and technique remain unchanged. Good news. This proves that it has the ability to be mass-produced. The only pity is that it is not very convenient and is difficult to use in ordinary team missions. It is a ninja tool that is only needed on the battlefield or for collective actions of multiple teams. Don't feel sorry for it. As the first version, it is relatively successful. Kakashi smiled and joked with himself, take my self-created ninjutsu as an example. The defects were very fatal when it was first created. Is it the one with lightning? Yu Guangheisha's eyes lit up. That technique was so cool that she wanted to learn it when she saw it. However, she couldn't find it after searching for it. It turned out to be Kakashi's own ninjutsu. So Kakashi also has his own ninjutsu. Tenten looked surprised and unbelievable. Kakashi closed his eyes and said with a dry laugh, "Don't you look like it? I was also a very famous genius back then." Kakashi, that's not what I meant. It's just. Tenten meant that you might think you don't look like it now. Chiba added kindly. No, it's not. Tenten blushed. After all, Kakashi doesn't seem to read books every day. He is either late or reading books that children can't touch. It doesn't look like he can create his own ninjutsu. Teacher Kakashi once used that technique to cut off lightning. Chiba stood up for Kakashi. Moonlight and SA asked quickly, "Teacher, what happened later? Did you overcome this defect?" "To some extent, I think so." Kakashi sighed. "Sharingan," Chiba said, "Kakashi's skills are more used for surprise attacks and assassinations. They require high-speed movement in battle, and the flaw should be that ordinary people cannot control it." "Yet." Kakashi nodded. After praising, he felt something was not good. This child has accumulated a lot of knowledge, and many skills can become his own after reading them once. The secret of Reikari can't be hidden from Chiba. This kid. Couldn't he come up with a better solution? Chapter 69. Have you considered active poisoning? Is that so? I don't have a Sharingan, so it seems I have no chance with this technique. Hesha sighed disappointedly. She has currently learned lightning release, and can use lightning release chakra to stimulate the body, so she knows the state at high speed. It's too difficult to control it perfectly without Sharingan. Once the speed blessing is lost, Reikari will be useless for her who doesn't have much chakra. It doesn't have to be copied. Kakashi's Reikari, to put it bluntly, is to add form change on the basis of property change. Chiba said while packing up the ninja tools and destroying the scene, form change is not such an inconvenient thing. Is there any way? Hesha's eyes lit up. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and glanced at Tenten. "Tenten, you have a sealing scroll, right?" Tenten looked at Kakashi's receding back and couldn't help but raise his hand and punch him. Kakashi smiled. He also had several versions of the plan, and some of them had already created new forms of ninjutsu, but he was very curious about Chiba's plan. Sealing techniques are notoriously difficult to learn. In order to get the sealing scroll, Tenten once worked very hard, so his cultural grades in the ninja school rose sharply. You want to seal ninja tools, right? Okay. Hi. Well, aren't we going to escort a batch of ninja tools back? You can help put them into the sealing scroll when the time comes. Ninja techniques without seals are indeed a method. This guy must be seeking revenge, right? Small-minded. She put away the 4 sets of ninja tools with the sealing scroll. He waved his hand and the raise-nan was quickly generated. Kakashi was more in favor of it. By the way, Tenten, are you interested in sealing techniques? Tenten joked to himself. This is the way he thought of, but he hasn't come up with a good solution yet. She felt that her talent was limited to this. In addition to these, it is to train your body. Teacher Kai can still ensure quick reaction during high-speed movement. Sealing technique? Of course I am interested, but it doesn't seem to be very interested in me. However, that's true, but this kind of training requires constant fighting, and it is still difficult to complete the training in peacetime. What solution can this child come up with? For example, combine Chidori with blades, kunao and other ninja tools, or condense them into needles, guns, or cover the whole body. Kyunyi paused for a moment before continuing. In addition, you can also speed up the release and release lightning escape at the moment of attack, just like. Kyunyi shook his head. It's not a stronger sealing technique, but a stronger one, such as the sealing array and the three-way seal. Is that so? Tian pondered as he walked. After thinking about it, Kyunyi made sense. I have already accumulated so much knowledge about sealing techniques. If I work hard, won't I be able to master those 2 sealing techniques? It's worth learning 2 more techniques. Didn't Chiba defeat many enemies by using the sealing array and the absorption barrier in the previous mission? It can be seen that there are no weak techniques, only weak ninjas. Tian is quick-witted, Chiba-kun, it has to be you. No. Tian took a few steps and suddenly felt very strange. Thinking carefully, since I was in the same team with Chiba, my study plan seems to be getting fuller and fuller. At the beginning, there were only ninja tools. And now, forging, ninjutsu, and a sealing technique. It seems that Kazusa is the same. She wanted to practice swordsmanship, assassination, and concealment at the beginning, and now she has swordsmanship and lightning escape. Wait. Why does she have so much less than me? Tian tilted her head and looked at Kyunyi. Why do I have to learn more than Kazusa? Is this the point? Isn't it? Tian put her hands on her hips. Because you have a deeper knowledge base and better talent. To become a jonin, you can't just be able to control ninja tools. Kyunyi taught earnestly. Then we should let her know shame and then be brave. That makes sense. Never try to reason, even if this is in the world of ninjas. Kyunyi slandered in his heart. But Tianation's emotions came and went quickly. She was just complaining, and she knew very well that Kyunyi was good. Now she is a little tired, but the improvement in strength is also real. Ah, this mission is so easy. It's like a free gift, but, Lord Hokage, wouldn't you use such a mission to fool us? Don't worry, hi. Kakashi was about to comfort Tenten, but when he arrived at the door to fill out the form, he felt a prying eye. Looking over, the familiar outfit. Senior Jiwei, are you waiting for us? Kakashi said, glancing at Chiba calmly. He has now resigned from the position of captain of the Umbu, and Aberame Jiwei is unlikely to look for him. It is likely that he is waiting for his disciple here. However, why? Could it be that he thinks Chiba also studies insects? Kakashi secretly guessed the purpose of Aberame Jiwei's visit. Aberame Jiwei looked Xiang Kyunyi was silent for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, Kyunyi asked first, Senior Jiwei is looking for me. Yes, I need your help with something. Jiwei nodded. Teacher Kakashi. Yes, you and Senior Jiwei go first, I will help you with the registration and reporting. Thank you very much. Kyunyi thanked him in advance, and then walked through the gate and walked to a remote corner with Aberame Jiwei. Aberame Jiwei released the parasitic worm. After a few seconds, he said, some time ago, my people were poisoned when they were on a mission. I heard that parasitic worms can decompose many toxins. Ordinary poisons should not be fatal to you. Is it a poison for parasitic worms? That's right. Jiwei's tone did not fluctuate, but a hint of joy appeared on his face. This young man is really a genius. He calmed down and continued, these toxins will spread and infect along with the parasites, and are obviously specifically targeted at us. Toxins targeting parasites. Umakame Ryu? Unlikely. Although the Umakame Ryu is the old enemy of the Aberame clan, they were not valued at all in the Hidden Rock village after their defeat. They gradually weakened over the years, and now the number of clan members is in the single digit. Kyunyi frowned, but then he shook his head secretly. Why do I think about these things? Obviously. The poisoning was not something that happened in the original trajectory at all, and the information from my previous life was not enough to help me find the target. What's more, other people don't know that I am a time traveler, so how could they ask me about the target of the poison? You want me to help develop an antidote? Yes. Jiwei nodded. Do you have any toxins left? If so, I can try it, but I'm a bit busy recently and may not be able to get it out quickly. Yet, Jiwei was not surprised. Developing an antidote is a miracle if it can be developed quickly. Qinyi quickly said, but I just thought of a solution that is not a solution. What solution? Have you considered taking the initiative to poison? Chapter 70 Teacher, are you shocked? Taking the initiative to poison? Aber Meishiwei was stunned, and then quickly reacted. Use the ability of parasites to evolve. Yes, the offspring of parasites that reproduce after being poisoned once may remember this toxin and optimize themselves during reproduction and childbirth. Qinyi nodded. Aber Meishiwei pondered for a moment and muttered to herself, yeah, why didn't I think of it? But the other party can target parasites, which means they know the Aber Mei clan very well. I feel that the other party is either from the Sand Village or Cough Cough. Qinyi did not mention the sensitive name, but I think Aber Meishiwei understood it. Aber Meishiwei certainly considered Orochimaru. Qinyi asked. He quickly realized Chi's idea. Jiwei thought for a moment and said, not at the moment. Aber Meishiwei's expression was a little dull. That person is an expert in poison. There are really such bugs in the clan. But we don't know medical ninjutsu. Qinyi nodded. In addition, they have cooperated with the Umbu and root of Konoha, and their strength should not be underestimated. There is no harm in making friends with them. If it can be so tiny that it cannot be seen by the naked eye, it will be even better. Such bugs can enter the human body without even a knife. Aber Meishiwei had never thought about it before, but now he was convinced, as if. What's more? Aber Meishiwei was silent, opened his mouth several times, and finally did not speak. That's not the case, but I am very interested in the parasitic bugs in your family, like the sister wall EEEAAE plus or minus I1/2. If it is expanded further, it may be used in treatment on a large scale. Treatment? Qinyi's eyes lit up, staring at Aber Meishiwei, his mind turning. He thought for a moment and said, if the evolution can be completed, then there is no need for an antidote. The other party obviously meant more than just detoxification. This kind of bug is not difficult. As long as it is cultivated in a targeted way, 1 or 2 can always be raised. When the time comes, a large number of bugs can be raised by breeding. If it weren't for Chiba, he wouldn't have thought in this direction at all. Chiba didn't care. Incredible. Some wounds are inconvenient to operate on, and bugs are more useful. The difficult part is thinking. Detoxification bugs are very common in the Aber Mei clan, and are basically one of the bugs they must bring. You mean absorbing medical chakra and then letting the bugs enter the body to release it? Yes, do you have bugs that temporarily store chakra? Aber Meishiwei. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but say, Chiba, do you also study bugs? So bugs can also participate in medical treatment? What does that matter? I don't know how to do it either. As long as you know medical knowledge and know how to cooperate, it's fine. It's not the same era to use traditional medical techniques. Well, but it takes time to study poisons, or you can try to dilute and inoculate the extracted toxins. But Jiwei whispered to himself. He was happy to help the Aber Mei clan. Ordinary people may not be able to accept being with insects, but it is indeed very useful. It's not impossible. Qinyi reminded again. Insect research is also a blue ocean, I hadn't even thought of it before. This. No wonder Danzo would recommend Yajiu Chiba. This kid's ideas are too bizarre, and his thinking level seems to be one level higher than that of ordinary people. He pondered for a long time, but couldn't utter a word of praise. Like genius. It's not enough to praise the other party. After holding it in for a long time, he sighed, "What a pity! What a pity! Is there any problem?" "No, I pity you are too young. If you are a few years older, I really want you to take care of my son." Aberme Jiwei was a little embarrassed. Chiba is only 13 years old. Even if he is capable enough, it is not appropriate to be promoted to a special jonin in peacetime at this age. That is not helping him, but harming him. If you don't mind, I hope you can write a report and we can jointly apply for a research project. Ahem, this okay, thank you very much. Aberme Jiwei wanted to refuse. But at the same time, he wanted to go to the Book of Creation and see the new ninjutsu in the Book of Creation, which was really hard to refuse. Besides, if it really worked, he would owe a big favor. What should he thank him with? The soldier pills and medicinal baths that the other party had improved and developed are very popular in Konoha now. Obviously, he doesn't seem to be someone who is short of money. Aberme Jiwei had a headache. What about the antidote? Oh, there's no need for the antidote. Let's go back and check the poison. Okay. Chiba didn't volunteer to study the poison. The Aberme clan couldn't let others do this kind of deadly poison. Aberme Jiwei left in a happy but heavy mood. Chiba came out from the corner and saw Kakashi and the others eating skewers on the roadside, waiting for him to finish talking. He walked over and snatched a skewer from Tianation's hand. You. Thank you. Chiba took a bite, with a satisfied look on his face. Tian was about to say something but stopped. She had just licked the skewer of sausage. Forget it. It's not important, just treat it as nothing. She put it in her heart and asked, "What did the head of the Aberme family ask you to do?" Ahem. Kakashi coughed lightly. This question is taboo. Moonlight and SA were also curious, but she knew that it was probably forbidden to ask about secret techniques. Nothing, just consulting about medical matters, and then I gave some suggestions, and asked them if they have any intention to develop medical care. Puff. Kakashi sprayed a mouthful of drink into his mouth. Fortunately he was wearing a mask and didn't spray other people. But his face was all wet, but at this time, he didn't care about the mask. Aberme clan, medical care. Yes, if the parasitic bug can temporarily store medical chakra, and then drill into the human body to release it, sometimes the effect is much stronger than medical ninjutsu. Chiba looked strange. Is this matter worth making such a fuss? This. Let the bug drill into the body? Tenten and Kazusa shuddered. What a terrible medical treatment. Kakashi pondered for a long time and found that Chiba's idea was not wrong. Besides, there are not always medical ninjas on the battlefield. If the chakra storage problem can be solved, and the parasites can be transported, the Aberme clan can be half a first aid ninja. So the parasites have such potential? He felt complicated for a while. I always feel that, after being with Chiba for a long time, I will look stupid. Kakashi complained in his heart. You go and rest, I will go to report to the third generation. Okay. Tenten, don't go, the ninja tools are still with you. It's too early to be happy. Tenten waved goodbye to the other two, and then followed Kakashi to the Hokage building. Walked a little further. She rolled her eyes and laughed. Teacher Kakashi, are you very shocked? Why should I be shocked? Kakashi had already changed his mask calmly. By the way, you have been busy with ninja tools recently. Are you still practicing Earth Escape Ninjutsu? Do you want to have special training tomorrow? I'm very sorry. I know I was wrong. Hehe, then practice another ninjutsu tomorrow. Chapter 71 This Konoha doctor, please calm down. Active poisoning? This is really a way. The third generation thought for a long time and had to admire Chiba's quick wit. In just a few seconds, he came up with a feasible plan. Awesome. By the way, third generation, this is the plan proposed by Chiba. Please take a look. Aber Meishiwei took out a report. Chiba's plan? What is it? If it is about the improvement of the secret technique of parasitic insects, there is no need to show it to him. The third generation took it curiously. After looking at it for a few times, he couldn't help but look up at Aber Meishiwei. This kind of thing. Hokage-sama, I'll leave first. He didn't think of using these methods when he was looking for the third generation, otherwise he would have looked for Danzo. Most people would never consider such strange medical methods. This is a big favor. If the research and development of chakra storage tools is perfected, the Aberme clan will be equivalent to alternative medical ninjas. The third generation plans to support the Aberme family? He walked out silently, not knowing whether it was good or bad. The Sandai thought for a while and figured it out. Aberme Shiwei was just taciturn, but she was not stupid. She knew the Sandai's bottom line very well. However... What happened? Qinyi looked at them strangely, but Baiko and the others didn't talk to him at all, and all avoided him. Tisk. The Sandai felt a little happier when he thought of this. Qinyi, the idiot is not a fool. Use insects to treat it. Teacher Kai should be discharged from the hospital. Otherwise, why didn't the kid cooperate with Danzo? He didn't believe that Qinyi couldn't figure it out. The kid was smart. The Sandai smiled. Kitayasu took the documents out and saw Qinyi wandering around the medical team. He immediately greeted him. When he arrived at the hospital, he found that everyone looked at him strangely. I will ask them to cooperate with you in the medical team. If it is really feasible, your people will also participate in the treatment at that time. In addition, when he was thinking just now, he unconsciously thought of the storage ninja tools that Chiba was researching. Who wouldn't want a teammate who is proficient in attack, defense, reconnaissance, and treatment? The third generation felt that the Aberme clan had great potential just by thinking about it. He picked up the pipe and took a puff of cigarette. Now that the Uchiha clan has been exterminated, Konoha only has the Hyuga clan left. It is a good thing to have one more big clan. Medical parasites do have the potential and use for development. Indeed, only Chiba could think of it. Aberme Jiwei nodded. Understood. Aberme Jiwei vaguely guessed the third generation's idea. He didn't say anything else, just bowed lightly and then quietly left. So. I believe Chiba is the same. Okay, if you need help, just let me know. If you can solve it, the village will definitely support it. But. The next day, Chiba went to a medical class. Why did Chiba support the participation of the Aberme clan in medical treatment? Because of the insect treatment, many deeper wounds do not need to be cut open for treatment, just let the insects invade and release medical chakra. He came to the hospital for the data during the operation, so as to determine how much effect he had caused at that time. Chiba walked over. Teacher Kitayama, is there anything for everyone? I always feel weird. Yes. In a short period of time, the Aberme clan will definitely benefit a lot. Such treatment is simpler and recovery is faster. Is it feasible? After thinking for a moment, he looked at Jiwei. You try it, but remember the rules of research. You can't use living people for experiments, otherwise don't blame me for not showing mercy. This. Kitayama-su hesitated. Chiba frowned. Obviously something happened. He thought about it, and his brows relaxed after a moment. Because of the Aberme family? Well, the third generation asked us to cooperate with the research of the Aberme family, and then we heard that you suggested that the Aberme family participate in medical treatment. Kitayama-you did not hide it. Chiba couldn't help but asked with a smile, are you worried about losing your job? That's not the case. Kitayama-you shook his head, insects can never replace medical ninjas, but parasitic insects are always a little you know. Are you still afraid of these? Chiba looked at her strangely. As a medical ninja, she has come into contact with corpses, but she is still afraid of insects. This is really... He was a little speechless. What's wrong with corpses? Corpses are not insects. They are densely packed and very scary. Kitayama Oyu shuddered. I get goosebumps all over my body just thinking about it. Ahem, you'll get used to it. Kyunyi understood. Teacher Kitayama has trypophobia. This. He can't help. Why don't you pick someone to go? That's why everyone is avoiding you. Kitayama-su didn't hide his intentions, but everyone was afraid of being called out by Chiba, so no one dared to talk to him. Kyunyi scratched his head. Does he have such a strong deterrent power? Besides, I'm just an extra staff member, how can I have that power? He coughed lightly and said, for this matter, I think there is indeed room for research, so I suggested that Senior Jiwei apply for it. Wait, Senior Jiwei? Kitayama-su's face was solemn. She vaguely remembered that when she came out of the operating room, she was still madly complaining about the Aberme family in front of Aberme Jiwei. Sure enough. Let's find a scapegoat. What's wrong? Nothing, I think you are right, the research is necessary, but I am not feeling well, it is not suitable to communicate with Senior Jiwei. Kitayama Oyu solemnly held Kyunyi's hand, as a half-disciple, you don't want to see the teacher feel bad, right? This Konoha doctor, please calm down, I am just a child. Kyunyi wiped the sweat off his face, and after a long time, he really couldn't continue. Don't you want to share my burden? You can also ask your subordinates for help. Baiko and the others should not be so busy. It seems that the research on the two techniques has been almost completed recently, right? Kyunyi slapped his forehead when he said this. Oops. Being interrupted by Kitayama Oyu, he completely forgot what he was doing. He took out his notebook. Teacher Kitayama, let's talk about business first. Mine is also business. Kitayama Oyu didn't spare his words, but his eyes looked over unconsciously. Kyunyi page by page open it. There are so many notes, all of which are inspirations for ninjutsu and ninja tools, which makes Kitayama Oyu feel a lot of emotion. A person's success is indeed due to reasons. Without the usual accumulation of inspiration, even Chiba can't come up with all kinds of wonderful ninjutsu at any time, which shows. They can't create ninjutsu, partly because of talent, but attitude also occupies a large part. She silently reviewed. This boundary technique? This is a technique in a certain barrier technique. Kitayama Oyu doesn't recognize the ceiling iron wall, but he knows the technique of barrier technique. Yes, this technique can identify a single chakra. I combined it with the technique of the third generation and modified it. It can extract the patient's chakra and then identify it. In this way, as long as we pass the barrier, we can know where the alien chakra and disorder source are. That's right. Chapter 72 Daily Operations, Don't. 6. Everyone gather. Kitayama Oyu shouted. Instantly, everyone who was still in the medical class froze, and then walked over reluctantly. However, halfway through, everyone was open-minded. If you stick your head out, you will get a knife. If you hide your head, you will get a knife. What's coming cannot be avoided. What's more, although the Aberme clan is a little weird, they have good personalities and are actually easy to get along with. When they gathered and walked to the front, everyone gradually convinced themselves. Only 4 people stood aside with dull expressions. If he hadn't looked so miserable. Yes, this is something the Aberme clan needs to consider. You just need to provide medical chakra and tell them where to release the chakra. It was already busy enough, and he took on more work. Kyunyi was not shirking responsibility. Kitayasu coughed lightly, and then said, there is a very important experiment here that requires everyone's cooperation. I hope everyone will pay attention to it. Baiko understood a little. Senior Baiko, it's not necessary. Only for the first day, because I'm also very busy. Haven't we used the pathogen localization technique before? But Kyunyi now has a new plan. I'm asking who is free to cooperate with the research. This member of the medical class emergency team held Kyunyi's hand tightly at this moment, with a look of excitement on his face. Baiko was confused. Baiko complained, I have never cooperated with the Aberme clan, and I don't know how the parasites should cooperate. Baiko. Wait. Captain Kitayama, didn't you want to talk about this research? Kyunyi, please help me. Kyunyi sighed silently. The crowd was enthusiastic and extremely positive. Since you took the initiative to volunteer, your team will cooperate with the research of the Aberme clan. This shouldn't be our job, right? Obviously, he thought too much, and did a good job of his own ideological work. If he wasn't so active, he might have been assigned to do the work of pathogen localization. Otherwise, I'll go with you. Thank you, but I'm really busy. Kyunyi opened his mouth and didn't tell him how the parasites devoured chakra. Me. Kyunyi didn't know how to evaluate. Baiko breathed a sigh of relief. Kitayama Ou smiled, now I have decided to lead the team to conquer it myself. Who is willing to cooperate with me? They are a team, and the captain is Baiko. The Aberme clan is actually very easy to get along with. You don't have to worry, but what you said makes sense. Kitayama Ou smiled. Thank you very much. Kyunyi, you are such a good person. I will treat you to a meal later. Yes. I will try my best to cooperate with the ninjas of the Aberme clan. Kitayama Ou was slightly startled, and then looked at him with a strange expression. After 2 seconds, she clapped her hands and applauded, as expected of a senior, you are so conscious. Really? Baiko responded loudly. It sounds easy. Kyunyi thought for a few seconds, the parasites have the ability to evolve themselves, so the key is to let them know how to swallow chakra without digesting it and release it when needed. Baiko's eyes lit up. The Aberme clan is not a scourge, so they are not so scared. There is still a lot of room for development in the telescope technique of the 3rd generation. The disease source location technique alone may not reach the standard of pattern. Therefore, he has to find a way to let more people learn it. As for whether the 3rd generation society will die, it's none of my business. Besides, in a sense, after a technique is passed down, even if the creator dies, he still exists in the world. Like the 6 Paths Sage. Kyunyi thought to himself, and then walked to the office of Kitayama Ou to write down his ideas and improve them. Bai Cao was still happy about his harvest. Feng Xiang had a complicated look on his face and patted him on the shoulder. Baiko. I remember that this cooperation came about because of Kyunyi. It seems so. Hi, it's done. What? Kitayama Ou came back from outside and glanced at his notes. Clone reconnaissance technique? In conjunction with the reconnaissance technique used by the Earth clone, the Shadow clone can also detect, but it will consume a lot of chakra after all. Indeed, so with the telescope technique. It would be strange to carry a crystal ball with you, and it's not very convenient, so I thought, maybe I can combine it with glasses, and if I integrate it into the barrier technique, maybe I can monitor at any time. Chiba expressed his thoughts. Detection barriers are not rare. Konoha is covered by a huge barrier, which can keenly detect people entering the barrier. There are also small-scale detection barriers, but most of the time they are not so practical. If the range is small, the enemy can basically observe directly with eyes, breath, and other means, and there is no need for complicated barriers at all. For larger ranges, there are white eyes, perception, etc. It is useless for larger ones. This is the situation of detection barriers. Using talismans, glasses, and telescope techniques to shorten the time and steps of releasing barriers should be much more practical. Of course. This is the 2nd edition. The 1st edition does not need such advanced technology, as long as it can realize the linkage of glasses lenses, telescope techniques, and earth clones and water clones. Kitayasu looked at it for a while. I don't understand. She hasn't participated in battles for many years, and her combat literacy has declined greatly. By the way, the people of the Aberme clan are here, and it seems to be a child. It is said that Senior Jiwei asked him to cooperate in the research. Child. Qinyi was slightly startled, and then immediately understood. It must be Shino. Shino is smart and studious enough. As a student, he is very malleable and will not affect the ninja's mission and combat. It is indeed a good choice. You promised Baiko before, right? He seems to be in a hurry now. Well, I'll go right away. Is it okay? No problem, the technique has been modified, and the only thing left is to write a report. He sorted out his pen and notebook, put them in his pocket and went out. Kitayano's expression was frozen. She took several deep breaths in succession, and then said to herself, daily operations, don't compare with perverts. Teacher, if the improvement of pathogen location is effective, remember to help write a report. I'm really busy, please. Okay. Kitayama Ou blushed and immediately agreed. Chiba. Shouldn't have heard it. By the way, teacher, you've made great progress recently. Bah, your tone sounds like you're the teacher. He, let's go. Chiba waved his hand and closed the door. Kitayama Ou shook his head slightly, and then thought. He should have heard it. Forget it, it's not the first time. She adjusted her mentality quickly and her thoughts quickly turned to another problem. Thanks to Chiba, everyone has made great progress. When Tsunade-sama comes back and sees such a medical team, she will definitely be surprised, right? Chapter 73 Half Medical Ninja. Hello, Senior, my name is Aberme Shino. Hello, my name is Yajiyo Chiba, your senior one level higher. Familiar dress, familiar sunglasses. Chiba admires him very much. Wisdom, layout, step by step to lead the enemy into the trap, and then induce the parasitic bug to make a fatal attack. This is Shino's style. His taijutsu, ninjutsu and other data may not be outstanding, but he is a person who really fights with his brain like Shikamaru. Chiba, this child. Master Bakwa, I have completed the early graduation exam, so please believe in my ability. He sighed softly. Study, make friends? What a pity. But think about it carefully. Shino glanced at Chiba with his eyes shrunken under the sunglasses, and there was a little doubt in his heart. Ah? Of course. The parasitic bug is the secret technique of the Aberme family, and it is impossible for him to ask for the secret technique. Bakwa walked in front. Shino hesitated to speak. Yes. Shino, Chiba is a very remarkable genius. You should learn more from him. At least it's worth making friends with him. Shino thought to himself. Shino followed silently behind, observing the legendary genius senior. After extracting the sage chakra, animals will become extremely huge. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem to work. 2 months, it's so fast. Before I know it, the Chunin exam in the second half of the month is about to start. I heard that this time it will be held in the Sand Village. I guess I have to go a long way. Chiba didn't care. Then let's go. Our laboratory is in front. Speaking of it. But. Bai Cao forced a smile, and after calming down, he nodded and said, then let's go to the next laboratory first. I'll teach you some necessary knowledge first. Chiba, is that okay? That's normal. It seems that the senior has a lot of troubles. Qinyi asked casually. If it was Qinyi, he would definitely be able to teach them a lot of useful things. Even his father admired his erudition. When the words came to his lips, they turned into a short sentence, 2 months left. His mind was full of how to further utilize and develop insects. In addition, the natural energy of the clone seemed to be progressing well recently. By the way, Shino, you are about to graduate, right? Could it be that? After all, people like him a genius, there must be a lot of things to consider every day. Sure enough. Why does it feel like Chiba-senpai is the leader, and Bakwa-senpai seems to value his opinions? Chiba frowned. The higher the position, the more troubles there are. Shino pushed his glasses, wondering whether to ask the senior for guidance. Shino bowed lightly. The parasites are getting bigger. It seems that they are not in line with the Aberme clan. His father's words rang in his mind. Is it possible to feed the insects with natural energy and let the parasites evolve in the direction of natural energy? Chiba stretched his body. Konoha's Chunin exam is usually held with several friendly villages. For example, Kusagakur village, Yugakur village, Sand village, etc. Most of the venues are selected from the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. The first half of the year was the Land of Fire, this time it should be a location in the Land of Wind, and next time it will be the Land of Fire again. And the next time, he remembered it was the one that Naruto and his friends participated in. It's so fast. Time is running out. Kyunyi felt a sense of urgency. Sure enough. Even if it is a secret technique, you should try it boldly. If you don't try, you will never be able to achieve it. Isn't that the case with the talents of the immortals? Arrived at the laboratory. Baiko prepared to catch fish for experiments. Shino. Senior, what do you want? You and the parasites coexist in the form of a contract, right? Yes, we supply chakra, and the parasites live in our bodies and provide help in battle. Shino nodded in response. Kyunyi said again, later, you will try to make the parasites remember the medical chakra, and then let them swallow it without digesting it. Yes, my father has already told me, it shouldn't be too difficult. Shino answered calmly. Very good, Senior Baiko, Shino should be very reliable, so don't worry too much. Yes, will you? I'm not worried. Baiko took a deep breath. Indeed. This kid must be very good to graduate early. He brought a fish and said, this fish has eaten poison by mistake. Can you detoxify it? Of course. Shino moved his finger. Then, a wisp of black mist emerged and flew towards the fish. After a while, the fish jumped up click click. Baiko was a little surprised. This kid really has a strong control over the bugs, and if you don't look carefully, you can't detect the existence of the bugs at all. In addition, they obey orders very well. Senior Baiko, you have a misunderstanding about them because of the previous operation. Shino said calmly. Sorry. Baiko scratched his head. Operation. Yes, we used the disease source localization technique you came up with to treat a poisoned oil girl clan member. During the operation, his bugs flew all over the room. It was really. Baiko was still scared when she mentioned it. Shino said calmly, under normal circumstances, bugs are very well behaved. The previous bugs should be poisoned, so the next step is let's start. Kyunyi stood aside. Bai Cao stretched out his hand, absorb my medical chakra first. Yes. Shino commanded the bugs to come closer, and secretly glanced at Kyunyi. Sure enough. Bai Cao admired him very much, and the senior was the leader. It was amazing. Shino commanded the bugs. Is it ready? Bai Cao asked in a trembling voice. Not yet, Shino is still training. Hi. Shino was a little surprised. He could detect the actions of the bugs? After breeding for 1 generation, there should be no problem. We can start trying. Kyunyi said with a fixed look in his eyes. Then, he condensed a tiny chakra needle from his fingers and cut through the fish's belly with the movement. The fish jumped in pain. Its internal organs have been cut off. Command the parasite to heal the internal organs. Yes. Shino held his breath and concentrated. The parasite, which had absorbed enough chakra, drilled into the fish's mouth, gills, and other gaps. To be honest, the scene was indeed a bit scary. But, as a medical ninja, Baiko was able to control his fear. He observed the fish intently. After a while, his eyes widened. It really healed. Incredible. Baiko was shocked. In fact, Shino was also surprised, but at the same time, he was a little puzzled. Senior, this kind of thing can be easily done by medical ninjas, is it necessary to be so surprised? Human cells cannot divide infinitely, so reducing the number of operations is a good thing anyway. Baiko explained. Shino was stunned. Not only that, if one day we develop a chakra storage device that is easy to carry, or a seal scroll that seals chakra, then we will be half medical ninjas. Chapter 74 Cooperation Target Zerg Holy Land. That's right. Kyunyi nodded. Although the medical ninjas have been trying to integrate into the combat team under the leadership of Tsunade since the Second Ninja World War, the combat is still a little lacking. The Aberme clan is a very good assistant. Any team will be very happy if you have them. Peace of mind, if you add the ability to heal. Kyunyi smiled and said, you will become the perfect assistant, a panacea on the battlefield. So that's what you think? Sorry, I didn't realize it. I don't know when I used honorifics. Shino scratched his head. Nothing, but as a position like this, you must learn medical knowledge, and it would be better if you can master medical chakra. Jiwei sighed. That's right, we signed a contract with the Zerg, we supply chakra, and they help us fight together. Good guy. Aberme Jiwei stood at the door. The most difficult thing for medical ninjas is medical ninjutsu. The lowest level of medical ninjutsu is close to B in difficulty, and they don't need to learn it, just understand medical knowledge. I don't intend to spy on your secrets, nor do I want to repay you, I just want to make a deal. Medical chakra. Chiba was so scared that he almost bit his tongue. He looked carefully. Very good, he can get out of this situation. Yes, there are still 2 months before graduation. I will seize this time to study hard. This senior who is only 1 year older is really very capable and has very advanced ideas. When talking about these things, people will unconsciously be in awe. He was a little excited. Medical chakra? Indeed, if insects can participate in treatment, we don't need to master medical ninjutsu. Shino would have thought it strange before. Chiba pondered for a long time and asked, Chief Jiwei, I heard that you have a contractual relationship with the parasitic insects. It's better for Shino to be alone. Jiwei has already guessed it. Currently, there is no technique or ninja tool suitable for storing chakra. As a host, learning medical chakra is the best solution. He explained a few words and then left the laboratory silently. Jiwei nodded. I will. Jiwei clearly understood their advantages. Shino adjusted his glasses. Baiko nodded repeatedly on the side, not interrupting at all, as if facing his superior. Indeed. Hi. Are they okay? Senior Jiwei, why didn't you go in when you came? What deal do you want to make? Parasitic bug. It's the only thing that can interest Kyunyi. He understood why Baiko respected Kyunyi. It's so convenient. Kyunyi smiled slightly, and then looked at Baiko. Senior, I'll leave Shino to you, please take care of him. Yes, I will try my best. Kyunyi didn't know what was going on, but it was obvious that Baiko no longer had the fear of strange creatures. Jiwei answered briefly. Shino was full of fighting spirit. To train his son? Kyunyi thought for a while, and then said, Shino is very talented. He succeeded in his first attempt. I suggest that he try to practice medical chakra. He was involved in something that influenced the direction of medical ninjas. He was proud of it for a while. Baiko nodded heavily. But now, he felt it was normal. I really don't know how to thank you. To be honest, Kyunyi's proposal this time was very helpful to the Aberme family, and Kyunyi might not have thought of the benefits in it. Even if he wanted to send bad bugs, Jiwei would consider it carefully. But since the other party said it was a deal, then he naturally wanted to listen. You should know that some time ago, I completed a cooperation with Master Dailu of the Fire Temple. Yes, I heard that you helped them improve the barrier of the Fire Temple. Jiwei nodded. They walked and talked, and unknowingly came to the back door. A bear Mei Jiwei released the parasites and let them wander around and monitor to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Yes, there is actually another deal, through which I learned a special power. Qinyi stretched out his finger. Natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy gathered and combined in the body, and then merged into a special chakra. Senjutsu chakra. A bear Mei Jiwei's pupils shrank. The bugs in his body are rioting. What chakra is this? I don't know what chakra it is, but the Fire Temple named it the talent of the Immortal Clan. What do you mean? Jiwei also unconsciously used honorifics. I want to try whether I can use this chakra to make the parasites evolve autonomously. Qinyi said what he thought. Una Jiwei's breathing stagnated. Of course he had heard of the talent of the immortal race, and he also knew that there were 3 holy places for the summoning beasts. They are said to possess incredible power. Perhaps the power of the 3 holy places is similar to the talent of the immortal race. If so, if the insects complete their autonomous evolution, wouldn't it be? Una Jiwei is a smart man. Because of this, he only struggled for 2 seconds and made a decision. What do you want? I want to sign the contract. Qinyi said. Una Jiwei pondered for a moment, nodded and said, if you can do it, I agree. Don't you need to ask? Qinyi was stunned. This is too refreshing. Qinyi, you may not know what your help means to us. What? We have gained a lot of benefits. If the insect race can absorb the talents of the immortal race to achieve evolution, the Aber Mei family has no reason to refuse. Aber Mei Jiwei was unusually determined. Qinyi was stunned. He realized that his help might make the Aber Mei family a substitute for the Uchiha clan and to some extent check the Hyuga clan. Moreover, Aber Mei Jiwei obviously knew some secrets of summoning beasts. Thinking of this, he smiled, then, happy cooperation. Well, it's not convenient here. Please come to the Aber Mei family another day, and then we will try it in depth. Aber Mei Jiwei nodded. Qinyi nodded in agreement, thought about it, and added, this kind of power is not something that everyone can learn. Maybe it would be better to cast a wide net, but there may be casualties at that time. It doesn't matter. The reproduction ability of insects is very strong. Aber Mei Jiwei didn't mind. Things went more smoothly than expected. Qinyi was sincerely happy. Ordinary parasitic insects are of limited help and are used more as auxiliary, but if they master the fairy chakra, their effects and positioning will be completely different. It is obviously impossible for one person to raise a bunch of them like before. He doesn't plan to raise a group of them in his body, but to select a king of insects suitable for natural energy like the goo worms in his previous life, and then use the king of insects to command the rest of the insects. In addition, if there is really a holy land in his hands, it must be a very proud thing. The entire Aber Mei clan will benefit, and maybe a Bodhi seed pattern will be born. Qinyi is looking forward to it more and more. Chapter 75. Do you think it's not worth it? Teacher Kakashi? You came here. Looking for you. The Chunin exam is approaching, you won't be too busy recently and forget it. Kakashi sighed helplessly. Chiba and the others have been a bit busy recently. I heard that the Hyuga clan also wanted to ask him something. Until now, the child has not gone to the Hyuga clan. I don't know if he can successfully become a Chunin. To be honest, he felt that he was fooled. No, I'm just too busy. Besides, this is also part of my training. Chiba signed it and was about to return it. He looked up and said, yes, Kakashi teacher, you will go to the 3rd generation, right? It's a good idea, and you can actually add a detonating tag to the clone. After that, many things delayed it, so it has been delayed until now. Kakashi took it with a hollow look, looked up at Chiba, and opened it after getting permission. This is the registration form. The chakra consumed by several Earth clones is probably not as much as that consumed by one Shadow clone. The other party bowed immediately and then made way. The head of the family mentioned that I will take you in. Then please take me there, thank you. Well, what's wrong? After all, he is a copy ninja. Oh, telescope technique? Kakashi's eyes brightened instantly, and he looked at it carefully for a few times, and then fell into deep thought. Then please. In addition, combining Earth clones and Water clones is also a good idea. Wait, you are? The Hyuga clan is easy to find. Chiba is going to the Hyuga clan. The price-performance ratio is full. The Hyuga clan is not small. After entering the interior, you can see a yard for practicing soft fists, with many dummies inside. The most important thing is, it is enough to save money. Thank you very much. He gave him the scroll with confidence, and then told him where he was going, and then left the Hokage building. Next, he had to go to the Chunin exam. If he didn't go and talk, even if Hayashi had a good temper, he would probably be a little bit unbearable. When Hinata Hayashi came over before, he happened to meet Chiba working with Dailu. At that time, they didn't talk in detail, but just said hello. It's a good idea. Compared with crystal balls, glasses are portable and more suitable for combat needs. But it's a pity. Chiba introduced himself. Hinata has been in Konoha for so many years, and the family has grown bigger and bigger. The main and branch family system has contributed greatly. Chiba observed all the way and admired him secretly in his heart. I'll help you take another look. Kakashi proposed his own idea. Kakashi may be average in sealing and barrier techniques, but Chiba believes in his talent in ninjutsu. Coming out of the Hokage building and crossing the street in front, you will soon see the Hyuga clan land. Kakashi handed it over. He handed the scroll over. Chiba complained in his heart. This is just the courtyard of the main family. There are more branch families, and the training ground is probably larger. No one knows the characteristics of one's own chakra better than oneself, and the chakra of the clone is easier to track and locate. Combined with the lenses of glasses? My name is Yagyu Chiba, and Lord Hayashi once came to me for an interview. Chiba's eyes lit up. You are worthy of being teacher Kakashi. There are good and bad. The fence protects the family, but it also makes those inside lose their fighting spirit. In front is the place where the head of the family trains, the head of the family. Please come in, Chiba-kun. Yes. The doorman answered and opened the door for Kyunyi. Kyunyi nodded slightly and then entered the room. This is a training room. A little girl was wiping her sweat, with several palm prints on her hands. It was obvious that Hayashi was teaching her soft fist just now. Hayashi saw Chiba, smiled, and then introduced, my daughter Hanabi. Yagyu Chiba. Chiba greeted. Hinata Hanabi looked at him curiously. Yagyu Chiba? It didn't look strange. Hanabi, you can train by yourself, I have something to talk to Chiba. Yes. Hanabi bowed, and then left the room. Hayashi wiped the sweat off his face, tidied his appearance, and then smiled and said, I really want to talk to you, but I heard that you have been very busy recently. Yes, the fire temple is over, and there are chakra ninja tools, and then I returned to the village and encountered the Aberme family. Behind the scenes, he still had to support a clone. Chiba sighed silently. If it weren't for the fact that Boutai's feedback was more frequent recently, he would have wanted to take a break a long time ago. Everyone takes you seriously. Hayashi motioned him to sit down at the tea house, and then poured a cup of tea. Kyunyi took a sip. The nobles are different. The tea is fragrant and sweet. It must be a top-grade tea. Anyway, he had never tasted such good tea in Konoha before. I have learned a little about the soft fist technique you created. It is a very clever concept. Because ordinary people can't see the meridians and acupuncture points, I chose to attack the internal organs directly, which is a trick. Kyunyi doesn't think his technique is so good. To put it bluntly, he just has a broader vision and is not restricted by the existing ninjutsu. Hayashi shook his head. Good is good, there is no such thing as tricks. For so many years, my Hyuga family has not made any progress in soft fist, and it was an outsider who finally promoted soft fist. This. Kyunyi couldn't respond. He thought for a moment and said, "It's a coincidence." "Ha ha ha, you don't need to comfort me, I know what the problem is with Hyuga." Hayashi laughed a few times, and then said straight to the point, "You taught Niji, didn't you?" "I see." Kyunyi understood in his heart. No wonder the Hyuga family didn't react at first, but later Hayashi suddenly came to him. It seems that the technique he taught Niji worked. He didn't deny it. "Yes, I injured Teacher Kai during the experiment at that time, and Teacher Kai happened to have a headache about how to teach Niji, so he gave some pointers. Thanks to you, the child didn't stop moving forward." Hayashi smiled. "At the same time, in Niji, I saw the shortcomings of the Hyuga family's soft fist. The Hyuga family's soft fist is very strong, but when it encounters some people with extremely strong defenses and cannot break through the surface, it seems a little insufficient." Seeing that Hayashi was not shy, Kyunyi gave a more pertinent evaluation. "That's true, so I hope to cooperate with you. Let's exchange some secret techniques between our two families." "Sorry, please wait a moment," Hayashi said, got up and opened the door to the inner room. After a while, he took out a document. It wrote the needs of the Hyuga family. Chiba took a closer look. The Hyuga family wanted to exchange the gentle fist and spiral. For this, the Hyuga family will pay some of the knowledge accumulated in the gentle fist. The conditions can be said to be quite sincere. Chiba thought for a while and said, "I hope to add one more condition." "Oh. I also want the knowledge of chakra points and meridians. I can exchange it with chakra needles." Chiba looked at Hayashi. Hayashi did not make any comments, but his attitude had already said it all. "You think it's not worth it? As an elder, I admire you very much, but as the head of a family, I can't make such a decision easily." "I see," Chiba smiled. He understood Hayashi's thoughts. Put yourself in his shoes. If he were Hayashi, a mere chakra condensing technique would not be worth exchanging. But this is a very amateur idea. As I said before, the key to the Hyuga clan's soft fist is that it cannot break defense. Chakra needles are a very good auxiliary means. Chiba took a sip of tea and moistened his throat. "You can try this direction." Chapter 76 Confidence comes from strength. Father. Hanabi watched Chiba leave, and then saw Hayashi standing under the eaves, squinting at the direction of the door, and was suddenly a little stunned. Father seemed very surprised. Yes. Hayashi was very surprised. He thought that Chiba's chakra needle had room for price reduction, but he didn't expect Chiba to be so decisive and just stopped talking, and the meaning of his words seemed to be to let him try. If it succeeds, there is no need for a deal? So confident? Hayashi couldn't understand where Chiba's confidence came from. That technique is not difficult. Confidence comes from strength. But this is not his limit. He told Hanabi to continue practicing, and then began to think about how to crack the chakra needle. Although the current chakra needle is not the limit, it is not far away. He can still compare with the ordinary chakra needle, but Hanabi opened her mouth, a little afraid to say. Hanabi was restless, feeling like she was about to be scolded. Hayashi frowned. Hayashi did not answer directly. In fact, the current chakra needle has been revised several times by him, including the medical. The same is true for the medical ninjas. Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief, left the yard and went to the study, and then continued to practice chakra needles. He was not worried about the transaction with Hayashi. But, "Father, are you practicing chakra needles?" These are what she had inquired about recently. After thinking for a moment, he confidently stretched out his palm, and a highly condensed chakra needle emerged. Chiba left the Hyuga family and did not go anywhere else, but returned home to practice. Hyuga's soft fist is usually enough, but it is not enough to face some special scenes. If the chakra needle is so simple, Chiba would not have specially traded with Hayashi. Hanabi shuddered and quickly replied, "I have seen chakra needles, not like yours. The medical ninjas is more condensed and stronger." Hanabi continued to talk about the gossip she heard. What's wrong? He couldn't understand. On the other side. Is it difficult? Forget it. Hayashi was silent for a few seconds, then nodded, indicating that she could leave. In this case, there is no need to rush. "Father, I'm going to train." Hayashi was slightly startled and looked at his palm. This kind of ninjutsu is not difficult, but the hard part is the first thought of it. More condensed and stronger? Incredible. The difficulty is greatly reduced by making a seal. Hayashi smiled slightly. "Try it first, and then trade it later." "Okay, then I'll give it a try." How is it possible? Why is Chiba so confident? Hayashi's doubts became more and more serious. "I heard that Chiba's chakra needle is stronger and can be released without seals, but no one else can do it, so the seal version was developed." "Chiba's is even stronger?" Hayashi was silent for a few seconds. Not only that, in the battle version, he also incorporated the technique of chakra spiral. When facing a defense that is difficult to break through, he can use spiral chakra needles, like the raise non and drill, to break through the defense. Moreover, after piercing the enemy's body, the next step can be directly initiated. Soft fist spiral. It is a bit taken for granted that the chakra needle is just condensed, and it is impossible to convince the other party by just persuading. Seeing is believing, hearing is false. When he sees it with his own eyes, he will understand the gap, and it will not be too late to trade then. After practicing for a while, Chiba went to find Tiantian the next day. Danzo sent the 4 major ninja tools, and Tiantian has been working hard on research recently, which is considered to be a small achievement. Although it cannot be completely replicated, the structure has been roughly recorded. Tiantian can understand the forging process and the skills of chakra iron, but he cannot understand many techniques. Chiba came to check and fill in the gaps. In the next 2 or 3 days, he went to study with Tiantian when he was free, and time passed quickly. On the 3rd day, Chiba got feedback from Bodhise. The 7th pattern appeared. This pattern is obviously brought by the telescope technique, and the increase it brings is in the perception direction. Now he can perceive the state of his chakra more clearly. It is not much improved externally. But this is just the beginning. With the spread and popularization of ninjutsu, the effect will definitely become more and more significant. Although my current perception ability is not as direct as the Byakugan, it is comparable to many ninjas who focus on the perception direction. Perception is not a hard power, but the team cannot do without ninjas who are good at reconnaissance and perception. In the original Team 7, Kakashi was in charge of this responsibility. Later, it was Sai. Kinyi vaguely guessed that their class might face reorganization in the future, and it was unlikely that they would always rely on Kakashi, so perception is indispensable. This ability is very helpful to him, and he does not think it is a waste of opportunity. 7. 3 more. Although the change of every 5 is just a guess, it is currently the goal that Kinyi strives for. Looking at the 7 glowing patterns, he was quite eager. Kinyi calculated. At present, there are only 2 opportunities for him to create patterns. One is the transformation of the parasitic bug. The other is the transformed chakra storage ninja tool. As for the sealing iron wall, it has great development potential. However, due to the particularity of the source of the technique, he does not intend to further transform and develop it except for the small-scale application of the identification technique. The parasitic bug is used for medical purposes, and patterns can be generated quickly. The latter is troublesome. Although he created the first version, it requires at least 4 people to use it. The limitation is still too great and it is difficult to promote it in a short time. It needs to be modified again. Dang! A crisp sound came from his ear. Qinyi turned his head to look. Tian Tian stood behind him with a knife, flicking the blade with his fingers. Try it. Okay. Qinyi took it and fiddled with it for a few times, then said, "It's a little lighter, but it's enough." Hi. Tian Tian was stunned for a moment, then realized, "You must have grown up again. I made this knife according to the one that suited you before." Qinyi nodded. That may be the case. Boys of this age grow up very fast, and there is a pattern in the Bodhi seed that has a feedback effect of strengthening the body. Combining the two, his strength grew rapidly. Fortunately, this is the first version. I can make it a little heavier next time. Tian Tian smiled and said, "Then I'll keep this one for myself. I'll test it out in the next few days and then make you a sword with chakra iron," she said and ran to the side and began to carve words on the blade. Day by day. Forgers always have privileges. Qinyi watched from the side and smiled and said, "Don't you plan to rest or practice? Creating is cultivating. Answer every day while engraving." After carving the words, she waved her fist. "I have now mastered the overlimit state of my whole body, and my hands are even stronger. Girls have a natural disadvantage in strength. In order to forge more lastingly and powerfully every day, I deliberately exercise the muscle control of my hands. The effect is very significant. Where's Earth Escape? In order to insulate myself from the heat of the flames, I will use Earth Escape Chakra to protect myself, so I also have to practice a lot," Tian Tian explained. "As for the ninja tool throwing, there is no need to practice these things. I have practiced them for 12 years and I will never forget them. It's great, everyone has made progress." Chapter 77. Do you understand now? A Euro. On the other side of Yueguang Hesha, Qinyi is not worried. The swordsmanship of the Yueguang clan is passed down to the family, and she is close to the big tree of the second generation, and the knowledge she has mastered is enough for her to chew on. Even Chiba herself, after getting the second generation's swordsmanship notes, is still slowly digesting them. The second generation is undoubtedly a genius. In his notes, he wrote down his thoughts a euro. Combining illusion, ninjutsu, and swordsmanship, it is fast and accurate and adds a bit of weirdness. The same is true for Mikazuki, Yueying, and Flying Thunder God / Ida Euro trademark S. Not that Chiba Kana Euro trademark T learn swordsmanship, but she needs to think about how to completely transform the knowledge into her own. At present, the Aberme clan is in a relatively remote location, with a large forest behind it. It looks the same, but if anyone breaks in rashly, Chiba silently chased after him. He had a little idea. The experimental product is a chakra wire, right? Use mine. My chakra wire is more of an auxiliary, and the good or bad effects are not that big. There was no gatekeeper in the Aberme family, but he could sense that there were many parasites hidden in the grass beside the road. Qinyi left Tianation's house and went to the Aberme clan. That makes sense. Among the 4 people in the courtyard, he has the lowest position, but Aberme Takejin and Aberme Muta don't dare to put on airs. Although Chiba is only a genin, her talents and achievements are not what she should have at her age. She earned this with her participation in the design and creation of ninja tools. She seldom lost them and could only use them to create 2 or 3 chakra wires. A euro. But now, Aberme Muta is also a special jounin, Tian Tian said patiently. That's too casual. I need to study the ratio of chakra iron and ordinary materials first to find a more suitable ratio. It is indeed the style of Aberme Euro trademark S family. After a while, insects flew out from a distance, and then gathered into human shapes. Eliminate the weirdness and combine it with the self-created weird power to make the sword skills more powerful and explosive. The chakra knife is the big one. Hello. Aberme Taekjin, Aberme Shijiro's son, Danzo's most capable subordinate. All the way to the depths, he saw a well-built courtyard where Jiwei and the other two ninjas were having a heated discussion. Yours is also a test subject, and it is my knife that makes the final profit. If he were an enemy, he would probably be besieged by the insects of the Aberme clan when he got to the street. He paced inside. Chiba found the door. When Kunyi arrived, he stood up and waved. When the chakra knife is completed, you can start trying it. After saying hello, Chiba looked at the two of them carefully. No need. Nice to meet you, Yajiyo Chiba. He remained silent and did not speak, but revealed himself for a moment and flew away. Tian was convinced. Will you help me build a chakra knife next? There is chakra iron every day. A quick, heavy knife. Qianba, my people are Aberme Taekjin and Aberme Muta. Aberme Jiwei. A bunch of bugs will fly out from where they live and attack them. Well. Every family has its own way of caring for children. Such people cannot be treated with common sense. The appearance characteristics are easy to identify. I didn't expect that it would be just right. Take the root and Mushin here. Do you want to try it now or another day? So fast. Kunyi was stunned. To be honest, he came here today not intending to experiment, but to have an in-depth chat with Aberme Jiwei to see the attitude of the Aberme clan. Result. The Aberme clan seems to have unified their opinions. This. If it is useful, it would be better to cooperate as soon as possible. Aberme took the root and said. He represents a force in the Aberme family. Ji smiled and looked at Mushin again. The medical class has already begun some cooperation, and I feel like we can give it a try. We were originally discussing what kind of bugs to provide. Aberme Muta said. Chiba was a little dazed. A weird and cheerful family. He was quite uncomfortable, but after pondering for a moment, he said, choose some of them, that kind of power I am more casual, I'm not sure which one can absorb and evolve. Okay, follow me. Aberme Jiwei walked in front and entered the forest first. When he got to the forest, he sprinkled a bottle of potion. Kunyi sniffed it. This potion should be used to attract insects, right? Well, that's right. Do you need to ask this? Aberme Jiwei was a little confused. Kunyi pondered for a moment and said, there is a medicine here, which is similar to the ingredients of your previous poison. Jiwei was confused at first, and then surprised, you can smell it. The smell of Cordyceps sinensis is quite unique. The content of Cordyceps sinensis in poison is very small, and ordinary people really can't smell it. Chiba replied. Aberme Jiwei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Cordyceps is indeed the main ingredient of the medicine, but what Chiba doesn't know is that this ingredient is only available in Konoha, and basically no other places. The reason is naturally related to the root and the Aberme clan. The other party has this ingredient, and his identity has become more and more obvious. Orochimaru. Although there is a possibility that other villages stole and framed, the probability is far less than that of Orochimaru. I understand, thank you Chiba-kun. Aberme Jiwei's face was serious. Kogen's expression was even more subtle. Orochimaru made a poison for parasitic insects, which really made him think more. Could it be? That guy is going to target the root? Has Chiba-kun studied that poison? Aberme Muta frowned slightly. I saw it once in the laboratory. She obviously didn't believe it. Kunyi didn't explain, just smiled. Aberme Jiwei shook his head and said, never mind those, what should we do later? You transform a group first, I'll see the process. Kunyi didn't come to a conclusion directly. Mudita saw that the clan leader didn't want to get into it, so he didn't say much, just watched from the side. After a while, the insects gathered. The three of them were the elites of the clan, and they acted together. Soon, some of the insect swarms that surrounded them were affected by their own parasitic insects and were evolving into the state of parasitic insects. Qinyi released his perception and observed the changes of the parasitic insects. After a careful observation, he was thoughtful, and then took out a notebook and began to draw simply. The other three watched silently. He was drawing the process of the insect's morphological changes. "What's the use of these?" Chu Zhen asked. He was only a few years older than Qinyi, so he had no psychological burden and asked questions whenever he had any. "Find the most suitable stage for releasing special chakra. Of course, different stages may not necessarily have different results. It's just a simple guess and attempt." Qinyi drew 3 arrows in the process. In the first stage, the insects are infected by the parasite chakra. In the second stage, mutation and evolution. In the third stage, assimilation. The parasites are of different species. At the beginning, the insects still fight each other, but after the third stage, they no longer fight each other, like the same race. Qinyi called it assimilation. Then, he drew a line under the second and third stages. These 2 stages can be tested. Abermatajan and Abermamuta looked at each other, both of them were shocked. Of course they knew all this, but it was all the knowledge accumulated by the family through years of observation and summary. Qinyi just observed it once. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really couldn't believe it. Chapter 78 The Secret Art of Withering, Wasting Natural Resources. The second stage, the third stage and the adult, 3 stages, we will make a few more control groups for analysis later. Qinyi closed the notebook. The younger generations were still surprised, but Abermei Jiwei had already quietly started to transform the bugs. He was used to it. As the clan leader, Abermei Jiwei was not so impetuous and careless. If he had not been convinced by Qinyi, how could he have agreed so readily? This child is a genius. Now everyone needs each other. It is the opportunity for the Abermei family. Once missed, when the other grows up, it is hard to say who needs who. Qinyi concentrated and observed the movements of the bugs carefully, and then, when they showed slight changes, he immediately extracted and released the fairy chakra to cover the parasitic bugs that were still evolving. "Well, this time we will intervene from the third stage." Qinyi shook his head. "They have absorbed special chakra, and whether they can succeed or not remains to be observed. The only concern is, who will the parasitic bugs listen to at that time? Then proceed to the next group." Abermei Jiwei asked hurriedly. "What's next?" "But success? Then there are the adults. Jiwei, Kogen, and Mushin will send out the parasitic bugs, and then supply the Senjutsu chakra. Those that can absorb the Senjutsu chakra can be selected." At first, there was very little chakra, but it gradually increased later. Compared to the benefits, this risk is worth taking. During the process, Qinyi used the chakra thread to pick out 2 from time to time, and when the bugs finally became parasitic bugs, 10 bottles had been accumulated. The clan leader's eyes were like torches. "That's easy. This special chakra is too powerful. If the bugs can absorb it and evolve, a contract quota is not a problem at all. If the parasitic bugs become a holy place, a mere quota is nothing. No. More than one, even if Qinyi's descendants and family members need it, they can still let them join." At this moment, Yuzhen and Mushin clearly realized that, after one experience, everyone can take it easy. Familiar road. They were a little worried about this. After a while, 12 insects in different stages were put into the bottle. It takes a long time for this kind of power to accumulate and change. Do you have a way to track their location after releasing them? Qinyi looked at Abermei Jiwei. The Abermei family is so big, it shouldn't be that they don't even have this method, right? Jiwei was silent for a while. It's not difficult, but they didn't have this need before, so they naturally didn't study it. Now that he was asked all of a sudden, of course there was no way. Kyunyi understood it immediately. Then use the simplest method, mark them and release them. It's best to send someone to watch them to prevent them from flying out of range. Okay, where to put them? Death Forest. Kyunyi didn't hesitate, send someone to enclose a piece of land, and then catch them every 10 days to observe the situation. It's normal to have deaths and mutations, don't panic too much. Okay. Aberme Jiwei nodded. Chiba took out the insects from the bottle one by one, and carefully engraved words on their bodies with the tiny chakra needles he condensed. The 3 people from the Aberme family watched with their eyelids twitching. Such tiny chakra needles, such fine chakra control ability, are simply unheard of. Chiba left. Just as he said, this kind of evolution requires long-term observation and cannot be effective in the short term. It would be futile to stay here in the future, so it is better to do your own thing. Of course. The most important thing is, the natural energy accumulated during this period has consumed a lot, and he needs the original body to absorb and accumulate it together. It is too slow to rely on the clone alone. After watching him leave, Aberme Muta took the lead in breaking the silence. I'm sorry, Master of the Family, I shouldn't have questioned it. With his ability, it may not be difficult to crack the poison. Aberme Muta bowed and apologized. Aberme Shiwei's eyes shone and said, Kyunyi is not so petty, but you should also pay attention. He is the opportunity of our Aberme family. Yes. Aberme Muta was very respectful. By the way, Shino followed it for a few days and confirmed that it was effective. You can take people to learn it later. Yes. The next day, Asuma came to the door. He did not come for the Aberme family, but to get the experience agreed with the Fire Temple. Kyunyi took out a booklet. This book contains some of my experience. So many. Asuma took it, hesitated for a moment, and finally handed it to Chiba. You must know how to seal the iron wall. Use the Fire Temple sealing technique to seal it. Kyunyi had to take out the sealing scroll and roll it inside, and then applied a sealing technique. Asuma took it. The booklet contained some of his guesses, and he did not mention the coming and welcoming thousand hands kill. In fact, Kyunyi has already deduced the theoretical basis of the thousand hands kill, and the only thing left is to verify and practice it step by step. But he didn't do it. The thousand hands kill is indeed powerful in both offense and defense, but after it is used, it cannot move and can only passively counterattack, which is inconsistent with Kyunyi's belief. There is no absolute defense in the world, and only by taking the initiative can you win. It's okay to change it, but Kyunyi's current accumulation of fairy chakra is not enough to drive such a powerful technique, unless he becomes Akalanatha like Jilu. So, at present, this technique is useless. Kyunyi gave him the booklet and explained the cooperation with the Aberme family to him, asking him to mention it to Jilu. Asuma didn't think it was necessary. Although the fairy chakra was indeed born from the talents of the fairy clan, it was not developed by the Fire Temple alone, and Kyunyi did not reveal its secrets, but only used it to evolve parasitic insects. But Kyunyi insisted, so he had to write a note. After sending Asuma away, Kyunyi went to the Death Forest to continue absorbing natural energy. Asuma released the ninja eagle to help deliver the letter. The next day, Dilu received the letter. He had prepared himself mentally for Kyunyi's ability many times, but he still couldn't hold back when he saw the thick booklet. At that moment, he had only one thought in his heart. Is the research of the talent of the immortal race in the Fire Temple so rubbish? Not really. He felt that the Fire Temple had done a lot of research, and the thousand hands killing and the wrathful Vajra were both very powerful techniques. With a skeptical attitude, Dilu opened the booklet. After an hour, he temporarily closed the booklet and fell into a long meditation. What is the gap? The gap is that they are studying techniques, while Kyunyi is studying the fundamentals and foundations. There is no technique written in the notes, but only Kunyi's speculation, analysis, and step-by-step verification of special chakra. It mentions the special state of filling the whole body. Although it is just a guess, Dilu has learned the 1,000 hands killing, and the two are similar. It's just that the 1,000 hands killing technique stands outside, forming a bodhisattva, while the special state chakra acts on the inside to strengthen itself. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall that sentence again. Why didn't I think of it? It's not too difficult to deduce. Even Kunyi, who didn't know the 1,000 hands killing technique and only heard some of the knowledge, could think of it, while the fire temple has been guarding the secret technique for 100 years but has gained nothing. It's simply a waste of resources. Dilu couldn't help but look ashamed. Chapter 79 Greed, Ignorance, and Anger. Monks are not immune. Master, that is our secret technique. We don't agree to pass the knowledge to outsiders, let alone pass it on to his successors. We absolutely don't agree. In the hall, a group of old monks were indignant. Dilu stood there motionless, his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart. The hall was arguing endlessly. After more than 10 seconds, the group of people gradually calmed down. This situation has been going on for a while, even before the cooperation with Kunyi was finalized. The old monks of Huaji Temple strongly opposed it. Stubborn, pedantic, conservative. Dilu was a little impatient at first, but now he is calm. Nothing can be achieved by arguing. Impossible. Dilu spoke at this time. Bai Shi, who was named, blushed, opened his mouth, and finally bowed his head in shame. A summary of the cultivation methods of the immortals? He was the backbone of the opposition, and he had some complaints about Dilu's cooperation with Kunyi. Bai Shi took it and looked at it carefully. After a moment, his eyes widened slightly. Host, have you been studying it all this time? Techniques like barrier and sealing are even more difficult, and few jonin have mastered them completely. I don't have this ability, Elder Bai Shi, don't tell me. The book you are reading now was written by Yajio Kunyi. Sitting in meditation is to make oneself feel it. His failure is not because of poor talent, but because he simply does not know how to use it. To put it bluntly, seeing is believing and hearing is false. Dilu handed the booklet over politely. He murmured to himself, and his mind recalled the power he felt when he was practicing. What is this? I see. That's just a child. What can he understand about the talent of the immortal clan? It's good enough that he can understand ninjutsu. Bai Shi's face changed suddenly. Elder Bai Shi, I remember that you once practiced the talent of the immortal clan, but you didn't succeed in the end, right? Sorry, I don't mean anything else. I just want you to take a look at this booklet. €. It was with this idea that he thought that Chiba trademark's cooperation was more of a secret technique for Konoha to spy on their temple. The talent of the immortals is essentially a combination of energy and chakra, and as long as you find the trick and can sense it, you can practice it. Dilu didn't trademark think too much at the time, which led to the subsequent troubles. But now, Theta trademark S because I don't trademark know too much about the poison of the sister. Dilu said seriously, you have learned the two techniques some time ago, right? Although Konoha is cunning, those two techniques are really good. One can increase your control over your physical strength, and the other is a rare soft fist method. A ninja monk praised. He is a neutral faction, and he participated in the study of Konoha trademark S2 techniques. Although he didn't trademark master them, the more he practiced, the more he admired the creators of these two techniques. After praising, he thought about it and suddenly realized something. Could it be? Yes, these two techniques were created by Chiba-kun. I was the same as you. I didn't think Chiba-kun's techniques were that great, but... Dilu laughed at himself. Konoha has had great geniuses from generation to generation, and this generation is him. Elder Bai Shi wanted to refute, but after looking at the book in his hand, he couldn't say anything for a while. If the author of those two techniques in this book is really Yagyu Chiba, then the previous conditions are really good. Based on the creative ability shown by the other party, the Fire Temple has paid, but it will definitely not lose money. Everyone has come into contact with the talents of the immortals, you can pass it to each other, but be careful not to damage it, otherwise we will have to go to Konoha to repair it. Delu specifically warned. If these old monks tremble, it will damage the interests of the entire temple. The old monks looked at each other, and finally passed the book around one by one. After a while, the hall was silent. Delu had previously relayed Kunyi's conclusions, but those were speculative after all, and were not worthy of trust in everyone's opinion. But this booklet is different. The detailed notes and the records of many characteristics are completely consistent with the situation they had perceived before, and the other party even analyzed how to complete the practice under such circumstances. These skills alone are worth a lot. Even if Konoha is behind the scenes, it is worth it. Some old monks shed tears. If I had gotten it earlier, why couldn't I cultivate into a talent of the immortal clan? These people have sensed the natural energy, but they don't know how to absorb and transform it. They just follow the instructions in the immortal clan's talent and sit in meditation rigidly. In the end, they achieve nothing. If they had this book to guide them, they would definitely be able to cultivate it. Delu was silent. After a long time, everyone recovered their emotions, and he spoke, "We are all experienced people, and we know the pain of not being able to cultivate the secret art. If we keep the secret art but can't learn it, what's the point? But, it is a secret art after all, and it shouldn't be passed on." Bai Shi was very entangled. He naturally admired Kunyi now, but he still felt that Kunyi's request to pass it on to those who approve was a bit excessive. You are trapped by greed and ignorance, and you only see the losses, but not the gains. Delu said seriously, "If it weren't for his research, would we know this?" No. Bai Shi shook his head honestly. If they could understand this, they wouldn't have. Tu has been in trouble until now, and still can't learn the talent of the immortal race. That's it. He also wrote that our immortal race's talent is essentially the use of this power, so we can not only use it to drive the Thousand Hands Killer, but also try to drive other ancient demon-slaying secrets. Delu continued to talk about his thoughts. Do you understand its value now? The old monks looked at each other. This. They really didn't think about it. Delu sighed lightly. Pattern. The gap in vision is too big. If he hadn't come into contact with Kunyi, he wouldn't have thought of those dusty and useless secrets, but after seeing Kunyi's ability and ideas of turning waste into treasure, his mind was suddenly broadened. Now it seems that thinking is more important than simple techniques. Bai Shi was stunned for a few seconds. Finally, he understood. What the other party returned was not a simple technique, but a mature and systematic power, through which they could try to improve the old secrets themselves. In other words, Chiba probably doesn't think highly of their techniques, and only cares about this kind of power. However, it was not discovered by the Fire Temple alone. They are indeed in a cooperative relationship. Master, I have no objection, but I think the people he teaches are limited to Konoha ninjas, and we need to inform the Fire Temple. Of course, he has already stated it in his letter, and he also specifically explained the specific situation of the cooperation with the Aberme family. Delu handed over the letter. After reading it, they were silent one by one, and no longer had any opinions. Everyone dispersed. Delu took back the booklet and sat in the hall with a heavy sigh. The elders agreed not only because of Chiba's talent, but more because they themselves benefited. The harm of greed, anger, and ignorance, even monks are not immune. Chapter 80. This day came too soon. Chiba, the letter is here. Thank you, Senior Asuma. Chiba bowed to thank him. It's really a great honor for the senior ninja to come here in person. He opened the letter and read it for a while, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He gave the dry goods himself, and the land side was successfully handled. Great. It seems that the result is on the good side. Asuma said with a smile. Well, thanks to you for running in the middle. Ha ha ha, what does it have to do with me? I just helped to pass the message, but I didn't say anything else. Incredible. The meeting between the Kaze cage and him contained a lot of information in itself. As a result, in a short period of time, Chiba has mastered new chakra. The fourth Kaze cage had a certain degree of cooperation with Orochimaru. Isn't it just a substitute exam? In the face of absolute strength, wise people will suffer more. Don't worry, I remember it. Asuma looked up. If it weren't for this, Orochimaru couldn't sneak attack him. You don't want to see the previous notes. Now the reply letter says that I can teach the skills I have learned to people who are recognized by both parties. Extract and synthesize new chakra? This. He knew that Chiba had this guess before, but it was just a guess after all, and it needed further verification and research. According to the plot he had seen in his previous life, Orochimaru should have sneaked up on Kimimaro and Kabuto to quickly kill the fourth Kaze cage and his guarding Jonin. The value of the fairy chakra is higher than that of the talent of the fairy clan, and mastering it is the key. For example, what is the content of the cooperation? It may have been the Konoha collapse plan, but his appearance will inevitably change something. It's the Chunin exam. In the Chunin exam, will the fourth Kaze cage and Orochimaru target himself? Chiba was just speculating without any evidence, and it was unrealistic to find the third directly. Chiba shook his head, then took out the notebook and opened one of the pages. But Asuma smiled. I just think and watch more. Chiba's eyes lit up. Sorry, I was distracted. What did you say? Chiba has been thinking about a question recently. Asuma sighed, and then quickly said, research is research, don't forget the Chunin exam, and besides, do you remember your promise to me? Of course I'm interested. He couldn't move his eyes away. He couldn't handle Shikamaru in the future, but Shikamaru now was relatively easy. Asuma opened his mouth, speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Ha ha ha, I'm not jealous of a junior, I just think it's really a blow. Chiba. When did Orochimaru start thinking about the plan to kill the Kaze cage? Asuma wanted to refuse, but after instinctively glancing at it. The key to my experiment with the Aberme family is this kind of chakra. Chiba nodded. Asuma took out his two fist blades. After a few seconds, he exclaimed, it's really great to meet a genius like you. I heard that you've been studying swordsmanship recently. I'm good at close-range slashing. Are you interested in seeing it? Fiian? Kyunyi nodded. Kyunyi handed over the letter. Ha ha ha, I'm really honored. Go outside. You can't use it here. No reward without merit. Asuma decided to demonstrate the ninjutsu Fiian he created to him. It was called a demonstration, but he knew very well that this guy was a pervert. A Euro trademark-s comprehension, he can probably learn most of it after watching it once. Think about it later. It may be better than his own Fiian, so he insisted on not saying teaching, but demonstrating and communicating. Asuma smoked a cigarette and walked out melancholy. What is worse than teaching the apprentice to starve to death? After teaching the apprentice, the other party can teach him in a few days. As far as he knows, the teacher in Kyunyi Hospital has been laid up. Giving face to the other party now is to save face for the future self. I understand it too well. Asuma clenched his fist blade, and then, swoosh. With a slight sound, he has appeared beside Kyunyi, and his fist is swinging as usual. Kyunyi dodged to the side. Although Asuma's fist blade did not attack him, the invisible chakra turned into a sharp blade wrapped outside and cut him. The branches behind him were all cut off. Kyunyi glanced at it and was secretly shocked. The distance is farther than he thought. Before he could think about it, Asuma's estimates came one after another, flapping like a flying swallow's wings, leaving him no time to rest. In just a few breaths, he opened the limit state, and at the same time, his perception ability was raised to the limit. With such speed and attack, simple dodging could not avoid the attack at all, and he had to make an advanced judgment on Asuma's wind blade cutting. "Watch it!" Asuma shouted softly, and then his eyes condensed, and he instantly swung the flying swallow and turned around to kill. The chakra blade on his fist blade suddenly unfolded bigger than before. Kyunyi's eyes condensed, and the chakra under his feet suddenly exploded. With the help of the air wave of the chakra explosion and the instant body technique, he instantly accelerated and dodged. "Good boy." Asuma put away his sword. "I deliberately hid a trick, but I didn't expect that it would be so powerful. You held back. If you use it at full speed, it would still be difficult for me to dodge it." Kyunyi was still in shock. The attack just now really made him sweat. "Ha ha ha." Asuma took a deep breath and then spit out the almost empty cigarette butt. "Do you understand?" "Range." Kyunyi nodded and expressed his understanding. Although there was only one word, it had already pointed out the essence of Fiyin. The range of the chakra blade that can never be grasped. The second is the rhythm of attack. "You guy." Asuma had a complicated expression. After a few seconds, he smiled helplessly. "Fortunately, I still have a trick up my sleeve." "One-handed sword." "How do you know?" Asuma looked up in surprise, his expression full of astonishment. Kyunyi didn't rely entirely on his foresight in the plot. As far as the two-handed sword is concerned, Asuma has already used the range to the limit, and he said to keep one hand. That is naturally the one-handed sword. The two-handed sword is fast and fierce, and the range is far and near, making it unpredictable. The one-handed sword should focus on strength and nature changes. Kyunyi stretched out his hand and said, "Can I borrow your weapon?" Asuma was stunned for a few seconds. He knew there would be such a day, but he never expected it to come so soon. "It's only been a few seconds, right?" He handed the fist blade over woodenly. Kyunyi took it, then repeated Asuma's flying swallow in his mind several times, while trying to remember shiny Chimonji, and then he swung a knife. Asuma blocked with his left knife, but the moment of the confrontation, bang! A terrible force came from the opponent's knife. Great force? No, not strength. The child's body is very strong, but not to this extent. Asuma put away the knife and stepped back, recalling the changes that just happened in an instant. After more than 10 seconds, his eyes widened. "It's an explosion. And vibration," Kyunyi added. "He doesn't know wind escape or lightning escape, so he can't do cutting or thunder like Killer Bee, so he can only use chakra to manually vibrate. The effect of vibration alone is average, but with the precise and concentrated instantaneous explosion of chakra, it can achieve a very terrifying effect. Of course, the difficulty is also very high." Chapter 81 Xianjian? I'm worried that he can't stand it. You really are. Asuma took the fist blade and couldn't help showing a bitter smile on his face. Isn't this too fast? You misunderstood. I have thought about swordsmanship before, but I can't exert its power without chakra weapons. Kyunyi explained quickly. After hearing this, Asuma felt much better. At least he didn't learn it on the spot, and he didn't develop and improve it instantly. If that happened, he would really collapse. But, to be honest, it was just a little comfort. Kyunyi's knife. Asuma pondered for a few seconds, and didn't give any comments on what Kyunyi called a little difficult or simple. As for the latter, although Asuma is a jonin, he doesn't meet the standard. The harsh and cold reality is. Kyunyi opened it and took a look, and thanked him very sincerely. Young people are formidable. And super strength? Asuma was secretly surprised. After a closer look, it looked like super strength, but it was not the same. Thank you, Senior Asuma. In addition, he also completed it to the point where he could easily release his feet. Wind Escape Green Storm. It actually has two parts, vibration and explosion. It may be a little difficult to add them together, but it is easy to separate them into two. Kyunyi waved his fist. Asuma felt a little embarrassed. I can't stay any longer. All the skills are written on it, but there is no name yet. That technique is really useful in actual combat. Bang! A pit sank into the ground. It's too difficult. This is because the highest difficulty rating of Konoha is only S. Because the difficulty of combining and separating the two is indeed very different. However, if you want to achieve Kyunyi's level, it is also very difficult to separate them, but fortunately there is no hard requirement, just do your best. This is Kyunyi's strange power. I can't use it myself, but the principle can be borrowed, and it may be possible to try out similar effects. Otherwise, Asuma will be forced to get it for free. On the scroll is a ninjutsu that Asuma has been thinking hard about recently, which can use wind escape to remotely control weapons containing wind escape chakra. After sending out the wind style just now, he no longer had any technique to communicate with Kyunyi. Oh, that's a small application of chakra instant explosion, it's essentially this technique. But Kyunyi could recognize it. It's another technique that's very difficult to learn. It's very valuable to him. If he can integrate Kyunyi's swordsmanship into the shiny Chimonji, that sword will be more perfect. Because Kyunyi's sword requires a very terrible chakra control ability, and the requirements for chakra control are very terrifying. It's not that he can't get over the psychological barrier, he just can't learn it. He was so ashamed that he threw out a scroll and said, "This is my recently created ninjutsu. You can take it for reference. In addition, I wish you good luck every time." The former requires at least S-level chakra control ability. After saying that, Asuma found an excuse and ran away directly. I can't do it. Asuma sighed. Ahem, I'll go back and try it. By the way, your explosive acceleration technique. What if Tian develops wind-style chakra? It's a pity that the chakra knife can't be completed before the Chunin exam. But if there is a chakra steel wire, it will be enough to deal with ordinary enemies. Orochimaru will definitely not dare to attack me directly. According to Orochimaru's personality, I may still be a person who can be won over in his eyes. It's hard to say about the fourth Kazekage. Since he came to power, that guy's goal has always been to defeat Konoha, and then reverse the status between Sand Village and Konoha. He is likely to make some arrangements for me. But no matter what, Konoha is strong and Sand Village is weak at present, so he can't make a move openly. As for Jinchuriki, Kyunyi has studied a lot of sealing techniques recently. If Gaara participates in the competition, he doesn't mind adding a more stable seal to Sand Village. Well, think about what technique to focus on first. Kyunyi opened his notebook. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Make plans in advance so that you can be handy when the Chunin exam comes. First of all, of course. He wrote puppet on the first line, thought for a moment, and added ninja tool manipulation in the brackets behind it. Among the techniques of the Sand Village, the rarest one is naturally the puppet technique. As for the second one, wind escape, sealing technique. The wind escape ninjutsu of the Sand Village is still worthy of praise. As for the sealing technique, he is not interested in the treasures such as the lion's roar, but the cloth binding technique and the cloth hiding technique. Both are unique to the Sand Village. If you want to borrow, this is the best opportunity. In order to be decent, the Sand Village will try its best to send out the rest of the genin except Gaara to support the scene. From this point of view, it is not a bad thing to be in the opponent's home court. Kyunyi analyzed it once, and then slowly exhaled. When closing the notebook, he felt like he was being spied on. It must be the old pervert of the third generation. He complained silently. The Hokage's office. The third generation and Kakashi were silent for a while. After closing the crystal ball, they looked at each other, both with some helplessness in their eyes. Ahem, Hokage-sama, what about that? Let's go. You can see that Chiba wants to go too. He has listed the plan in his notebook. The third generation smiled helplessly, we are worried about his safety. Yet. Kakashi responded, then scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. Smart is really smart, but sometimes, reckless is really true. He thought for a while and said, I'll ask them for their opinions. If they are willing, then I can only watch them more. Okay. By the way, take this. The third generation took out a pair of glasses. Kakashi was a little confused at first, but after trying to put it on, he quickly understood. Chiba's modified telescope technique. He took it, and his eyes suddenly became stern. What is this? Kakashi looked up at the third generation. I looked at the design submitted by Tian and applied some sealing techniques to your glasses. Thank you so much. Kakashi sincerely thanked Tian and Chiba. This kind of creation involving sealing techniques cannot be designed with Tianation's level. He tried it. This pair of glasses can suppress the Sharingan to a certain extent. Of course. It is only suppressive control. It will still automatically perceive and analyze, increasing chakra consumption, but it is much better than before. This way I can rest assured. Kakashi sighed. He was worried that leaving would have some impact on Tenten and the others, but now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. They are all qualified ninjas. By the way, Sandame, if Chiba becomes a Chunin, who will replace me? Shiranui Genma. The Sandame exhaled a puff of smoke lightly. Is it him? Kakashi was slightly startled, then thought of something, his face condensed. You want Chiba to try Flying Thunder God? With his talent, it is entirely possible for him to learn Flying Thunder God. Even if he can't learn it, with that child's talent, he will definitely be able to give very unique opinions. Kakashi nodded in agreement, but his expression was still a little worried. The third generation frowned and asked, do you have a different opinion? I hope Xianjian can be mentally prepared. If I were to recommend someone, I personally think Tenzo would be more suitable. Even he was trembling with fear when leading the team, fearing that he would be taught a lesson in return, let alone Shiranui Xianjian. Although Xianjian is a special Jonin, his learning is too single. I am afraid that in a few days, he will be completely drained by Chiba, and there will only be painful torture in the future. So exaggerated. You can communicate with Asuma. Chapter 82 The Value of Konoha's Rich Woman. Chiba? Why are you asking him? Asuma frowned. The third generation sat in the yard and said, Kakashi said that getting along with Chiba requires some psychological preparation. Otherwise, why didn't Kai take him? Asuma couldn't help twitching his mouth when he thought of the situation during the day. After all, he is an elite Jonin. In front of Chiba, he doesn't have the slightest sense of accomplishment as a Jonin, and is taught to doubt his life every day. Sometimes he wondered, does Chiba really need a teacher? The third generation was silent for a long time. Kai. That guy seemed to say that he couldn't teach. I admire Kakashi very much. He has been leading the team until now. Basically no one can replace him. If you have to say it, it's better to pick a captain and a helper for them. For example, I exchanged Fiian with Chiba today, and then he taught me a technique in return. The words of a helper. Hesha emerged from the tree with a rather depressed expression. During this period, his original body was studying and practicing, and his clone went to the Death Forest to meditate and adapt to the natural energy when he was free. Why is it like this? I can't preach. Chiba and I are friends. We communicate with each other. Obviously, he hid all his aura and disguised himself without any problems. The other party learned his technique, but he didn't learn the other party's technique. That kid's skills should be stronger. I hide it badly. Chiba gained a generation for nothing. He understood what Kakashi and Asuma meant. Hesha opened his mouth and sighed in frustration. He looked at Asuma, you can't teach me either. I don't know if it's the strengthening effect of the Bodhi seeds or both, but he can now sense the flow of natural energy. It's a test of psychological endurance. Except for Kakashi, the others are really not good. I know. Forget it. What's the point of comparing with Chiba? I already knew that this guy is not an ordinary person. Good guy. Are you friends with him? As expected, only Kakashi in Konoha can be the leader of the team. Chiba said truthfully. As he said, Asuma held the fist blade and slashed backhand. The condensed chakra blade suddenly exploded. Asuma analyzed seriously. It's a bit like soft fist, but according to Chiba's classification of soft fist, directly exploding is the lowest level of use. So, the eyes of the third generation condensed. If it was about the third generation, he would definitely not answer so seriously, but when it comes to Chiba, Asuma is rarely serious. The corner of the Sanda's eye couldn't help but jump. That's not the case. You hide perfectly. You are exposed because I have strong perception. Waizasa, where is Tenten? Asuma didn't learn it. The Sanda was silent for a moment, and understood a little. Asuma went with the intention of teaching, but was taught a lesson instead. She also wanted Kyunyi to see her training results, but she was seen through as soon as they met. Well, maybe Tenzang can learn more. Just now, he used this to see through Waisasa's hiding position. If Tenzang and Kyunyi were partners, he should be a qualified captain, but that's all. He couldn't provide much help to Kyunyi in learning this skill. Waizasa, Kyunyi, you are here, hehe, come and divide the things. Tenten ran over, and then made seals with both hands. A pile of things came out from inside. Wasa's eyes widened. Tenten, isn't it too exaggerated? Kyunyi was speechless. In front of them were 5 swords, some long and some short, followed by 2 stacks of detonating tags, 10 kunao and a shuriken. Generally, Chunin travels without such extravagance. I made the swords, kunao and shuriken myself. They are not worth much. The detonating tags are a little more expensive, but they are really useful. I have quite a few of them. Tian picked out a small bundle of wire and handed it over. Kyunyi's eyes lit up. Steel wire made of chakra iron. Tian really made it. What is this? Chakra weapon, the result of Tianation's recent research. Kyunyi said as he infused chakra into it. His hand trembled, and the steel wire flew out like a snake and stretched forward. He was very surprised. Did you learn from Yelai's dark sword? A little bit, but it's just steel wire after all, it's not much use except making it more like a weapon. Tian explained. You can forge chakra weapons? So amazing. Hesha was a little jealous. It seems that all his teammates are geniuses, only he is like a rookie. During this period, his swordsmanship, stealth, and assassination have become stronger. The only other progress seems to be the lightning ninjutsu. It's still a long way to go. I originally wanted to make a chakra sword, but there is too little time. I'm worried that I will make a bad product if I rush it. It's already helped a lot. Kyunyi shook his head. Tianation's performance really exceeded his expectations. Tian is indeed very talented in ninja tools. Sorry, I'm at the crossroads. Teacher Kakashi, put away your lame excuses. Are we leaving for the Sand Village today? Tenten said directly. Kakashi was silent and glanced at Tenten and the weapons and detonating tags on the ground. The little girl was very angry. He paused for a moment, looked at Chiba and said, "Are you sure you want to take the Chunin exam? You know, it's not too late to regret now." Teacher Kakashi, what do you mean by looking at Chiba? Tenten couldn't help asking. Very good, the recent rest didn't make you slack off, and your observation skills are still there. Kakashi looked at Tenten approvingly, and then said, this Chunin exam will be held in the desert of the Wind Country. Spy. Hesha was thoughtful. Everyone has spies in each other's villages to pass on information. Chiba is too famous in the village, and it is impossible for him to hide it from the Sand Village. Kakashi looked at Tenten and Kazusa, so this trip may be very dangerous. You can give up and choose to participate in the next one. We have been preparing for so long, of course we have to participate. The plan is all set, how can we not go? The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Chiba smiled and looked at the other two. As for you, although it is not convenient to hide in the desert, I am still confident that I can survive. Kyuza replied. I have no problem either. Tenten patted the ceiling scroll. There are still a lot of ninja tools like the ones on the ground in her scroll. It is hard to say whether she can be promoted to Chunin, but there is no problem to participate in the competition with the team. Then let's go, we have to meet up with Kai and the others. Teacher Kai? Are they participating too? Chiba was a little surprised. He remembered that the Might Guy team did not participate in the Chunin exam in the first year. You are more familiar with each other, so you can take care of each other. Got it. Team Guy is the wingman. Their goal is not to participate in the Chunin exam, but to offset the inherent disadvantage of playing away from home and help cover them in secret. Chiba didn't know what to say for a moment. Kakashi noticed his expression. Their team also wants to participate, so you are partners and opponents at the same time. Yes. Chapter 83 Kabuto's Oscar-winning performance. At the gate of Konoha village. Might Guy, Niji and the other four had already been waiting at the gate. In addition to them, there were 3 other teams. Most of them were not recognized. But there was a team that looked familiar. The bespectacled man Kabuto Yakushi, and his teammates Akadown Armor and Ken Misumi. Speaking of which, Akadown Armor also has a secret technique to absorb chakra. If you can get it or observe it closely. Unfortunately, generally speaking, they are unlikely to face each other, and it is estimated that the 3 of them will find a way to be eliminated in the second round and continue to participate in the next round of Chunin exam. It must be said that Orochimaru's people have greatly improved the attendance rate of the Chunin exam. Chiba played with a pen, and his eyes moved away quietly to avoid the other party noticing something unusual. Maya and Tenten were chatting on the side, while Kazusa usually didn't talk in crowded places. Chiba and Tenten were leaning against the tree trunk, while Kazusa sat on the tree to observe the surroundings. Hello, you are Yagyu Chiba, right? My name is Kabuto Yakushi, and I am your admirer. After running for a long time, Kabuto Yakushi was talking nonsense. Chiba was chatting with Xiaoli on the side. Lock Li was Chiba's first friend after crossing over. Even though they were not assigned to the same team, they did not lose contact with each other. Chiba hurriedly supported him. Senior, there is no need to do this. Chiba looked flustered and stunned, and modestly shirked the credit. Just talking about acting, he could give him 100 points without exaggeration. 1 point less would be an insult to Kabuto Yakushi's acting skills and efforts. Only Lee would think that the other party was really praising him. A euro. Ha, old bitch. Kyunyi continued to observe the others. That guy was taller than before, and his muscles did not euro trademark T seem to have changed much, but according to his judgment, he was probably much stronger than before. Ningji looked at Kyunyi, tilted his head speechlessly and looked elsewhere. With a bang, everyone disappeared at the gate in an instant. After chatting, the senior ninjas had already filled in the list of personnel. A-euro. After all, Konoha is so small, and they often meet when exercising. A-euro out fa. Yes. Kabuto's observation was very covert. If Chiba's perception had not been further improved, he might not have noticed it, and it would be meaningless to find it. Chiba followed Kakashi to the front, greeted the others, and finally stood next to Xiaoli and the others. He silently complained in his heart. It's not a crime to observe companions. It's great to get your recognition. Yakushi Kabuto said and bowed lightly. Bumped into each other. After running for a while, Kakashi announced to stop and rest. If I didn't know the details of this guy, I might really think that the other party was just a mediocre talent. The journey to the Wind Country is long. Even for ninjas, it takes 3 or 4 days to reach the reception center there. Chiba, come here quickly. We are leaving. After a brief encounter, Kabuto Yakushi left contentedly, like a star chaser whose wish was fulfilled. Kyunyi found that Kabuto Yakushi had unknowingly slowed down, and even he could hear a slight panting sound. After a few seconds, the silver-haired boy with glasses came over with an excited smile. Li, you've become much stronger. While he was observing, Kabuto Yakushi was also observing him. It could only be Xiaoli who was so energetic. No, you may not know that the improvement of the Hyoliang pill is of great help to us civilian genin, not to mention that you have selflessly taught us many skills. Now is no exception. Just like Kyunyi, it turns out that your idea of a euro improving the Hyoliang pill can really help many ninjas. Tenten was in mixed feelings. Although she was also a commoner, her family was very successful in business. In terms of money, they were definitely among the top in Konoha. But at the same time, in a place like Konoha, being able to undertake the weapons business meant that Tenten's family was not ordinary commoners. She naturally understood. But it was because of what Kabuto said that she truly understood the situation of ordinary genin. Chiba sighed softly. Most people in the world are ordinary people, so I want to study techniques that ordinary people can learn. Yes. Tenten sighed and nodded, his eyes unconsciously looking at the boy next to him. So, his goal is so lofty. In fact, it's not just her. Although they lowered their voices, they couldn't hide from the hearing of the senior ninja. Kakashi, Kai, and Kabuto Yakushi heard it all clearly. The first two had a certain understanding of Chiba, and they just smiled after hearing it, thinking that they had not made a mistake, but Kabuto Yakushi was quite subtle. Before that, his understanding of Chiba was all from written information. Today is the second time that Kabuto Yakushi has seen this child. The first time was in Konoha Hospital, in the dark without Chiba's knowledge. At this time, he sat by the tree, looking at the green leaves above, speechless for a moment. For ordinary people? It turns out that there are such fools in the world. Double Yakushi closed his eyes, a little bored. Kyunyi noticed this, but he couldn't guess the reason for Do's loss of mood. After all, Do that guy. He turned the pen and closed his eyes to meditate. Except for Double Yakushi, the rest of the people rested peacefully. Half an hour later, everyone set off again. Except for a greeting in the middle, Double Yakushi didn't make any other actions. Except Kyunyi, no one had any doubts about him. He is a top actor. Member, considering Kabuto's ability, he is definitely a top assistant. It's a pity that he is Orochimaru's subordinate. Chiba pretended not to know, and ignored his existence and hurried on along the way. In just one day, they had arrived at the land of rivers. Along the way, he silently observed and sensed the natural energy along the way. Then he wrote it down. Like the land of rain, this is a pitiful country, full of war and chaos. The land of rivers is a good place to stay. In the future, I can consider leaving a way out. At present, Danzo has not taken any action, but the former at least has a certain pursuit and integrity, and the latter the one who is very crazy. In order to get to the top, the old guy can do anything. Of course. If he can live in Konoha in peace, Chiba doesn't want to leave. Chaotic places are always dangerous. Outside the village, the possibility of being targeted by Akatsuki and Obito's crazy gang will be greatly increased. So, that was a last resort. Chiba thought to himself. Memorizing all the way, soon, he keenly noticed that the moisture in the air was getting thinner and thinner. The kingdom of wind is coming soon. Spread out the perception. Sure enough. Not far away, there is a faint breath of ninja. The kingdom of wind is coming soon, everyone be alert. Kakashi reminded. Guy tilted his head. Yes. Ningji understood what the teacher meant, and instantly opened his eyes and focused his sight on the front. There is a team of people patrolling in front. It doesn't look like an ambush. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. There was only one team, so the possibility of an ambush was very low. They sped forward and soon met a patrol team. This group of people was sent by the Kaze cage to meet and lead the way. Chapter 84. Thanks to the mask for giving me the last dignity. Here is it, the Sand Village? Moonlight and Sasa asked in a low voice. Just as Chiba was about to answer, a voice rang out. Of course not. Tenten turned around and saw that it was Kabuto Yakushi who had greeted her once before. They hurriedly greeted him. Senior Kabuto, do you know? Well, just call me Kabuto. I am a genin like you, and geniuses like you may become chinin after the exam. Kabuto Yakushi laughed at himself, and then sorted out his mood. This is a town on the front line of the Sand Village, but in fact the residents are all ninjas. Long-term camp. Kabuto Yakushi's acting skills are of course top-notch, but Akito Kamo and Ken Misumi are not. Their eyes probably revealed some emotions. As for Sasa, she just observed silently and did not answer. Kabuto Yakushi smiled. Besides, Chiba-kun must know it too, right? She also wanted to become knowledgeable, but unfortunately, except for ninja tools, space-time ninjutsu, and sealing techniques, her talents in other aspects seemed to be ordinary. This is not a town, it is clearly a military town developed from a military camp. Obviously, she noticed something strange. Tenten said quickly. I feel that they look at Chiba in a strange way. It's unfortunate. This is knowledge. Sorry for the joke. Ordinary people like me can't learn too many ninjutsu, so I can only work hard in this area. Chiba lives with Lee and Niji, while Tenten and Kazusa live in the same room with Maya. The two sides visit each other, and the teams will soon meet up. Tenten responded. Kazusa has been deliberately cultivating the ability of observation and is quite talented in this aspect. Maybe it's worship. Genin don't earn much, and Chiba's improved ration pills can save them a lot of money. Senior Kabuto, you know a lot. But after thinking about it carefully, Chiba understood. No, it is also a talent to be able to read books. I feel overwhelmed when I see books that I am not interested in. Kabuto Yakushi answered respectfully and slightly disdainfully. Chiba wanted to laugh when he saw it. Tien said while tidying up. Kabuto Yakushi nodded with a faint smile. This surprised Chiba a little. Half comfort, half truth. Help ordinary people? Haha, an ideal and pure child. Chiba nodded. Kabuto Yakushi tried to talk to her several times, but the conversation was always cold because of her extremely short answers. After many times, he gave up. Tien said enviously. At night, he, Tien and Kazusa were assigned to adjacent rooms. Strange. Ha ha ha, it's just that I have been a genin for a long time, so I always know more. Chiba smiled and said nothing. Because it's very strange. Yakushi Kabuto said self-deprecatingly. Kyunyi nodded, yes, this is also my long-cherished wish. Wasa, let's go to the Meimengshi Yuan de CBD oil. Tien was thoughtful. Wasa whispered, looking at Kyunyi. I've seen it in a book. Especially reading. Ideal purity is also interpreted as naivete. He doesn't know the darkness under Konoha, so he can keep such an idea. In front of him was an ordinary chinin in the support team. He licked his lips and said hoarsely, Cow, we cannot be such a person, but there is no need to deliberately belittle him. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto bowed his head respectfully. To be honest, I am more and more interested in him. Are you going to change your plan? Of course not. If he can't even solve a small trouble, it means that his capacity is only that level. The ordinary chinin's eyes were filled with excitement. Kabuto Yakushi nodded, indicating that he understood. After all, it is Kakashi who leads the team, and some of the techniques created by that little guy are quite troublesome. If you stay for too long, you may be discovered. Yes, take care. Kabuto Yakushi bowed his head. The ordinary Chunin opened the door and left. After walking for a while, Akadown Kai and Ken Misumi returned to the room with supplies. Not far away, Kakashi came out of the house. He even greeted Kakashi. "Kakashi Jonin, you rest here for one night. I will take you to the Sand Village tomorrow." "Okay, thank you very much." Kakashi nodded. Orochimaru bowed slightly, then walked forward and returned to his temporary residence for rest. Kakashi's back could still be seen from inside the house. How important it is! Kakashi was in front, and Might Guy was behind, giving the Sand Village no chance to attack. But why would Luasha launch an attack here? If he had such courage, he wouldn't have to look for gold all over the desert. There are always better ways to make money than looking for gold. Thinking of this, Orochimaru smiled sarcastically. That guy is worse than Konoha's child as a kaze cage. It's not a mockery. Orochimaru sincerely believes that if Chiba is the kaze cage, the Sand Village will be stronger than it is now. That's a real genius. He. The next day, under the leadership of the Sand Village Chunin, a dozen members of the Konoha team headed for the examination site. Kakashi did not lead the way, but went with Chiba and the others. So, Chiba had the opportunity to get closer and ask some questions. "Teacher Kakashi, do you have any guesses about the venue of our exam this time?" "Only the Sand Village knows this, but if the other party chooses the Demon Desert, you must be careful." Kakashi answered. "Because of the ruins?" "Yes." Kakashi nodded. The Demon Desert was once a town in the Kingdom of Wind. There are ruins buried under the sand. Who knows what traps and monsters there are? The danger is comparable to the Death Forest. Chiba was thoughtful. He understood what Kakashi meant. If Luasha chose the location in the Demon Desert, it would mean that the Sand Village would have a lot of room to make moves. They would be in greater danger. However, in that kind of place, the new ability that appeared last night might be of some help. Yes. Last night, after saying goodbye to Tiantian and Kazusa, Chiba received a new enhancement from the Bodhi seed. The pattern brought by the derivative technique of parasitic insect. After observation and a small experiment, he concluded the direction of enhancement. Communication. Kyunyi tried it and made some small discoveries. In a sense, communication is a special application of spiritual level and natural energy. At present, he can only communicate with insects and small animals. But with the development of the parasitic insect ninjutsu, or with further analysis and learning of its principles, he will definitely be able to further master this communication skill. For now, the Demon Desert is barren, and there are still insects living. With his own perception ability, perhaps Luasha's plan can help him. He thought about it and whispered to Kakashi, "Teacher, I contacted the Aberme clan some time ago and found a way to use spiritual power and special energy, which allows me to communicate with insects." Kakashi widened his single eye. "Another discovery? My?" He opened his mouth, but didn't show his shock further. Thanks to the mask for giving him the last dignity. After 2 seconds of silence, he said, "This ability is very useful, keep it secret, and we will discuss it later." Yes. Chapter 85. There is something wrong with that Chunin. Communicating with insects. This kid. It's amazing. Kakashi's shock and worry are beyond Chiba's imagination. The Aberme clan can make a contract with parasites and develop a series of abilities around parasites. A big reason is that they can communicate with them. This is the foundation of the Aberme clan's strength. Chiba's ability has already involved this field. Of course. For now, Chiba is not a threat to the Aberme family, and even cooperates closely with the Aberme family. The Sand Village seems to have made some arrangements. After a day, they rushed to the Sand Village from the border. Chiba complained. After knowing Chiba's ability, he no longer worried about the Chunin exam. It's really boring. XXXX. Although he can't change his nature, Kakashi feels that if Luasha uses magnetic escape several times in front of him, his underwear may be seen through. Kakashi can copy ninjutsu, but he can't learn secret techniques or blood limit, which is actually quite limited. Kakashi turned his head and looked over, then narrowed his eyes. Chiba is just a commoner, without a big family or many forces as a backer. On the one hand, this makes him look unspecial. Chiba was confused. He was referring to that old guy Danzo. Unless the Jonin is shameless and personally goes down, it would be good if the Sand Village ninjas don't have all their wealth stolen by Chiba. Yuxing bowed to thank him, then turned and left. A voice sounded. He was complaining in his heart. We will also restrain our subordinates and won't let our sisters be punished. I won half. But what about the future? Kakashi is really worried. Yes, I will bring your kindness to Master Kaze Cage. It was the Chunin who led the way before. Will Gaara show up? Unfortunately, he didn't see many ninjas until he got to his residence. And Chiba? Kakashi was silent. Will Chiba's parasite experiment make the parasites closer and closer to him? By then, being too talented can also bring disaster. However, in addition, it is said that the Hyuga family had contacted him before. Kakashi sneered with his eyes wide open. That's right. Can the Aberame family still keep their original intention? He also wanted to observe in advance, but no Sand Village ninja came to provoke. Copy ninja? Sooner or later, this name will belong to you. Chiba is no exception. Chiba also has this consideration, but he doesn't know that his teacher has also thought of these aspects through a few words. In addition, he is observing. Teacher, your name is too scary. Ninjas from the Sand Village dare not appear on the streets. What if something happens, or someone behind the scenes deliberately guides? Tisk. He shook his head and took out the intimate and violent extra chapter to divert his thoughts. Lord Kaze Cage was afraid that they would disturb you and cause unnecessary misunderstandings, so he specifically ordered them not to get close to here. When he saw the Sand Village, even with a personality like Niji, he couldn't help but look around curiously. The other party's aura was very strange. After carefully sensing it, he was even more surprised in his heart. At first glance, it seemed that the chakra aura was chaotic, but in fact, the source of the other party's weirdness came from the spirit. He was in such a situation. Konoha Hospital has seen him, usually a schizophrenia patient. Or, he was controlled by illusion. Whichever it is very bad for Chiba. He moved his eyes away to observe other places, and had another guess in his mind. At this time, such symptoms. There is another possibility that is very, very high. Orochimaru. That guy studied the eight-headed technique, and his mind has long been different from ordinary people, and he will also have similar symptoms. He is so brave that he actually disguised himself and approached Kakashi. If Kakashi finds him, even if he finds Orochimaru, there will be no loss. Chiba took a deep breath. Even if Kakashi finds Orochimaru, he has only 3 Megatama and is not good at illusions, so he can't keep Orochimaru. What about Konoha? If Orochimaru appears in the Wind Country, will Konoha still fully believe in the Sand Village? After some subsequent manipulation, the rift between the two villages will be further widened. Whether he is discovered or not, Orochimaru will not lose anything. But, arriving at their residence in the Sand Village, Chiba used his strongest perception to make sure that there was no one else around. Tenten and Kazusa were tidying up their own rooms. Kakashi sat down and was about to talk about Chiba's ability, but he noticed that he acted strangely and even chatted with a few passing ants. What are you doing? He propped his chin up and asked strangely, you are more careful than me. Teacher Kakashi, did you notice the Chunin just now? He has been approaching us since the previous town. Kakashi picked up the book and answered without surprise. Yes, you should know that I can sense something special at close range. Chiba lowered his voice in the second half of the sentence. He showed a similar perception talent in the medical class. Of course. Before, he could not clearly perceive the status of others, and later the pattern formed by the telescope technique strengthened the perception again. The higher UPS should know about this ability. Especially the leading jonin. Kakashi looked solemn and nodded gently. Is there something wrong with that person? His breath is very chaotic. Similar breath is common in mental patients. The second is illusion control. Kakashi's tone was solemn. He didn't sense anything unusual, but felt that the Chunin was approaching intentionally, but thought in his heart that he might be gathering intelligence in advance. This is what every village would do. But if what Chiba said was true, then the purpose was not that simple. That guy. It is very likely not as simple as gathering intelligence. Chiba nodded. He didn't say his guess. Control-type illusions do cause such a phenomenon. Besides, who needs to use illusions to control a Chunin to approach the Konoha team? The behavior itself is suspicious, enough to achieve the purpose of warning. Kakashi closed the book and sat in his seat to think. How could he still be in the mood to read? A suspicious guy. Well, I got it. Kakashi said, my Sharingan can dispel illusions. I'll go and see. Wait a minute, won't you let Teacher Kai come with you? Oh, yes, I'll let Kai come. Kakashi patted his head. I was so worried that I almost forgot. What if the other party led him away and another group of people attacked Chiba? I should have delayed it for another half a year. Kakashi felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have agreed to Chiba's request because of Naruto and agreed to let him participate in this Chunin exam. It's too dangerous. Okay. Chiba didn't correct Kakashi's misunderstanding because he remembered that he had another technique. Telescope technique. As long as Kakashi didn't leave the village, even if the other party was really Orochimaru, he could hold on for a while until Might Guy rushed over. With Kai and Kakashi, even Orochimaru would have to avoid the edge for a while. Might Guy was nearby. Not long after Kakashi went out, he came, and Chiba had no doubts. Kai's aura cannot be disguised. It's so unique. But at this moment, he was unusually serious. Chiba, what's up Kakashi? Come in first. When he entered the room, he found his shadow clone working. A barrier technique was drawn in the room. What is this? A technique to isolate sound and detect, to avoid exposure. Chiba explained. Kai entered, closed the door, and then the clone made seals with both hands to add the last link. There was a mirror on the table, and the main body made another seal. After a while, the picture in the mirror appeared. Kakashi was knocking on the door at this time. After a few seconds, the door opened, and a Sand Village ninja walked out. Is he the Chunin who has been leading the team since yesterday? He went to find the Sand Village ninja? Why? Kai was confused and puzzled. The Sand Village Chunin Yoshiyuki in the picture was also puzzled. Chapter 86 Remarks on the shelf. It was probably put on the shelf at noon today. I discussed with the editor last week that I would release the manuscripts I had saved, but the next day I passed out, and I still haven't recovered. I have a severe cough. I have been feeling very uncomfortable these past few days. I felt drowsy at first, and had a severe cough the next day. I went to get some medicine yesterday and I feel a little better. Start to write one after another. The previous 3 books were all system-oriented, so I decided to try this one without the system. In fact, the essence is still the same, but without the system, many plots seem to be more coherent. I am still exploring the details. I don't trademark know whether it is good or bad at the moment, but it can always be interesting. In the previous 3 books, Naruto only appeared very late, so I plan to write this book closer to give him a chance to appear. Of course, there is still not much role in the first volume. At least in the second volume, Naruto will have more roles this time. But the main part is still the protagonist. I hope everyone will like this fan fiction. Thanks to all the big guys who rewarded, voted, and followed, without you this book would not have reached Sanjiang. During this special period, Ikana Euro trademark T promised too many updates. I will do my best, starting with 5 updates. I will definitely update more if I can, but the quality will still be the main thing. Finally, please subscribe. Chapter 87 Orochimaru, I am exposed? Impossible. Orochimaru was very confused. He had never expected that Kakashi would come up to him at this time. Even though he seemed to have no hostility, but such behavior itself was very unexpected. There was no such link in the plan. However, he was a Sunin after all, and his ability to adapt to circumstances was very strong. Kakashi Jonin, do you need any help? Orochimaru maintained the posture that should be shown to indicate his identity. Kakashi smiled, scratched his head and said ashamedly, you know, there are several girls in our team, but there seems to be no place to take a shower in the room. I'm very sorry, but water is a precious resource in the Sand Village. We don't have the conditions to equip every room with a bathroom. It was really an accident. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes full of excitement. Is it Chiba-kun? What a smart kid. It's not illusion control, then what's going on? Kakashi, you are so fucking. Is it just a simple mental illness? Or so fast? He. Impossible. My disguise is perfect, how can Kakashi see through it? No. This guy is definitely not a Chunin. Who are you? After Minato, you are the only person in Konoha who can be considered a figure, but with your ability, you can't see through my disguise. Let Kai come together, not to let Kai accompany Chiba, but to let Kai accompany him. Orochimaru was confused, his thoughts were in a mess. Who are you? Besides, what a courage! He seemed to have heard of it somewhere. After looking up, he saw the 3 Megatamas spinning. I was careless. Kakashi's palms were sweating, and he gathered his energy and concentrated his mind to deal with Orochimaru's pressure. Orochimaru. You are Orochimaru. Kakashi's face changed suddenly. Hey, take Kakashi, you are really good. I underestimated your courage. Chiba tricked me? The two of them stayed where they were for a while, but soon, Kakashi added another illusion. The voice changed. Isn't he afraid of the Sand Village Umbu? Orochimaru's brain crashed, shocked by Kakashi's boldness, but he didn't know that Kakashi was also confused at this time. Kakashi stepped back instantly and pulled out the kunai from his waist. What a terrible hiding technique! Kakashi was very smart and quickly sorted out his thoughts, and remembered the details of Chiba's last expression. He was not controlled by the illusion. Even if Kakashi suspected it, he shouldn't have gone to the point of directly attacking. I was just accidentally hitting him, but Chiba was not sure. The other party laughed coldly. Kakashi was stunned. What was he doing here? Why did he attack me? Am I exposed? The kid might have seen something. Orochimaru bowed apologetically and apologized. Then, Orochimaru frowned slightly. If it weren't for Chiba's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed Orochimaru's abnormality, and naturally he wouldn't have come to expose his true face. Just as he bowed, Kakashi pushed up his forehead protector. Orochimaru, you can't leave now that you've been discovered. Kakashi didn't answer, but made seals with both hands, and lightning flashed in his palms. Reikari. His famous self-created ninjutsu. But at this moment, he was not completely sure. The opponent was the 3 ninjas. I wanted to play for a while longer, but I didn't expect. But it doesn't matter, such accidents will only make the game more interesting. Orochimaru's sneer did not match his ordinary disguise. Don't even think about running. Kakashi attacked instantly. His speed was directly increased to the limit. Exceed the limit, open. Swoosh. With a flash of lightning, Orochimaru's body was cut in two, but the next moment, his body turned into a pile of mud. It was the Earth clone. At the same time, Kakashi felt like a thorn in his side. Behind him. In the blink of an eye, he drew his sword and turned around. The III slash was as smooth as flowing water, done in one go. Dang! The blades collided and crossed, and then the two separated. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. This swordsmanship! You picked up the swordsmanship again, which is really surprising. I have always used the sword. Kakashi held the short knife, but he was not polite at all. Orochimaru grinned, your knife is not Sakamo's way. By the way, your companions seem to be coming. Is it okay to leave Chiba over there? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and then his pupils shrank. Not good, Chiba. He. Orochimaru smiled. Then, his body collapsed and turned into a pool of mud with a mask on it. The face of Chunin Yoshiyuki was taken away by him. Kakashi rushed back instantly. But the next moment, figures fell one after another. Kakashi Jonin, why did you attack the ninjas in our village? A loud shout was heard from all around. Several Umbu ninjas appeared and surrounded Kakashi. Kakashi looked grim. He paid too much attention to Orochimaru, but was lured and deceived by him, ignoring the situation around him. He is not a Yoshiyuki Chunin. Your Chunin has been killed long ago. His real identity is Orochimaru. Kakashi said quickly. What? Impossible. The Umbu ninjas were stunned for a second after hearing this. Orochimaru? What did he do in the sand village? This excuse is ridiculous. In the distance, a whistle arrow flew into the sky. Formally introduce myself. I am Orochimaru. On the street, Chiba's forehead was covered with cold sweat. What a fast speed! I never expected that Orochimaru would bypass Kakashi and come directly. Fortunately, I didn't wait there, but acted with Might Guy. With Guy, he felt a little safer. Chiba secretly mobilized the natural energy stored in his body and used the fairy chakra at any time. Although he hasn't figured out the fairy mode yet, it is not difficult to use the fairy chakra to increase himself. At the critical moment of life and death, he can't care about hiding. If he hides again, he will lose his life. Although I don't know what's going on, but, Orochimaru, don't think of hurting my juniors. Might Guy had a serious face. He still didn't know what was going on. He only knew that he was pulled into Chiba's room by Kakashi, and then he and Chiba watched through a telescope. Before the boy could explain, Kakashi saw through the other party's identity and started fighting. Orochimaru. Why did he come to the sand village? Forget it, this is not the time to think about this. Chakra in Guy's body rioted. 8 gates. Cageman, open. Orochimaru looked at him at this time, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Might Guy? A name that I didn't remember well. But this amazing chakra, could it be the 8 gates that Might wore? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. I didn't expect you to learn the 8 gates, but you can't threaten. He was just about to say that physical skills were useless. The result. The next moment, Kai's figure disappeared and appeared in front of him, punching him. Orochimaru was instantly knocked away. Kyunyi did not dare to relax his vigilance. Watching anime, he felt that Orochimaru was a bit embarrassing as a Sunin. Except for being difficult and having many tricks, everything else was very ordinary. Only when you really face him will you know how difficult he is. Insidious, cunning, and endless tricks. Except for the top ninjas, those who look down on Orochimaru have gone to the underworld to regret. He raised his perception to the limit. The next moment, the hairs on Kyunyi's back fell stand. A premonition of danger. He turned around instantly and hit back with a palm. Orochimaru's body was like a snake, bending to release the force, but he soon found. This palm was wrong. Bang! The shadow clone exploded directly. Orochimaru, who had been hit by Kai in the distance, was trying to recover, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Soft fist? How did an ordinary civilian learn soft fist? He was more surprised than that. In the moment of distraction, Might Guy's chakra aura surged again. 8 gates of ninjutsu. Shock gate, open. Might Guy's body surface generated amazing blue steam. Orochimaru had no way of telling which gate it was, but he understood that Might Guy was no longer an ordinary person at this time, even if he was. In one punch might kill him. Bang! He was thinking when he was hit by a punch. No. It was not just a hard punch. Guy's punch condensed a terrible amount of chakra, and the violent chakra rushed directly into his body from a point in the air, and then exploded like a flame. Damn it, it was a soft punch again. Orochimaru acted decisively and collapsed to the ground, and then a figure crawled out of his mouth. But even if he used the Orochimaru-style substitution technique, he could not completely offset the damage of this blow. When he crawled out of his mouth, he was still vomiting blood. It was too much. Orochimaru secretly regretted it in his heart. This kid is too evil. God knows what other techniques he taught Might Guy, and that guy seems to have hidden a trick himself. Orochimaru is never afraid of losing face. Knowing the danger, he retreated decisively, regardless of his identity as a Sunin. But halfway through the earth escape, the ground cracked open. Earth escape, earth flow cut. Orochimaru emerged from the earth and turned around to see Kakashi coming out of the earth and approaching. Then, he swung his palm down. Another soft fist? He quickly bit his finger and formed a seal. But this time it was not a soft fist, but a euro. Raise non. Bang! The giant snake that had just been summoned was knocked to the ground. After a hiss, it turned over and pounced on Kakashi. The next moment, boom! The air rubbed and tore. The punch from Jingman, wrapped in air and terrifying chakra, came straight at him like a cannon. With just one punch, the place where it was hit exploded from the inside out. Blood splattered, but there was no trace of Orochimaru at the scene. A trace of cold sweat oozed from Chiba's forehead, and he was a little excited in his heart. Orochimaru's substitution technique. It was incredible that he could evade such an attack. It was just a little disgusting. Chiba, just now. Tenten and Kazusa's voices trembled. The room was damaged a lot and the surroundings were in a mess. When they arrived, everything was over, but the traces at the scene were enough to show what kind of battle had taken place here. The two elite Jonins opened fire at full power. Who is the enemy? Xiaoli and the others swallowed their saliva and did not ask questions, while Niji opened his Byakugan. He went northeast so fast, such amazing chakra, and it has disappeared. Ningji. Orochimaru sneaked into the sand village and was discovered by Kakashi-sensei. Chiba explained, taking off his body. The sand village Umbu ninja arrived. They originally wanted to investigate Kakashi's escape, but when they saw the rotten snake corpse, they opened their mouths and didn't know how to explain for a while. Guy cancelled the 8 gates and panted on the spot. But his momentum did not decrease, staring at the Umbu ninjas. Kakashi put away his chakra and said coldly, "Now, how do you explain your village?" The Umbu ninjas looked at each other, not daring to answer. "Where is your village's Kaze cage?" Kakashi's eyes were cold. If Chiba hadn't discovered it in time, God knows how long Orochimaru would be lurking around. What role did the sand village take? "Lord Kaze cage will be here soon, please wait for a moment, Kakashi." Kyunyi looked in the direction of the voice. A piece of cloth covered half of his face, and familiar lines were drawn on his cheeks. Maki, the sand village's Jonin. "Okay, I'll wait for Lord Kaze cage here." Kakashi said calmly and looked at Kai. Kai nodded gently. Chapter 88 We are all the same kind of people. First order required. Inside the house, the genin gathered together. Kai lay on one side, and Kabuto Yakushi walked forward. "Senior Kai, I know some basic medical skills. It's okay, I'll just take a rest." Kai waved his hand. Both of his punches were made with condensed chakra, driving chakra and air to attack Orochimaru, and he himself was not affected by the recoil. This was all thanks to Kunyi. If it weren't for Kunyi's soft fist method, he wouldn't have thought of using this method to reduce losses. Teacher Kai, what's going on? Chiba followed behind. Kakashi walked in lazily. Kai said. No need to gather here, disperse. The Umbu ninjas probably wanted to patrol and guard 24 hours a day. However, Kai explained simply, and also did not mention Chiba. It depends on what results Kakashi can talk to the Kaze cage. Now the Sand Village is eager to worship us, and there will be no other accidents. You can sleep peacefully. Although he knows some ninjutsu, he is not the type who is good at ninjutsu. After resting for a while, he was much more energetic than before. No wonder Kakashi and Might Guy attacked at the same time. Then we will leave first. Kai sat up. Chiba nodded. Yakushi Kabuto left in the middle without any additional movements. Kabuto, Akado Kai and Ken Misumi were also shocked. There was no flaw from the outside. Kakashi's face was solemn. Good question. His real body was still outside, negotiating with the Kaze cage. It was just a shadow clone. He was an old undercover. Chiba didn't observe for too long, but looked away in an instant. Kakashi found the lurking Orochimaru, and then asked me to protect you, and let him test the opponent. I didn't expect it to be him. Ninji stood up and walked out first. Indeed. The content discussed in this area is too profound. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise. After more than 10 seconds. After they left, Kakashi sighed and said, I didn't expect Orochimaru to be lurking in person. If it weren't for Chiba's reminder, I wouldn't have found it at all. Is the Chunin exam going to be cancelled? Yet. Sunin? Fortunately, it was found, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the room was silent. Kai couldn't answer. Even if the Sand Village did have some deals with Orochimaru, it would be impossible to take action if the matter was exposed to this extent. Ninji's tone was a little unwilling. Kakashi's shadow clone smiled. What puzzled him was, Chiba said that Orochimaru's spiritual aura was very wrong. Did Orochimaru study some spiritual ninjutsu? Kakashi was speechless, but he also knew that he could not get any results by discussing with Kai, so he shook his head and said, forget it, I have sent a message back, maybe the third generation will know something. What did the Kaze cage say? Luo Sha condemned Orochimaru's killing of their ninjas and sneaking into the Sand Village, saying that the Sand Village would take responsibility to the end, but there was no actual statement. Kakashi sneered and said, I asked the Konoha Umbu to join the supervision of the Chunin exam. No matter whether the Sand Village is innocent or not, this matter is untenable. Guy nodded in agreement. But then, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Orochimaru's disguise technique is really powerful. He wandered around them before and didn't find any flaws. What if he sneaks in again during the Chunin exam? It doesn't matter. I have memorized his chakra breath, and I will use the telescope technique to track Chiba's location. In a dark room in the desert of the Wind Country, Orochimaru wailed. Lord Orochimaru, your injuries are very serious. Although I treated you, your body is very damaged. You may be forced to change your body. It doesn't matter. I can still hold on. Orochimaru sat up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his expression turned excited. I really underestimated them. He couldn't help but smile and said, Kabuto, look, even I suffered a loss in front of that kid. Is it him? Kabuto pushed his glasses and was a little surprised. How did he find you? Who knows, and Kakashi and Might Guy seem to have learned some very interesting techniques. Orochimaru raised his lips slightly. Kabuto took the medicine and said, Konoha recently made something called the Book of Creation, which may be the techniques on it. Oh? It was the work of Chiba-kun, the old man of the third generation doesn't have this creativity. Orochimaru sneered. He thought about it and understood it immediately. The new techniques that Kakashi and Guy learned should all be Chiba's creations. It's amazing. He summed it up. Rather than being defeated by Kakashi and Might Guy, this failure in lurking was more of a defeat to Chiba. Otherwise, why didn't Kakashi expose himself at first? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said, Kabuto, do you have a way to get the techniques in the Book of Creation? Lord Orochimaru, I am just an ordinary genin in Konoha, and it is impossible for me to be exposed to such secrets. Kabuto said helplessly. His superficial personality is that of a genin who has not been promoted for many years. It is too strange that he suddenly created some kind of ninjutsu. It is estimated that he will be dragged to drink tea by the third generation the next day. As for stealing, this is even more impossible. As far as he knows, the third generation attaches great importance to the Book of Creation. No one knows where it is except the third generation himself. What a pity. Orochimaru sighed lightly, but then he began to try. The principle of Chiba's soft fist is not difficult. He was hit by a punch himself, and the shadow clone was hit by Chiba. The combination of the two symptoms was enough for him to reverse the principle through the effect. Soon, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Is his chakra control ability very strong? It should be like this. The chakra needle he created requires extremely high control ability. Kabuto nodded. Orochimaru smiled and nodded without explanation. He could easily do the chakra needle, but even he could hardly do Chiba's soft fist. No wonder Might Guy was so simple and rough. That guy couldn't possibly master the complete version. From simple to complex. Kabuto, maybe you should show off your talents a little, such as medical ninjutsu. What do you mean? Go get in touch with the medical class. Since you said that, well, I'm also very curious about Chiba's creation. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses. He cleaned up the darkroom and said, Lord Orochimaru, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Regarding the Chunin exam, don't worry, I'll make my own arrangements. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Yakushi Kabuto hesitated. Orochimaru smiled and said, Don't worry, Kabuto, it was just an accident, and I don't need to go in personally, I just want to meet him again. He is not easy to deal with, please be careful. Kabuto pondered for a moment and gave his own evaluation. On the way, he had a brief contact with Chiba. It seemed that they had a good relationship, but he knew very well that the other party was not as intimate as he acted. Indeed. Orochimaru licked his lips. He suffered a great loss this time. Although his injuries have improved, the burden on his body has increased further, and he is facing the dilemma of changing his body. But it is because of this that it is more worth pursuing, isn't it? Kabuto, such a genius is too wasted in Konoha. He needs an environment more suitable for research, and I can give him enough space. We are all the same kind of people. Orochimaru said. With the third generation and Danzo Hara thoughts true. Chapter 89 This exam tastes so right. €1 subscribe €. Orochimaru. The third generation held the letter. He was speechless for a long time. A strange mental state, similar to the symptoms of schizophrenia. The third generation narrowed his eyes. As a former teacher, he had some guesses. If this is true, Orochimaru, for immortality, you have completely sold your soul and body. A trace of deep disappointment flashed in the third generation's eyes. Unless it's a blood limit. Yamate Hai didn't know how to comment for a moment. Third generation, sir. He didn't believe it. Kakashi didn't notice it. The third generation handed over the scroll. Tenzo lowered his head and disappeared on the spot. Continue to look down, and then Orochimaru actually sneaked into the team and spent a day or two with them. After a while, he frowned. The third generation gave an order. How could Yajiyo Chiba, who has no blood limit or spiritual secrets, have such a strong perception ability? Hi, come in. At first, he was extremely shocked. You take people to support Kakashi and others. We are responsible for 1/3 of the supervision of this Chunin exam. Chiba has mastered another secret technique. Yes. Theoretically, there is indeed a possibility of discovery through perception. The third generation thought for a while and said, some time ago, Chiba completed a deal with Dailu of the Fire Temple. It may be related to that. He glanced at the intelligence scroll on the table, quickly retracted his gaze, and looked at the third generation thoughtfully. Is there something wrong with the Sand Village? The third generation pondered for a moment and added another instruction. Hokage, Chiba, this I'm afraid it's not just as simple as perception. However, perceived an abnormality in the spiritual aura. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Inoichi knew very well that perception had its upper limit. Even Yamanaka Inoichi, who was used to handling intelligence work, couldn't help showing a bit of astonishment on his face, and looked up at the third-generation Hokage in surprise. It's impossible. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded, and then he looked at the intelligence scroll carefully. Even he might not be able to do this level. Hokage. Take a look. What's more, hi, what do you think? Besides, don't let me talk about this. Yamanaka Hai pushed the door open and walked in. Maybe it was my fault for letting you go back then. He couldn't help but take out his pipe. Yamanaka Hai thought for a long time, and finally expressed his opinion. This Fire Temple, the talent of the immortals. Yamanaka Hai was shocked. That was the secret technique of the Fire Temple. Would Lulu trade it? No. Even if Kinyi got the talent of the immortals, he heard that the talent of the immortals was a secret technique for fighting, which had nothing to do with the direction of perception. That child can always create miracles, and it's not surprising that he will have other creations. The third generation shook his head. Yamanaka Hai thought for a moment and had to nod in agreement. The Nara and Akimichi clans have cooperated with Kinyi. Although the Yamanaka clan did not participate in it, they also heard about Kinyi's improvement of the Bingliang pill. And I heard that the Aberme clan also cooperated with Chiba, and is now cooperating with the medical team to carry out research and exploration of medical bugs. This kind of medical bug sounds incredible. No one would have thought of it before, and only Chiba dared to think so, and would put it into action. That child never sticks to the old system. It seems that he was born to break the old. Maybe. Yamanaka Inika's heart moved, and he had some ideas vaguely. Hokage-sama. The third generation was also thinking, and he immediately looked up when he heard the voice. I want to wait for Chiba-kun to return to the village. Can you help introduce us? Our Yamanaka clan wants to conduct joint research with Chiba-kun in the direction of perception. Hehe, just talk to Chiba about this, I think the child will not refuse. Chiba, will there be danger later? Tenten couldn't help but whispered. Orochimaru was discovered 3 days ago. There have been some major changes in the Sand Village and the Chunin exams in the past 3 days, so the exams have been moved up. No, the biggest risk has passed. Even if there is danger next, it will not be more terrible than that night. Chiba was half comforting and half confident. Orochimaru's words that night showed that he had no direct malice towards him, and he wanted to recruit him more. In this regard, he would not be in danger. I hope so. Tenten sighed. Don't you care about the exam? Hessa couldn't help asking. Tenten has been worried about Chiba recently, but in her opinion, Chiba must be more capable than them, and they should be anxious. Tenten was stuck and stagnant for a few seconds. Indeed. Although their academic performance is not bad, that is only in the ninja school. The questions in the Chunin exams are usually at the Chunin level. She can't do it either. This. She looked at Chiba, and then she was a little dazed. That's right. With Chiba's accumulated knowledge, he would probably get full marks even in a Jonin level exam, not to mention a mere Chunin exam, so he wasn't worried at all. And herself. As a top student in the ninja school, after graduation, she basically didn't take the initiative to learn anything except the areas she was interested in. What's more, in her opinion, many of the knowledge in the exam was unnecessary to learn. Ah! It's too sudden. It was supposed to take 4 days. Time? Why does the first exam start today? Tenten wailed. She didn't even have time to look at her notes. Needless to say, Kyunyi glanced at it and then yawned. Originally, the Chunin exam was hosted by the Sand Village, but the opportunity was given, but you didn't use it. Then you can't blame Konoha for interfering. Naturally, the Sand Village didn't want Konoha to interfere too much, so after a lot of arguing, it was probably decided that both sides were satisfied with the decision. Change the exam questions and start the exam in advance. No one could prepare in advance. So, she didn't know what the Chunin exam was about. In short, this exam is fair to everyone. Kyunyi smiled, even if there are some strange rules, I can help you, so you can rest assured. Really? Tenten and Kazusa's eyes lit up. Well, I have a small breakthrough in a technique recently, maybe I can try it out. Kyunyi nodded. He made a silence gesture. We have arrived at the examination room. Although they have not entered the room yet, according to the general rules, the examination has already started when they step into this area. After observing, "Hi. What's wrong?" Tian looked around and saw no one approaching. She lowered her voice and moved closer. Nothing. This layout style always feels very familiar. Kyunyi complained in his heart. He led Tian and Kazusa to the front. A bunch of people gathered here, and in front of them, 2 Chunins from Sand Village and their puppets blocked the way. This smell. Yes, it's so right. It seems that Konoha has taken the lead in the cultural exam. Kyunyi looked around. Ningji and the others stayed behind and didn't get close, but it was obvious that they also saw through the layout here. To be honest, the barrier layout is very superficial, and the illusion technique is really not that good. If you really want to find some, the thing I can praise is the barrier technique is different from Konoha's, and it has a bit of the Sand Village's unique style. Kyunyi observed it carefully. Finally, he came to a conclusion. It's just an ordinary low-level barrier, and the effect is that it makes people get lost easily. It seems to be useful. Kyunyi thought about it and wrote down a few of the techniques. Learn it first. After reading this part, he followed the trajectory of the technique to find it. Unfortunately, there is only a small part on the first floor, and the main part of the barrier technique is on the second floor. Second floor. He was thoughtful. Let's go upstairs. Ah? But there seems to be a barrier upstairs. Don't we have to wait for others to explore the way first? Tian lowered his voice. This is also what most people think. What are you waiting for? It will be more chaotic with more people. Chiba said, bypassing the stairs guarded by the 2 Chunins, and bumped up from the side of their position. This is the real staircase. Illusion shift. Very simple technique. Chapter 90. Add some spice to the exam. Subscribe. As expected of Konoha's genius, you can see the real entrance at a glance. The 2 Sand Village Chunins smiled and said, aren't you going up? Hey, smart. The man with something on his back and various patterns on his face sneered. Then, he was kicked by the blonde girl behind him. Don't talk too much. Hey, hey. Kankuro nodded, indicating that he understood. Xiaoli and Mio looked at each other, and finally looked at Niji. Ninkai, what should we do? It should be easy to crack with Chiba's ability, right? Ningji frowned and observed for a while. Suddenly, his eyelids opened unconsciously, and a trace of barely detectable surprise appeared on his face. The Sand Village is not weak, but in terms of the foundation of barrier and sealing techniques, Ningji thinks that Konoha is stronger. Xiaoli was a little confused. White eyes. Let's go too. Let's see. The next moment, he saw Chiba and the others' actions. He followed Ningji upstairs and first saw the corridors of the teaching building with many directions, crisscrossing like a maze, and his head was dizzy. Yes. Ningji, shall we go up too? The ritual has not been completed yet, get out along the wall. Ninkai nodded, and then took the lead to follow Chiba's pace. Even if someone lifted the Ninjutsu here, under the maze barrier, this place will be mapped by the barrier effect and turned into a corresponding wall. Why should he go up first? Intuition told Ninkai that Chiba should have his own plan. He couldn't understand it, but the convenience of the Byakugan was. Xiao Li's eyes were shining, and his face was full of admiration. He was a little confused. How could there be an unprepared exit for such an exam? Ninkai looked down at the spell, then looked behind, and didn't know what to say for a while. Ninkai frowned. Ninkai was silent, but he followed the other party's advice obediently, holding the wall covered by the illusion with his hand, and got out from the edge of the wall. Tian Tian looked blankly. Tian Tian and Kazusa were embarrassed. Ninkai, you guys are coming up too. Simple maze structure boundary. The so-called loophole is of course made by people. Kyunyi should not be a reckless person. After getting out of the gap, the scene in front of him changed. Then, Niji saw Kyunyi driving the chakra painting technique. Just now he said he wanted to take a look, how come he went in directly now? Kyunyi walked very slowly, and it seemed that every step was extremely cautious. Oh! Kyunyi, you are so amazing, you can actually find this position to squeeze out. Simple illusions and buildings can't block his sight. But he knew that as a simple test outside the Chunin exam, this barrier technique and illusion would not be too difficult, enough for them, the genin, to see through. Ningji didn't understand the barrier technique. Kyunyi reminded in a low voice. Yet, originally, there was only one corridor left from many corridors, and looking around, you could vaguely see the doors of the classrooms. Kyunyi went to the second floor and basically saw the essence of this barrier technique. A maze was created by expanding an 8-corridor, creating a very simple entrance test for the examination room. If you have to say the difficulty, it will confuse the sense of direction. This is the real entrance test. If you can't find the examination room, you won't even be qualified to take the exam. Wait for Maya to come over. Shall we enter the examination room? Tenten looked in the direction of the examination room. From just now, the Chunin teacher looked at them with a strange face, and she always felt uneasy. Don't worry, I'll add a few more strokes. Chiba smiled. Ningji thought Chiba was just filling the gap carved, but he didn't expect that this guy was so bad that he wanted to add some ingredients to the barrier. He looked at Chiba in astonishment. Then, he couldn't help but mourn for the people below. Those people might think that Chiba would break the illusion and barrier, and go through all the traps so that they could travel smoothly. But what about the reality? This guy drilled a hole and slipped out, and in turn blocked the whole road. In less than half a minute, Chiba completed the supplement of the technique. He didn't do much, just helped them to fix a few loopholes, and by the way, he circled the original correct path of the barrier back to the stairs, so that the poor people who got lost could return to the right path. In the examination room not far away. Master Wan, they are not following the rules, right? Wan was also a little confused. She was in her 20s this year. Although she was not experienced, she had presided over 2 Chunin exams. But this was the first time she met such a candidate. Moreover, it took less than a minute for that guy to go upstairs and start to crack and transform. The most amazing thing was, the other party broke the barrier, but it did not affect the operation of the barrier. Could it be that the other party has completely understood the barrier? Impossible. She hesitated for a moment, shook her head and said, "Let's wait and see." Juan observed for a while, and his eyes became brighter. That kid didn't do it. Although the original road was cut off, Kunyi did not block the gap he drilled. That is to say, as long as the subsequent ninjas are strong enough, they can still see through the small sleight of hand and reach the examination room. It's just a little more difficult. Besides, this barrier technique and illusion are not really restricted ninjutsu, but sleight of hand. If you really want to get out, it's easy to find the way out with a stupid method. But Kunyi's skills. She couldn't help but look at the not-so-tall child in surprise. The disciple of the copy ninja. It's worthy of the name. Juan couldn't help but admire. Downstairs. This guy didn't crack it. Or did he find a way out directly? Kankura was a little surprised. It should be the latter. Tamari replied in a low voice. I'll go up first. Kankura led a team up the stairs. He has walked through this barrier countless times and can find the exit with his eyes closed. There will definitely be no problems. Kanjuro pushed open the door of the classroom and saw a bunch of genin, and 2 familiar chinin of Sand Village, and was silent for a while. Something is wrong. It's different from before. Ha ha ha, this idiot. Akadun Kai grinned. As an undercover, he is loyal to Orochimaru, but it doesn't mean he thinks highly of Sand Village. Kabuto pushed his glasses. Because of Orochimaru, Konoha took a lot of initiative in this Chunin exam, especially the literary exam was almost Konoha's plan, but the layout and barrier technique were obviously still from Sand Village. Logically speaking, Sand Village ninjas would not go wrong. Obviously. Some unexpected changes occurred. Kanjuro looked grim, turned around and walked up, and this time he came out of the stairs in less than half a minute. He took a deep breath, and then directly launched the illusion seal. The illusion was lifted. The Sand Village Chunin guarding the door was speechless. Why is this exam different from what was agreed before? If you can't find the way, don't block everyone's way, okay? The ninja from the Hidden Rain Village grinned. Kanjuro was furious and was about to explode when he was pulled aside by Tamari. Then you go up first. Not long after, the ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village also came back. The illusion was lifted, but the barrier above was still a headache. The overlapping corridors made it impossible to tell which one was the real road. Let's go up and try. Yakushi Kabuto narrowed his eyes. This exam. Finally, it's a little interesting. Chapter 91. I know you're anxious, but is it too much? Tian couldn't help but say. For those inside the technique, they are trying to break the barrier, while for those outside, they are just going around in circles. They have passed by the examination room many times, but they didn't come in. This barrier is not difficult. Besides, I left a back door. They also broke the non-here technique. There are obviously many ways to get out. Why are you so stubborn? Chiba looked helpless. He still recognized this barrier. Its strongest effect was not the maze, but to make people lose their sense of direction. I don't know which technique is the effect. I can go back and study it. I didn't bring a notebook. He had to write it down in his heart. In short, there are always more ways than difficulties. My appearance probably gave Luasha a headache, especially this Chunin exam, like a small thorn. That's right. Can Kankuro really not find the exam room? Chiba didn't think so. A Chunin couldn't help but remind him. Konoha collapse plan. Jian sighed helplessly. Since it's the Chunin exam, just follow the rules of the Chunin exam. In the original work, Tamari and Kankuro had already graduated, but they dragged on and became older candidates, and they will apply for the Chunin exam for the first time next year. But those outside are all genin. It seems that the Sand Village has been in contact and cooperation with Orochimaru for a long time. Juan looked at the time, looked outside, and hesitated for a moment. Of course. Simple? Even for ordinary chinins, it may not be so easy to break this barrier. Besides, everyone, what do you think? But these 20 or so teams alone, after another round of exams. One is to follow the wall, explore the way clearly, and then find the entrance to the classroom blindly. As Chiba said, this barrier technique is just a sleight of hand after all. As for confusing the sense of direction, there are too many ways to make marks, silk threads, etc. Master Wan, the exam will start in a few minutes. Outside, Tamari looked unhappy. The classroom door was covered by an illusion, so people couldn't see the inside clearly, but as long as they pushed the door open, they could see the teacher. Could it be? However, she looked at the invigilators below. She still found the examination room, but she didn't rely on breaking the barrier, but judged the specific location through the wind and sound. The damage was not great, but it was very uncomfortable. The second was to throw ninja tools and locate the position by sound. More than 20 teams found the examination room one after another. Chiba thought. The Sand Village was the host, and they knew the layout here very well. The rules of the Chunin exam allow candidates to tamper with it, but if the teacher intervenes afterwards, the rules have been broken. Then there is the ability to perceive. Those who can do this are obviously not simple genin. If that guy uses puppetry, it would be easy to find the location of the classroom. He is just pretending to be stupid and hiding something. As Chiba said, no matter how strong the barrier is, it is just a barrier. If you really want to get out, there are still many ways. Let it be. The second round can be directly turned into a dual exam. On the stage, Wan, who is still a special jonin, hesitated to speak. Normally, he would not participate this time. So, it is not strange to find the exam room. What makes her unhappy is that she did not break the barrier. Sister. Kankuro reminded in a low voice. I know. Tamari snorted coldly, and then entered the classroom. Seeing the situation in the classroom, she smiled immediately. Konoha had been preparing for a long time, but there were still fewer people than their sand village. She sat down at the position ordered by the examiner, just in the middle of Chiba and Kazusa. Tamari looked at Chiba and couldn't help but smile slightly. Kill 800 enemies and lose 1,000 of your own. Is it worth it? Although silent, the smile has already revealed her inner thoughts. Chiba didn't care. What's the hurry? Although the remaining team of Konoha is still outside, the back door was placed over there, and it was engraved with the mark of Konoha. The technique used to cover it up had disappeared. If you observe carefully, you will find it. If you can't find it, you deserve to be eliminated, so as not to lose your life in the examination room. However, not everyone can understand his thoughts. Ningji and the others don't understand. It seems that Chiba's arrangement is not good for Konoha at present, and most of the candidates are blocked out. When he was thinking this, the door was pushed open. Quick! Jian turned his head. Originally, he wanted to let them sit down at a certain position as before, but when he saw the long line, his eyes widened. Yamahiko, you guys quickly arrange seats, the exam is about to start. Yes. Yamahiko and several other chinins quickly assigned positions and interspersed them among the ninjas from other ninja villages. 1, 2, 3. Impossible. Tamari couldn't believe it. Konoha's ninjas, they all came. How is it possible? Most of the genin who fell behind had limited abilities, otherwise they would have found ways to get out. This is the case for most of those who arrived in the classroom. What's going on now? Why are they queuing here? Yakushi Kabuto walked from the stage to his position and whispered, "Thank you, Chiba-kun, for leaving the secret code. Otherwise, we would not have been able to arrive. After we came here, we have covered the place with illusion." Chiba had no choice but to nod speechlessly. How to say it? Kabuto was also very hard to avoid being the first to discover. He accompanied the others to walk around the second floor for more than 10 times. In the end, there was really no time. He pretended to find strangeness and led the others to find the narrow back door, and then got out of the barrier. Kabuto walked to his position. Temari said indignantly, "You cheated." Hi. Chiba had no intention of responding, but her question was really abstract. Cheating? I'm not the invigilator. I broke the barrier and modified it, and added a back door for my family members to pass. Are there any problems? I know it's a pity, but I advise you not to be anxious, calm down and take the exam well. Temari didn't dare to refute. She lost her temper before and made a big joke. Juan coughed lightly. The exam begins. Before handing out the test papers, let me say that cheating is prohibited in today's exam. There are invigilators around you. The rules were read out one by one. Kyunyi was a little surprised after hearing it. No cheating competition? Forget it. It doesn't affect me anyway. After a while, the test papers were handed out. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after reading them. The test paper was not as difficult as the final exam paper given to him by the third generation. He picked up the pen and started answering. Just as he was writing fascinatedly, a candidate was pulled up not far away. Get out! You, get out! You! One by one, some people were unwilling to show respect, so the invigilator had to show respect to them. This is for real. Kyunyi was a little surprised. He had a vague feeling. Did the Sand Village have a plan B and was afraid that he would continue to mess things up, so they simply used this simple and rough way to take the exam? That's fine. Everyone relies on their own abilities. If you can really cheat, it's because you are good. But, to be honest, the invigilators around are of complex composition, half of them are Sand Village ninjas, and half of them are Konoha Ambu. Cheating under their noses is as suicidal as dancing in a minefield. So, knowing that the teachers are really invigilating, you still want to try to do it, that's really stubborn. A few minutes later, the questions were answered. Bored, Kyunyi looked through the test paper again. I can't help with the detailed process of the big questions. But the simplified version. Not long after, a fly landed on the papers of Tian and Hesha respectively. Tian wanted to drive them away. But they soon discovered that the fly seemed to be walking along a certain path. What is this? Tian widened her eyes, and was extremely shocked. Wow! Can it be like this? Kyunyi, you are indeed you, so reliable. Chapter 92. You can learn from others, but don't do it to them. Kakashi Jonin, Konoha. Maki and Kakashi, as important leaders of both sides, stayed in the first examination room and witnessed what happened before and after. For a moment, they didn't know how to evaluate it. Isn't it a bad way to do it? Kakashi responded softly with a touch of violence. It's quite unethical. Especially the last group of genin who went in, ran away from the back door, and left an illusion to block the door. There are only 1 or 2 minutes left, can't we give people some hope? Of course. The most wicked one is Chiba. What's the result? He was framed and nothing happened. How can he be a Sunin? If he didn't know what Orochimaru had done, he would have suspected that this guy's defection was a cover-up, and he was still a loyal general of Konoha. Chiba sighed, although being a ninja comes first, theory is one of the cornerstones. As the most important part of the Chunin exam, it should not be ignored like that. What a remark! Stupid. Maki can no longer pretend to be kind. Interesting. Aren't they all ordinary test questions? Chiba, do you mean that those questions can broaden your mind? Nothing. Kakashi continued to read. Tenten was slightly startled and couldn't help but ponder carefully. He agreed with Chiba's approach. Sorry, I was distracted just now. What did you say? Temari walked past him with a dark face. Chiba didn't think twice. Maki praised seriously. Simple, but very interesting. It's really hard to stay calm, killing him is the right thing to do. But this guy. Kakashi looked up, confused. At this time, the exam in the classroom was over. But he repaired it's not that there are no flaws in the modification. In fact, it's not difficult to crack it, but it seems that we are talking about different things. The Sand Village Chunin exam is not as good as your Konoha Ninja School's final exam? They all want to be the jackal. Ah! I dare not say this in front of Orochimaru. Tian handed in the exam paper and walked out with Chiba. Maki was silent for a while. Hesha laughed on the side. She just wanted to ask for information, but she couldn't help it after hearing what she said just now. It's a pity that Orochimaru was lurking around, and Hatake Kakashi and Yajayo Chiba were not killed, but were caught by Konoha, giving Konoha the opportunity to make the opposite arrangement. As for the exam paper, similar questions appeared in the final exam of the ninja school, but they were too simple. Chiba, what are you doing? Maki was sulking. Yeah, cheating should be banned. I heard that the cultural subjects of the previous Chunin exam were a mess, also known as a cheating exam. But he just complained in his heart. Huh? Are you talking to me? Tianation's face darkened. Can you die if you don't brag? That's really easy. Tian pouted. We haven't even mentioned Chiba handing them the answers. Otherwise, wouldn't the people in the Sand Village be pissed off? Thinking of Chiba's methods, Tian couldn't help but secretly admire him, and at the same time he was full of curiosity and questions. Going downstairs, Tian whispered, Chiba-kun, didn't you say the day before yesterday? Well, I found that they are actually not difficult to communicate, but you just need to make the instructions simpler. 2 days are long enough. Kyunyi didn't say it, but the meaning was clear. Even though he had been tested for a long time, he was still stagnant at this moment, not knowing how to answer. And at this moment, in the office upstairs, Maki was facing 3 test papers, his face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. 3 full score papers? And all from the same team in Konoha? What a joke! Yes, Master Maki, but they did write them all correctly. Wan nodded. Maki had a dark face. It was not surprising that Yajayo Chiba, but if his 2 teammates hadn't cheated, he would have eaten the test paper. They didn't cheat. No, because their answers to the most difficult questions 5, 9, and 13 were different. Wan answered in a low voice. Maki looked at them one by one. Really? The answers of the 3 people were all correct, but there were certain differences in the process, and the solution ideas could not be seen as copied at all. Maki's blood pressure rose. That kid was blatantly mocking. Cheating is prohibited? If you can't catch it, it means you didn't cheat, and you deliberately came up with 2 more plans. Then do we still need to announce the results? Give me the list of past players, and start the second game directly. Maki had a cold face. Wan hurriedly handed over the list. He took a quick look and his blood pressure rose again. There were only 6 teams left. 3 were from Konoha, and the remaining 3 were from other ninja villages. What the hell? Add Kankuro, Tamari, and the others back. Yes. Wan wiped his sweat and hurried to count the scores. After putting them together, he finally added 2 more teams from the Sand Village. So, after the first game, there were only 8 teams left. The 3 Konoha teams were the teams of Chiba, Niji, and Kabuto. The Sand Village team was led by Tamari, Kankuro, and an unknown adult puppeteer. The remaining team was from the Rain Village, and the other was from the Takigakuer. These 8 teams follow me. Maki reported the names one by one, and then went out in an instant. The next moment, swoosh! More than a dozen people quickly followed. Chiba followed slowly, but secretly observed other teams. Tamari. I didn't expect the Sand Village to keep her for the second round. That's right. The trump card is important, but as the Chunin exam hosted by the Sand Village, it would be too bad if there was only one Sand Village team left. And what if the Sand Village was wiped out by the Konoha ninjas? The Chunin exam represents not only the promotion of Chunin, but also the evaluation of the comprehensive strength of all ninja villages on each other, which is equivalent to the extension of the war. If Sand Village really reaches that point, it will not only lose face, but also the influence of its own big country. Maki didn't dare to gamble. The second examination room, the Demon Desert. Kakashi met up with Kai and the others first. How is it? That kid seems to have made 3 perfect papers, and Maki couldn't find any flaws. Ha ha ha, he is worthy of it. Guy couldn't help laughing after hearing this. He could imagine how ugly the expressions of the Sand Village people were just by thinking about it. Senior Kakashi. Hey, Tenzo, you are here too. Yes, Senior Kakashi, I think you and Chiba should be a little more restrained, otherwise I am worried that the Sand Village will not be able to hold back and deal with you. Tenzo said faintly. Kakashi was puzzled, what does it have to do with me? Guy was hesitant to speak. Tenzo said, Lord White Fang killed many of them back then, and the one who hated him the most is still here. Ha ha ha, Tenzo, you worry too much, I believe in Lord Kaze Cage. Kakashi smiled and shook his head. If Cho wanted to fight him, she would have come a long time ago, why wait until now? But you also he is Chiba's teacher. Kakashi was powerless to refute. Chiba. I hope that kid will be more restrained. He can borrow from others but not return the favor directly to their faces. Otherwise, he might not be able to bear it. Chapter 93 Kakashi, why are you cosplaying Ebisu? Kakashi, your glasses are pretty good. Where did you get them? Might Guy was whispering to Tenzo, but when he turned around, he was almost scared. Good guy. Kakashi, who had worn a slanted forehead protector before, now wore a pair of sunglasses, and looked a bit like you. Might Guy looked at the mask, then at his hair, and said hesitantly, if you take off the mask and change your hair, you might look more like Ebisu. Kakashi tilted his head, looking confused, what does my wearing glasses have to do with Ebisu? I need to pretend to be him. He was speechless for a moment. These glasses are not for pretending to be Ebisu, but to suppress his Sharingan, so that it cannot automatically obtain a lot of information, and then consume a lot of chakra. He gave himself a thumbs up. These glasses are designed and made by Tian and Chiba. Tian keenly noticed the difference. This is a commotion. That direction is. Yue Guang and Sha complained in a low voice. The clothes are a bit strange. In the picture, Chiba and his friends have entered the scene and are running in one direction. Cat ears? Now that she said that, she had some impression. Chiba waved his hand. He was not a puppeteer, so there was no need to apologize. He just wanted to popularize science so that they would not make a fool of themselves in front of outsiders. Chiba told them the goal while running. The 2 girls apologized quickly. He explained it again. The desert was barren, and some ruins could be vaguely seen. When they meet later, they can process these words and use them as ridicule and provocation. I think the effect will be outstanding. The Aberme family will be ecstatic. After Chiba communicated with natural energy, he planned to withdraw the natural energy, but found out. Chiba was not too surprised. Yeah, there are 2 ears on the hat of the clothes. I don't know what they were thinking. Is it a disguised cat? Strange clothes? Even Chiba was stunned for a second, and then he realized that she was talking about Kankuro. He magnified his perception and communicated with the insects along the way. He already knew the identity of the team tracking in front. Of course. 1 mirror for 2 purposes. He had long known that there were such giant ants under the Demon Desert, and even one of the purposes of this trip was to get some of these ants back. Chiba couldn't help but refute the rumor. Perfect. Chiba, something seems wrong, these insects. Kakashi didn't care about their expressions, but made seals with his hands, and then his face was stern. The team of the black-robed puppeteer. Might Guy coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. At the same time, the lens can also be used as a medium for telescope techniques. Kakashi glanced around and found that Tenzo also had a strange expression on his face. Chiba continued to emit natural energy to communicate with insects, using them to capture his targets. Soon, the sand dunes moved. Tenten was stunned. Some creatures were lured here. Chiba-kun, which team are we chasing? That's a cat ear cloak, the traditional costume of the puppeteers of the Sand Village. The one wearing strange clothes. His natural energy was eaten away. This place is called the Demon Desert, it's normal to have some abnormalities. He had an idea and extracted some fairy chakra to feed them. 3 sand dunes quickly surrounded them. After a while, swoosh! With a sound, 3 pairs of ant antennae emerged from the desert, followed by the head and body of the giant ant. It kept touching Kyunyi's feet with its antennae. Kyunyi understood. Did they go this way? The antennae moved again. How about this, you lead the way for us, and I'll give you a benefit. The 3 pairs of antennae moved wildly, like dog tails. Kyunyi nodded with satisfaction. I'm not afraid of you having ideas, I'm afraid you don't have ideas. Tenten and Hesha on the side were completely stunned, unable to understand what was happening in front of them. What's going on? Kyunyi even understands what the ants say? Too erudite. At this time, Kyunyi sat on the back of an ant and waved. Get in the car. Yes, come up, they might run away later. Kyunyi said quickly. Tian and Hesha suppressed their fear and slowly approached the giant ants. After finding that they really had no ill intentions, they were slightly relieved. Kyunyi smiled. Such huge ants were really unprecedented. It was normal to be afraid. As long as you dare to overcome difficulties, it will be fine. I am afraid that they will refuse to come up. Wait for Tian and Hesha to sit firmly. If there is an underground ruins passage, you can also take us through there. Kyunyi asked. The ants moved their antennae to show that they understood. Soon, in the desert, 3 figures ran wildly under the support of ants. In front of them, a group of ants moved quickly, moved some broken stones, and cleared an underground passage. Looking at this scene with a telescope, Kakashi's expression is comparable to that of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Is this giant ant brigade really not buried here by the Aberme family in advance? What's wrong? Nothing, Chiba and the others are worthy of being my disciples. Kakashi said indifferently. Except for him, it is difficult for others to see everything that happened in the field like this, including the monitoring Umbu ninjas who are now unclear about the location of Chiba and the others. The Umbu is like this, let alone Kankuro. He didn't find Chiba's team at all, not only that, but he also happened to meet the team of the Hidden Rain Village. Is that the Rain Village's Ryulu Senbon? Yes. Chiba nodded. You can learn from it when throwing your own ninja tools, but don't learn from them to throw them around randomly. You must consciously control the direction. Consciously control the direction. Tian may not understand general ninjutsu, but she is an expert in ninjutsu throwing. Qianye just mentioned it, and she understood the meaning. Using umbrellas to increase power has certain advantages, but the throwing range is too large, and it is difficult for the 1,000 to hit the same person, and the single unit killing power is not ordinary. I heard that there is a bloodline limit ninjutsu called magnetic escape in the Sand Village. It would be great if you could learn this technique. Qianye sighed. Magnetic escape combined with rich woman level ninjutsu and time-space ninjutsu will definitely be invincible. Tian rolled her eyes and looked at the battlefield in the distance. 3 umbrellas released the 1,000 together. Such killing and coverage, even the sand ninjas would hardly be immune. But those people are puppeteers. When puppeteers fight, their puppets are the main thing. They look injured, but actually... Squeak! The sound of wood and iron moving was heard, and then 3 figures suddenly jumped up, turning into strange puppets, and opened their mouths to spray poison needles. In just a moment, the 3 rain ninjas fell to the ground and died. Foolish people! Kanjira grinned and climbed out from the desert below. The desert is the home of our puppeteers. In the dark. Even though Tian Tian and Hesha had seen life and death, they were a little horrified to see such a scene, but when they looked sideways... Well, I understand. You understand again? Yes, puppet control is so simple, and the difficulty lies in making puppets. Kyunyi nodded. Kanjira frowned slightly. There is movement. There is someone else? He moved his fingers, and the puppet quietly buried in the sand, and he pretended to be unguarded and squatted down to check the scroll on the corpse. The other 2 puppeteers did the same. Puppets, poison, traps. A tried and tested routine. Just then. Whoosh! A subtle sound rang out. 2 figures rushed out from the darkness, one leaped up, raised his hand and threw out a shuriken, and the other... Rush, draw the knife, and draw the knife. Hey, you fell into the trap. Kanjira saw the other party step into the range, and controlled it with 10 fingers, with a slight smile on his face. Black secret technique machine. He was about to close the net, but found that the other party's speed suddenly increased by nearly double, and in an instant... Help! A puppeteer just cried for help, and felt a sharp pain in his throat. He died. The puppet that had just danced collapsed on the ground. The main body is too weak. Kyunyi made a judgment in his heart. Kanjira and the remaining other dodged the shuriken and controlled the puppets to attack at the same time. 3 puppets rushed towards Kyunyi. Then, watching his opponent move between the puppets, Kanjiro breathed a sigh of relief. The speed just now must be some kind of secret technique that cannot be used continuously in a short period of time. In this case. No. Where is the other person? He was extremely vigilant. Chapter 94, Functional Integration, New Track for Puppetry. Kanjiro was arrogant, but he would never underestimate the enemy. He had recognized it before. This team was the first team to go up to the 2nd floor in the first examination room. At that time, he thought the opponent was a reckless man with no brains. As it turned out, the opponent's brain was very good. Not only did he break the barrier, but he also buried a trap. Just a small modification, the barrier of C-level difficulty directly became B-level. The opponent's ability must not be underestimated. So, what is he doing? Recovering? Or, no, could it be? Kanjira's breathing stagnated, and he thought of a possibility. Tian. Puppet masters use strategies to win, and they will set multiple plans for themselves in each battle, and naturally judge the enemy as well. He covered his throat and fell down unwillingly. Is the other party observing their puppetry? The 4 puppets squeaked, and in the poison needles and poison mist, 2 huge puppets opened their blade-like arms and quickly came over. After thinking about it, he also followed Kanjira's pace. But he had previously judged that Chiba's sudden speed increase was a secret technique. Kanjira's companions were dumbfounded and couldn't understand what the son of the 4th generation meant. But, however, why does Konoha seem to be more familiar? Send a signal, he wants to force us to use puppetry. Bang! He directly controlled the puppet, sprinkled a cloud of poison and smoke, and then ran away. People can go, but the puppets stay. Otherwise, why is there only one person coming up, and the opponent's knife that burst out instantly is as fast as lightning? Even if it needs to recover, after such a while. Tian and Kyunyi attacked together, and the steel wires accurately tied up Kankuro's 2 puppets. If so, he wanted to win with his puppetry, which was wishful thinking. The only chance to survive was to wait until the invigilator gave up the exam. Bang! The two puppet shadow clones rushed towards Kyunyi, self-destruct and spread the poisonous fog to block the way. At this time, this is the demonic desert of Sand Village. 10 chakra threads appeared from his fingers. At this moment, Kanjuro's potential was fully forced out, and the puppet was divided into 4. Kanjuro gritted his teeth. It could also be a disguise. The opponent might have that strength. Moonlight and SA swung her first knife, and then quickly escaped into the underground secret passage found by the ants. The two puppets plus the puppet shadow clones were really in chaos at the moment. His companion did not hesitate at all and directly took out the whistle arrow. However, Kanjuro felt cold all over. Puppet shadow clone technique. He really wanted to see the black secret technique, but Kanjuro reacted quickly and ran away immediately when he found something wrong. Kanjuro did not want to kill the enemy. Swoosh! Black ants, crows. Yes. This Konoha genin team is not easy to deal with. Kyunyi felt a little regretful. The son of the 4th generation has all run away, why should I stay here, to give my life to the other side? Just look at that knife and you will know. Although these steel wires are not made of chakra iron, but with the protection of chakra's surface, their toughness is not inferior to that of puppets. A sound. The flare flew into the sky. I caught one. Tian controlled the black ant with his 10 fingers. Qianye narrowed his eyes, and a steel wire popped out from his right hand. Chakra flew quickly along the steel wire to the crow. The crow puppet flew away quickly, but the steel wire turned and killed Kanjuro directly. While Kanjuro dodged, a steel wire flew from behind him, and then a lightning chakra quickly spread over. Kanjuro used all his strength to control one of the crow's hands to rescue himself. But the next moment, Qianye's steel wire tied his neck. I advise you not to move, or I will kill you. You. Kankura held his face, but dared not move. The puppets were paralyzed. Chiba observed the two puppets nearby. Scorpion's skill in making puppets is truly ingenious, and the two puppets contain so many tricks. Compared to that, the other two are simply 2 pieces of garbage. The most terrifying thing is, these 2 puppets are just Scorpion's early works. Pack up the scrolls and get ready to leave. Not going to kill. He pointed at Kankura. Chiba said with a strange look on his face, we have been friends with the Sand Village for generations, why would we kill the child of the Kaze cage? You know me. Kankura was horrified and his face turned pale. He thought the other party didn't know. Unexpectedly, the other party knew his identity from beginning to end. I've heard of it. After Chiba finished speaking, he took out his notebook and pen. After the first round of exams, his pen and notebook were already back. So, while Tian and Hesha were cleaning the battlefield, he stood aside and drew the structural diagrams of crows and black ants. Some were just observed, and some were seen in the anime in the previous life. After drawing one stroke after another, he placed them in front of him and looked at them carefully. Scorpion is indeed a genius. Chiba had to admit that even if he had a high level of comprehension, he could not create such a precise and coordinated puppet in a short period of time. This was accumulated by the Sand Village for decades, and it could not be surpassed overnight. However, with a pair of templates, it would be easier to study. Chiba observed the puppets of the other 2 dead people again. Those 2 were very weak. It can be seen that the creator has tried very hard to imitate, but in the end it was just a poor imitation, and the work produced was not the same as Scorpion's. What a pity! What are you sighing for? Tian took the scroll. One day, one land. In addition to their own one, there was also a sky scroll. Kyunyi shook his head without explanation. After returning to the passage where the giant ant was, he rode on the giant ant into the secret passage, and then he said, the puppetry of the Sand Village is very exquisite, but a real puppeteer has too much to learn. Yes, puppet control, manufacturing, poison, ninja tools, and the ability to save one's own life must be excellent enough. Tian Tian listed them one by one. Unfortunately, since the Red Sand Scorpion, there has been no genius in puppet manufacturing in the Sand Village. Today's puppeteers are just copying others, including Kankuro. The puppets that Guy used in the original work were all Scorpion's work. Kankuro doesn't have those puppets, and it's a compliment for him to be able to preserve half of his strength. There's nothing we can do about it. Tian Tian has recently started to contact forging. I know how much effort and energy creation requires. Well, but I have some ideas about puppets. Qinyi smiled and opened his notebook. Remember our new ninja tool? The one that absorbs chakra? Yes, we can combine it with the puppet. Functional integration. Tianation's eyes lit up. Puppets made in this way may not be very sophisticated, but the functions will not be too single, and the uses will be more diversified. That's right, we don't necessarily have to learn from the Sand Village. It has an absorption barrier, and the spell of the sealing array can be engraved on the palm. In addition, Tianation's inspiration is like a spring. She feels that Qinyi's idea is great. Puppetry is wide-ranging, and Konoha's puppets don't necessarily have to be the same as those of the Sand Village. It can be more flexible and more suitable for the way of Konoha people. Qinyi and Tian Tian had a heated discussion. Hessa watched enviously and happily on the side. After a few seconds, she quietly urged the ant forward. There was no road ahead, and several giant ants were waiting there. It seems that there is no road ahead. Well, let's get off the car. We have to go to the end point later, so it's not suitable to take them with us. Chiba's biggest goal in coming to Sand Village is puppetry. Now it has been achieved. The giant ants surrounded him, touching Chiba with their antennae, and they didn't seem to want to leave. They have completely tasted the sweetness of fairy chakra. I know you are reluctant, but it is really not suitable to take you with you later. How about this, if you want to go with me, you can go to the desert in the east and wait for us for a few days. The team of ants danced their antennae happily, and then quickly crawled out of sight. Chiba laughed dumbly. These insects are really simple-minded. He was about to follow Tian Tian and He who were out to find out the situation, but suddenly frowned, and the next moment, he heard a low laugh. Qinyi-kun, we meet again. The little white snake crawled out from the cracks below and turned into the appearance of Orochimaru. Qinyi was not surprised, he expected Orochimaru to come. But he didn't expect it to be here. He said lightly, you shouldn't come. Orochimaru tilted his head and thought for a few seconds. Why? Chapter 95 Curse Seal? Sorry, don't get involved. End of the 4th update. Guess. Qinyi smiled. Then, he said seriously, you really shouldn't come. What can a clone do? Boy, you underestimate the 3 ninjas. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. This kid is really arrogant. He was tricked the last time, otherwise, even if it was a clone, he would not have lost so badly. He originally thought that he would not lose. But considering the new ninjutsu that Chiba might have, he relaxed the conditions a little. Last time, the clone was blown up by one blow, which was really embarrassing, so he was embarrassed to say this. Sand and gravel poured in from the gap like a wave. Boom! The bursting chakra swept across the rock wall and instantly shattered the rocks on the top. Hesha wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in shock, so strong. It's no longer the old Konoha. Chiba couldn't say anything more, and said, I think it's okay, after all, I haven't seen the old village. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The chakra under his feet exploded, and he was instantly ejected several steps away, standing with Tenten and Hesha. Orochimaru smiled, looked up at the 2 girls who came back from the cave, and couldn't help licking his lips. Qinyi said, with a punch. Qinyi smiled. Tian Tian swallowed his saliva. I'm not a good person, but I did come with good intentions this time. Qinyi retreated. Orochimaru sneered. That's because you don't understand Danzo. Maybe when the interests are consistent, Danzo will help you and Konoha, but when your needs are inconsistent with his. Everyone slowed down until they could no longer see the ruins. Curse seal? Let's go, it's not safe here yet. Kyunyi was very calm. Then as a Sunin, what advice do you have? Kyunyi instantly felt the evil chakra. Kyunyi did not comment, but said, at least I still have a lot to learn and study in Konoha, what's the point of following you? The governance of the third generation and Danzo has filled the whole village with a decadent atmosphere. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a snake shadow and appeared behind Kyunyi. Chiba-kun, I have been paying attention to you secretly. To be honest, I admire your talent and ability very much, but believe me, Konoha is not suitable for you to do research. By the way, I don't know if you are interested in immortality. I am also studying it, and I have achieved preliminary results. Orochimaru was sincere in every word, and his attitude was even better. Chiba shook his head and said, you have good conditions, but I'm sorry, I'm not tempted. It doesn't matter, there will be that day. Not only Danzo, the old man is the same. The most important thing is that he is not very interested in other people's techniques. Of course. I'll give you a gift. Sorry, I'm not interested in your gift either, don't get involved. They did not fight head-on. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with fanaticism, follow me, you can get all this. It was just a look at that time, they could not move their bodies, as if they were drowning, no matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. Although Orochimaru is unlikely to catch up, it is better to go directly to the end point for safety reasons, where at least 2 teams of Umbu are guarding. I have many forbidden techniques, many people may not be able to learn one in their entire lives, and there are many secrets of ninjutsu. There is an interested person on Konoha's side. Red copper armor. He can learn a secret technique to absorb chakra, and Chiba has coveted it for a long time. It's a pity. Even if he meets the Kabuto team, Kabuto's personality is probably to give up. Want to fight? Difficult. So, it's better to pass the level honestly. Kankuro, what's going on? Maki frowned. 2 puppeteers died. Although the skills of the 2 puppeteers were not very good, they were trained by the village with huge resources, and Kanjuro himself was so embarrassed that he gave up directly. This was far from the plan. He is too strong. Kankuro said bitterly. Him? Alone. Maki was surprised. 1 person killed you all? Are you kidding? No, but it's almost the same. Kankuro described his layout, the opponent's sudden acceleration, and the killing with 1 sword. He believed that Maki could make the basic judgment as a jonin. This time it was not a war crime, but the enemy was too strong. He was able to easily move between 3 or 4 puppets, poison mist, and poison needles without any injury. The opponent's strength was too much, and he was just playing with him. The last words also proved this point. If he was not the son of the 4th generation, he would probably be dead like his companions at this moment. This made Kanjuro somewhat ashamed. III/. Maki narrowed his eyes and said, Konoha actually has an III master. III. It's a kind of swordsmanship. It's normal that you don't understand it. Maki took a few steps forward, and then saw a signal flare in the distance. He was silent for a few seconds. Let's go and take a look. Maki took Kanjuro over, and then saw the seriously injured Sand Village ninja. The medical team on the side was doing their best to treat him. Did they encounter the Hyuga family? But their injuries don't seem to be normal Hyuga soft fists. Yet. Maki's eyes sank, and then he sighed softly, do you know why the village wants to kill Yajiyo Chiba? Because he is very strong. Kanjuro replied. He is not the only one who is strong. Konoha's physique, wealth, and foundation are there, and there are great geniuses in every generation. Maki sneered. He paused for a second before continuing, the most terrifying thing about this person is that he has created and improved many things, which has strengthened Konoha's foundation again. He is only 13 years old, right? Kanjiro was extremely surprised. It has only been less than a year since graduation, how could it be possible? So he is a genius. I think this soft fist must be his work. If the Hyuga clan could think of it, they would not still be using the same old tricks today. Maki does not think that the Hyuga clan has this ability. He is in a very heavy mood. It seems the Sand Village is doomed to lose face. I'm going to see Lord Kaze Cage, you go with them and send the wounded to the medical team as soon as possible. Yes. Kanjiro lowered his head. When he looked up, Maki had disappeared. After returning, he met the fourth Kaze Cage as soon as possible. When Raza saw Maki, he knew that the battle situation might have exceeded expectations. How is it? Kankura is out, and it was Yaji Uchiba who did it. Maki thought for a moment and said, if Kankura is not lying, I feel that Yaji Uchiba now may be comparable to Kakashi back then. After hearing this, Luo Sha closed his eyes in pain. Kakashi, a 12-year-old jonin, and it was during wartime. A ninja in peacetime is comparable to a genius honed in war. This is too unreasonable. Why? Luo Sha became more determined to collapse plan of Konoha. If Konoha continues to develop, Sand Village will have no chance, and it will only exist as a vassal of Konoha like other small ninja villages. When you go to issue an order, say that I, Luo Sha, recommend Yaji Uchiba as a jonin. What? Maki was stunned. You heard it right. Luo Sha wrote a document while speaking, and wrote down the recommendation in a very serious manner, with no words of praise on it. Yes, I understand. There are only 4 updates today, 5 updates tomorrow. Chapter 96 Exemption from the exam, Niji's determination first update. What? Chiba arrived at the tower, opened the seal book, and was about to go to the 3rd exam room, but 2 Umbu ninjas appeared in an instant. One was from Konoha, and the other was from Sand Village. Yaji Uchiba, your exam is over. Hi. Tenten and Kazusa were surprised and shocked. Why? Chiba was also stunned. Killed 2 passerby puppeteers, will you be disqualified from the exam? Tenten and Kazusa are naturally happy for Chiba. Well, that knife. Hey, Chiba, your strength really doesn't need to be tested. Chiba. Instinct. A 13-year-old jonin in peacetime. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said, the puppet master's strength is still good. As the son of the 4th generation, he only participated in the Chunin exam this year. Chiba was speechless after hearing this. Although he only fought once, the strength he showed made Luo Sha feel too strong. Luo Sha was just a recommendation, and whether it was adopted or not still depended on Konoha. He took a deep breath and asked, what happened? Kakashi and Tenzo came over. Chiba left with Konoha's Umbu ninja. Seeing Kakashi, Chiba sighed and said sincerely, teacher, I tried my best. I am really low-key. Chiba sighed silently. This is going to put him on the fire. However, 13-year-old jonin. Chiba took out his notebook and turned to the page about puppets. Got it. Did Luasha do something weird? It looks like it's used in conjunction with the one on the right. Chiba came to participate in the Chunin exam. To be honest, it was a bit of a bully. That's because there was another twist. It's like this, Lord Luasha thinks that your strength and comprehensive ability have reached the level of jonin, and you can directly pass the exam to be promoted to jonin. To be honest, the mood is very complicated. Tenten and Kazusa nodded. The Umbu ninja of Sand Village conveyed the instructions of the 4th Kaze Cage. Impossible. To put it simply, he will not be allowed to play the subsequent games. Yet, those 2 puppets are also specially made. Very delicate puppets. This is really extraordinary. When he felt the danger, he instinctively drew his sword. Kai didn't join in the fun. Chiba pointed to the first picture and said, "This puppet can fly into the air, its arms can be combined flexibly, and so can the parts inside. If you can't chop the puppet into pieces, then you have to chop something with your sword." Chiba nodded and said, "I understand. Although it's not unprecedented, it's also very remarkable." Chiba shook his head, "It's not decided yet, you go first, I'll ask Kakashi teacher." Might Guy comforted him. He knew he couldn't understand it, so he stood on a high place and kept watch with the Umbu ninja who had just returned with him to avoid being eavesdropped by others. Not only that, Kakashi and Tenzo are not puppeteers, but they have worked in the Umbu for many years and have met dozens of puppeteers. The level varies. However, there are not many puppets as delicate as this one. They realized. There is indeed a problem with the sand village. The two looked at each other, then at Chiba, and then made a gesture to keep quiet. Chiba closed his notebook. After a while, Kai's voice sounded from above, "Lord Kazekage, I didn't expect you to come." Then, it was the voice of a middle-aged man. "No need to be polite, I heard that Yajiyo Chiba has returned, so I came to see what the young hero is like." Luosha laughed. Kakashi nodded slightly, then took Chiba to the front, "Meet Lord Kazekage." "Lord Kazekage. Young genius. From the beginning, he has improved the barrier technique well, and really taught us a lesson for the sand village." Luosha gave a thumbs up, his face full of joy. If it weren't for the wrong clothes, others might have thought he was the Hokage of Konoha. Telling lies with open eyes is a necessary skill for the shadow of a village. Chiba naturally wouldn't take it seriously, it's the courtesy of the talented people in your village, otherwise it would have been cracked long ago. Alas, I know my subordinates. Rosa sighed and shook his head. Apart from anything else, the puppeteer released the puppets and chakra threads, and it was easy for him to lead others to the classroom. Not bad, maybe he was too nervous to remember it. "You still need to practice your mentality." Chiba said one sentence after another. Rosa's mouth twitched. "That puppeteer, you mean Kankuro, right? It's just a matter of naming him. By the way, Lord Kazekage, about recommending Chiba to become a jonin directly. This is the decision of the Sand Village and me, and you Konoha can use it as a reference." Rosa handed over the document. Kakashi took it solemnly, bowed to thank him, and then took it up and read it carefully. "Thank you for your kindness. I heard that he is your disciple, and he also created many ninjutsu, right?" Rosa's face was full of smiles. "No, they are all poor creations, and they are still very crude. But your village's puppetry opened our eyes." Kakashi waved his hand. Rosa and Kakashi talked about everything from Chiba to ninjutsu, then to Konoha and the Land of Fire. What a great conversation! Chiba forced a smile on the side. "Fortunately, I don't have to deal with it myself, otherwise it would be really tiring. It seems I am suitable for research." Chiba thought to himself. It would be more convenient to let him deal with these things than to chop them off with a knife. "Lord Kazekage. The third exam will begin, you see. Okay, I'll go right over there." Rosa put on the Kazekage cloak and went to the next examination room. Kakashi glanced at Chiba and motioned him to put away his notes and discuss in detail after returning. There must be something strange in the Sand Village. And the examination room at this time. Tian, where is Chiba?" Xiaoli looked confused. "In this level of examination, Chiba will be eliminated. No way. Who can beat him? Chiba seems to have been nominated as a jonin by the Kazekage. Although our village has not yet decided, he doesn't need to take the third round." "What?" Ningji, Maya, and Kabuto Yakushi exclaimed in unison. "Exempt from the exam? No, the point is to be nominated as a jonin." Kabuto Yakushi looked surprised, but he was thinking about his plan after returning. According to the original plan, he would continue to lurk in Konoha as a genin, and then participate in the next Chunin exam. but Orochimaru asked him to take the lead and show more in the Konoha medical team. This way, with Chiba in front, he could perform a little better. Yakushi Kabuto narrowed his eyes. He had to show some strength, otherwise he would be suspicious if he asked to join the medical team. Ninkai clenched his fists. A year ago, Chiba graduated from the ninja school. At that time, Ninkai was determined to surpass Chiba sooner or later. A year later, he found sadly that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger as time went by. He was supposed to run with him, but he only saw him running too slow. Hinata. Perhaps, Hinata's bloodline is not a help to me, but a restriction. Ninkai thought sadly. If he didn't have Hinata's eyes and bloodline, he wouldn't be bound by the caged bird and could freely choose what he wanted to practice. Perhaps, it's not too late now. Niji closed his eyes, and his mind flashed through all the previous events. He made a decision. No more fighting with the Byakugan. Chapter 97 Chiba, the mountain pressing on his head. Update 2. Has it started? Chiba was not inside, but sat outside, holding a booklet in his hand. Not yet. Tenzo sat down. I heard that Kakashi-senpai had recruited you before. Yes. Chiba circled and dotted on the notebook. It's not easy to study puppetry here, so he was drawing a sketch of a functional puppet, thinking about how to add some combat functions. What to draw? Tenzo pondered. He understands the truth, but you are really clueless, and you don't know how annoying your talent is. This sounds familiar. Oh? You need me. Tell me, it's about to start, time waits for no one. In short, the potential is very high, and it doesn't have to be on the same track as the Sand Village. Sooner or later, it will be able to overtake. Tenzo was in high spirits. Thinking carefully, he remembered. Very good. If the creation of chakra batteries can be realized in the future, it will be a trinity of ninjas that combine reconnaissance, chakra delivery, and combat assistance. This kind of puppet can also be designed in many styles. Tenzo felt that he had heard of it somewhere. The draft of the ninja tool is perfected. If it succeeds, it may become our new system in Konoha in the future. He sat on the steps and said, Senior Tenzo, actually you don't have to feel pressured. You are a very good ninja and more than enough to be the captain. The third generation mentioned it to him several times. Not only that. Well, still talking nonsense. Besides, we really need a partner like you. Really? He closed his notebook and sighed, are you busy? It's not puppetry, it's a kind of auxiliary function for ninjas, but it also has its own life-saving and killing capabilities. Forget it. Kyunyi said again. Kyunyi squatted on his heels and looked at him strangely, the other friend you mentioned, could it be you? Like the Aberme family, they can make good use of the characteristics of their parasitic bugs and design a puppet specifically for them. I have a friend whose students are very outstanding, so outstanding that they are very stressful. Now the superiors asked another friend to take over his class. Do you think my other friend should go? Ha, how is it possible? Telescope technique, puppets, ninja tools that absorb chakra. Kyunyi glanced at Tenzo. Yes, and you treat us as teammates, and you don't have to treat yourself as a teacher. Isn't the pressure a little less? Although the other party was wearing a mask, he knew that the other party probably didn't understand. Kyunyi spread out his senses and checked the examination room. Tianzang asked in a low voice. Like chakra needles, soft fists, etc., they are all new systems, and now there is such a ninja tool. Very good, I don't understand it at all. Well, I have a question for you. You want to do puppetry? Tianzang looked at it for a few times. Tianzang laughed dryly. Kyunyi thought about it and expressed his thoughts. I'm not sleepy anymore. Yes, your ninjutsu can attack and defend, and you don't have to sleep in the wild. Hey, where are you going, senior? The competition has started. I'm going to watch it. Sorry, senior, I was just joking. Chi hurriedly followed. All the way back to the examination room. At this time, Tian and Kazusa returned to the upper level, and there were ninjas from Sand Village and Takigaku fighting below. He lost interest after taking a look. Takigaku was sure to lose. He buried his head and continued to modify the picture. Unconsciously, time passed, and he was immersed in it when Tian and the others suddenly exclaimed. Chi looked up. What's wrong? It's Niji's turn. His opponent is Tamari from Sand Village, but... What's wrong? Let me see. Chi stood up and looked out from the fence. Niji was being chased by Tamari using wind escape ninjutsu. No need for Byakugan or Bagwazang. No wonder he was chased and beaten. He frowned. Chi, this. Take another look. Chi shook his head. Obviously, Niji didn't want to use the power of the Byakugan. Otherwise, with the insight of the Byakugan, it would not be difficult to defeat Tamari even if the opponent was Tamari. No need for the Byakugan. It is a constraint, but also an opportunity. Guy and Kakashi's expressions were serious. This battle. It is crucial for Niji. Off the field, Niji kept dodging the attack of the wind blade. He was too used to the Byakugan. Without the Byakugan, the battle suddenly became unfamiliar. Tamari didn't notice it at first, but soon, she remembered. Isn't this guy a Hinata? Why didn't he use the Byakugan? Do you look down on me? Tamari stopped, her tone cold. No, you are very strong. Then why don't you open your eyes? This is my business. Tamari held the iron fan, opened a star and swept across fiercely. Hi! The wind was fierce, and vacuum blades were hidden in the wind, killing Niji. The offensive was several times stronger than before. Niji used all his strength and still got hurt, but his eyes became brighter. So. This is what it feels like without the Byakugan. He ran towards Tamari. Even without the Byakugan, his speed was still very fast, otherwise he would not have been able to avoid the wind blades before. And at this time, Tamari was furious to see that he had not used the Byakugan for a long time. 2 stars. The wind blades were overwhelming, sweeping away like a wave. Ninkai used the instant body technique and speed to the limit, and in the blink of an eye he was already at the side, only 10 steps away from Tamari. Entering my territory. Don't underestimate me. Tamari opened the fan and waved it vigorously. Ninjutsu, Kama Itaki. Chakra merged into the fan and the strong wind, turning into a hurricane and heading towards Niji. If it were any other time, Niji could have dodged in advance with his Byakugan, but now he couldn't, but he tried his best to dodge, and even if he was injured, he still held on with his will. 9 steps, 8 steps. Super limit state, open. Instantly, Niji's figure turned into a flowing shadow. Bang! The fist and the iron bones of the fan collided. Tamari swung it away with all her might, but another attack had already arrived. 1 finger, and then... soft fist, explosion. Ninji's explosion was different from Chiba's. He didn't compress the chakra to the extreme, so he just injected and detonated every chakra as much as possible. The lethality of each attack might not be huge, but the attack speed was fast enough, and it was superimposed on the same point. 1 palm, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms. Bang! Ninji was obsessed with attacking, and was swept away by Tamari's wind escape, and was seriously injured. But his was only an external injury. What about Tamari? 8 palms overlapped, her abdomen looked like a bloody hole, but in fact, the damage inside was very serious. Tamari wanted to fan again, but at this time, a hand grabbed her fan. Tamari admits defeat. Maki had no expression on his face. Ninkai smiled and turned away. You! Stop right there! Tamari was so angry. She was really angry about admitting defeat like this. Is she not even worthy of opening her eyes? But Ninkai just smiled silently and walked towards the stage of Konoha. He felt that he had figured it out. The Byakugan is just a tool. He relied too much on the Byakugan, and was restricted by it. How could he surpass the main family? No. The main family is nothing. My goal is surpass Yaji Uchiba. That is the mountain pressing on my head. Chapter 98 I have lost the opportunity forever. Ninkai. Tian was hesitant to speak. Niji's condition seemed to be different from before, but it was hard to say whether it was good or bad. However, her worry did not last long. Ningji, you are worthy of being my disciple. Kai burst into tears. He was obviously a very tough man, but he had the most emotional eyes. Then, the master and the disciple hugged each other and cried bitterly. Of course. Qinyi was too busy to be moved. I want to correct my bones. You can recognize this. The barrier was set up before. He waved his hand and said, the barrier is set up, I will do the wrist part. Qinyi used the chakra needle to cut a small wound, and then sensed the chakra into the bottom of the wound, checked the internal situation. The wind blades were subtle and invisible, leaving him with wounds all over his body. This one should be the one that hit Niji after he approached to marry. Why should I explain to him? You are Feng Xiang Sr., right? Some bones were indeed shattered. Yes. He was wearing a mask and dressed like an Umbu ninja, but he was recognized after just one sentence. He looked at the wounds, which were indeed external injuries, but the deepest wound was close to the bones. Qinyi said and looked around. Feng Xiang was startled. Okay. Ningji closed his eyes and planned to take a short rest, but he fell asleep without knowing it. Ningji turned his head away speechlessly. After looking for a while, he silently prepared the medical barrier technique. It was located near the wrist. This is a good opportunity to learn and surpass Baiko. But the wrist surgery must be done carefully. Check if the bones are affected. Otherwise, hidden injuries may remain and reoperation may be required. The medical ninja on the side said, Qinyi, can you help check the injury? What a pity. Feng Xiang came over immediately. It is estimated that everyone here is an old acquaintance. Well, there is no need to hide anything. Qinyi came here for this purpose. The Byakugan was unconscious. Otherwise, with the help of the Byakugan, there would be no need to be so meticulous and troublesome. Seeing Qinyi, he wanted to sit up, but was held down by the medical ninja. He had to sit down and said, I only have superficial injuries. I pierced her internal organs. The medical ninja on the side nodded, yes. Then you are amazing. This guy's tone is weird, which makes people uncomfortable. How to do it? Let's talk about it later. When we arrived at the lounge downstairs, Niji was lying on a stretcher, looking at the ceiling with his eyes, trying to stay awake. Qinyi asked. It was Rock Lee and Might Guy. Niji was still lying in the lounge downstairs. Konoha's own medical staff has gone to treat him. Although he doesn't know medical ninjutsu, he has studied muscles and bones and believes that he can help. I remember the breath of the dead. The chakra threads on Qinyi's fingers are as thin as gossamer. If you don't feel it carefully, you won't find it at all. The chakra threads drilled into the wound. This is the use of puppetry to correct bones. I can't learn it. Feng Xiang burst into tears. He didn't even learn the chakra needle. It's impossible to manipulate chakra threads with such extreme precision. Qinyi glued the bone fragments back to the correct position one by one. This is a delicate job. Fortunately, he is already familiar with it. After a while. Okay, the hardest part is done, you can do it later. Yes. Feng Xiang nodded repeatedly. Chiba clapped his hands, signaling them to handle the follow-up by themselves, and then walked out without looking back. He didn't want to care about Niji's choice. Byakugan and the like, if you stop, you may have a new breakthrough. How could Kakashi create Zidian if he didn't lose his Sharingan? Same reason. Open the window, maybe you can see a new scenery. He walked outside. Another duel is over. This is the battle between the Sand Village Ninja and the Taki Ninja. What's wrong? Nothing serious, it will be cured soon. It's the Sand Village side. Tamari didn't look as seriously injured as Niji, but her internal organs were probably blown up by Niji. Chiba smiled and didn't care about their business. The attitude of the Sand Village is here. They just want to get involved in the Konoha collapse plan, and the village leaders have already communicated well, and the plan has been laid out for more than 1 or 2 years. What else can I say? Helping them is aiding the enemy. It's good that you're fine. Tenshin breathed a sigh of relief. When she was in the ninja school, she didn't like Niji very much, but after graduation, she found that although Niji was a little weird, he was actually a good person. If something really happened, Might Guy looked at Chiba gratefully. He had been gone for so long, it must not be fine, but he was participating in the operation. On the side, Xiaoli sat there depressed. Chiba poked Tian strangely, and then nodded at Xiaoli. Tenshin suppressed her laughter and explained in a low voice. It turned out that during the time when Chiba was operating on Niji, 2 duels had passed. One was between Ken Misumi and the Sand Village Ninja. The other was between Xiaoli and Takigakuer. Takigakuer was very powerful a long time ago, so it also got a 7-tailed beast from Senjo Hashirama. But over the years, the strength of Takigakuer has been declining from generation to generation. So, the result is, Taki was kicked away by Xiaoli. That can't be called a fight, but a one-sided beating. Xiaoli, who was the weaker one, couldn't be happy at all. He longed for a stronger enemy, but the result was. This made Xiaoli very depressed. Xiaoli, think about it from another perspective. Next year you will have a chance to participate in the Chunin exam and meet more enemies, but I will lose such an opportunity forever. Xiaoli looked up, opened his mouth, and said nothing in the end. He was just naive, not stupid. Qinyi, stop talking nonsense. Tian dragged Qinyi. Let's go. If Chiba keeps talking, she'll want to beat him up. What do you mean you've lost your chance forever? Exemption from the exam hurts you? How annoying. At this moment, the battle below ends. The name on the screen jumps, and finally freezes on Tenten vs Akadown Kai. I'm on. Tenten jumped off the stage with high spirits. Chiba stared at Akadown Kai, and then, he was disappointed. That guy didn't plan to use his full strength, and was basically at the level of a normal genin. It's okay to deal with ordinary genins, but facing Tenten. It didn't take long for him to be defeated. The battle between Kazusa and Maya was the same, the fight was fierce, and the winner was decided quickly. There were not many ninjas left. Yakushi Kabuto came on stage. Chiba didn't expect this old actor to perform well, but after watching the battle, he was a little surprised. It's not just Chiba. Kakashi was a little surprised. Yakushi Kabuto's chakra control ability is very good. Kabuto is showing off his skills. His skills are not very lethal, but they all reveal his fine chakra control. The enemy is clearly just an ordinary sand ninja, but he played out the sense of equal strength and even took the time to use medical ninjutsu to heal himself. This kind of control requires a very high level. Because he took every step of the enemy into account. Chiba looked at Yakushi Kabuto deeply. He felt. After returning, Yakushi Kabuto might have new moves. But it doesn't matter. At most, he can get into the medical class. Kabuto is not clear about his special needs. No matter if he steals ninjutsu or not, he will be a perfect tool in the medical class. It's useless. Chapter 99 Gaara, kill all of you. Konoha, Hokage Building. The third generation handles official business as usual. Since Chiba went to take the exam, he felt that part of his daily work was missing. He was happy but also a little disappointed. There are fewer new ninjutsu recently, and I always feel that there is no passion. Speaking of which, it seems that Naruto and the others are about to graduate, right? The third generation hesitated for a moment and took out the crystal ball to see what Naruto was doing. Just then, chakra fluctuations appeared outside the door. He hurriedly put away the crystal ball. When the Umbu ninja came in, he thought belatedly, I didn't do anything bad, why should I hurry to put it away? Hokage, a letter from the direction of Sand Village. Is the Chunin exam over? The third generation took it, quickly opened the letter and read it, and then frowned slightly. In less than half a day, that night, Tenzo received a letter from Konoha. Let's talk about it when we return to the village. Kakashi's letter wrote some indirect evidence. Don't let him be abducted. Cho? Ha ha ha, you can't say that. After a few seconds, she snorted coldly and turned to go to the outskirts. He sighed. The wind is too strong and too dry, it's not as comfortable as our Konoha. Who else has read this letter? To sum it up in one sentence, very good, I'll write a reply, you take it and send it to Tenzang as soon as possible. Under the moonlight, a white-haired old woman stood there, watching them quietly. Forget it, wait for Chiba to come back and do a good job of ideological work. The content of the letter is very simple. Yes. Chiba looked at it for a few seconds, then retracted his gaze, looked at Kakashi and said, Teacher, I seem to be affected by you. The third generation didn't reject it, it was basically decided, the only difference was whether it was a Chunin or a Jonin. Kakashi was smiling, and suddenly his smile froze, looking in the direction of the Sand Village building. Nominated as a Jonin? The fourth Kaze Cage. After Chiba's research, he found that the actions of the Sand Village are full of contradictions. There is reason to suspect that Orochimaru's appearance in the Sand Village is not an accident. At the same time, of course, the third generation would not think it was an accident. Guessing and having evidence are two different things. But Yajiyo Chiba. How is the Sand Village? Although it did not directly indicate that the Sand Village had cooperated with Orochimaru, it was enough to prove that the Sand Village and Konoha were not of the same mind. He was silent for a few seconds, continued to look down, and then raised his eyebrows. On the roof, Kakashi and Chiba sat opposite each other, looking at the sky together. The third generation was in a heavy mood, and when he looked down again, his face gradually became serious. Chiba seemed to have sensed something, and looked in the direction of a murderous intent. The third generation narrowed his eyes. The Sand Village was not mentioned above, and more of it was about Chiba's future position that needed to be honed and discussed. This Orochimaru. It was nothing more than a word of encouragement, and he avoided talking about promotion. There is no one who can be a Chunin, so there is only one spot for this Chunin exam. This Luo Sha is not capable, and he only uses these little tricks that are not presentable. As for the others, only you. Don't talk nonsense, I am the one who is being criticized. Kakashi said confidently, you have embarrassed the Sand Village this time. But it is also dangerous. Chiba shrugged. Haha. Kakashi chuckled. If it were someone else, Kakashi would have said it when Luo Sha recommended him as a Jonin. He opened his mouth to remind her, but to Chiba, he didn't do that. Because Chiba doesn't need to be reminded. By the way, what is the identity of that old lady? You kids may not have heard of her, Cho, a very powerful puppeteer, who controls very scary puppets, but unfortunately. Kakashi sighed at the end and didn't explain in detail. Why didn't Cho's skills pass down? Because her son was killed by his father. Not only that, many years later, it was heard that her grandson also defected and left the Sand Village. To be honest, Cho was a little surprised to see that he didn't do it. The old lady has lived in seclusion for many years, and her temper has improved a little. Kakashi smiled helplessly and shook his head, it's a story of the old generation. Anyway, we will leave the Sand Village tomorrow morning, so we should. Teacher Kakashi. Don't say such things casually. Don't be picky, go to bed, we have to set off tomorrow morning. The flag that Chiba was worried about did not cause disaster. For the Sand Village. This Chunin exam is definitely not perfect. The first exam was ruined, the second round was weird, and the invigilators were full of Konoha ninjas. Each element made Luo Xia lose interest. The reason why Cho was invited yesterday was also very simple. Tamari's injury was too serious. There was only a blood hole on the outside, but the internal organs such as the stomach were injured by the chakra attack. No one except Cho could treat such injuries. This Chunin exam made Luo Xia understand one thing. After many years of war, the gap between Sand Village and Konoha did not narrow, but widened step by step. Continue to wait? Konoha has produced another top genius. If we wait any longer, will we wait for the destruction of Sand Village? Luo Xia is full of pessimism about the future. This is also the common idea of many Sand Village ninjas. In the office, Luo Xia and Maki were discussing the subsequent development strategy. At this time, Lord Luo Xia. What's wrong? Luo Xia was a little unhappy, but the Umbu ninja broke in, it must be something important. Gaara went after the Konoha ninja. Luo Xia stood up and disappeared in the office in an instant. In the vast desert, the Konoha team moved forward quickly in the sea of sand. Along the way, Chiba maintained his perception and checked the location of the giant ants. However, the giant ants were not found, but a small tail was found. Teacher Kakashi, behind. Yet. Kakashi nodded lightly without saying anything in detail. But obviously, he also found Gaara. Chiba looked around and felt relieved. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Tenzo. This configuration. Even if Gaara went berserk, they could still suppress him. If Might Guy opened more than 6 gates and used all his strength, the Sand Village would have to consider finding a new container. It was the Sand Village that had to worry about. He followed behind, secretly absorbing natural energy and wielding fairy chakra. After a while, Chiba sensed the movement of the giant ants under the sand dunes, and at the same time, the yellow sand was everywhere, and the sand sea under his feet surged like a wave. Gaara also arrived. His eyes were fixed on the crowd. Yajiu Chiba, Hyaga Niji. Kill you all. His tone was cold and violent, and as the words fell, the gourd behind him spit out grains of sand infused with chakra. The sand tide surged towards Chiba and Niji. Chiba narrowed his eyes. This guy seemed to have a higher hatred for Niji. Because he almost killed Tamari? Back off. Everyone dispersed. Kakashi and Tenzang formed hand seals and clapped their hands on the ground. Earth walls rose up, blocking the sea of sand outside. Tenzang, mine. Here. Thank you. Chiba took the seal and looked at Gaara in the distance, thinking about how to set up the seal. After thinking about it, we still have to rely on the ants. In front, Kakashi and Tenzang were fighting with Gaara, and behind the earth wall, ants came out from under the earth. Tenzang maintained the earth escape and just sensed a strange breath, and looked back. Instantly startled. Where did all these big ants come from? Under the demon desert, I asked them to wait for me here. Chiba explained quickly. Others were stunned. Devil Desert. Isn't that the place for the Chunin exam? Good guy. It turns out that Chiba not only made a puppet structure diagram, but also made more than a dozen ants the size of cows. If he stayed for a while longer, the sand village would probably be emptied of its wealth. Chapter 100 What is plucking feathers from a passing goose? Fifth update. While making arrangements, Chiba briefly described his encounter with the giant ants. Of course, a few details were omitted in the middle. That is a commercial secret and cannot be disclosed. Amazing. It's already very difficult for us to survive, let alone deal with these ants. Yakushi Kabuto's daily acting. Chiba smiled but said nothing. What you, Yakushi Kabuto, study is much more bizarre than ants. Most people are still paying attention to Gaara. Only the ants were surrounding Chiba. When Kakashi rushed out, the rolling dust turned into a wall to block his steps, and a thick sand ball formed around Gaara to protect himself. Tentacles moved. Tenzo, who was responsible for protecting everyone, was stunned for a moment, not knowing what happened, but soon, he saw the sand in the sky moving towards the direction where Chiba and the others were moving. Yes. That. Let's go. Chiba took Niji out of the crowd. Ninkai nodded. Should we take action? Chiba did not stop the ants. I couldn't move. Chiba sensed the situation of the ants and Gaara. They smelled the fairy chakra that was emitted. After a strange exchange, Gaara was about to use ninjutsu to surround the two guys, but found out. Can you move? Success. Gaara saw Kakashi. Kakashi and the others didn't understand Gaara's ability. You guys go deeper and dig a tunnel to the position below him. Ninji opened his Byakugan, squinted his eyes, and said, I think you don't have to worry. I saw the wind shadow of the sand village at a distance of 3 kilometers. Is this guy seeking revenge? The next second, 8 giant ants dived underground and crawled under Gaara. The binding circle. Tenten understood. That's their business. What we should do is our business. Anyway, it's an extra layer of insurance. Gaara is not stupid. He obviously found that Kakashi and the others were not easy to deal with, so his goal was not to kill the Jonin, but still the majority of the remaining people. Kakashi was in a dilemma. His target is Niji and Chiba. The sand cloud quietly formed in the sky and was slowly flying towards them. No wonder Chiba took Niji away. He looked at Niji. However, they were not afraid of that guy going crazy, but ordinary genin might not be. At the same time, sand and gravel rain. Kyunyi's eyes condensed. Power from Shikaku? The child in front of him should be the Shikaku Jinchuriki of the sand village. It was at this time. Kyunyi put 8 talismans on the 8 giant ants. Control the sand. If not, that guy must have used some kind of ninjutsu. How could it be? Not only that, it seemed that there was a technique that absorbed his chakra, making the protection and sand around him slowly ineffective. This technique. He was furious and impatient, but it was useless. The next moment, a lightning cut through the barrier, and Kakashi rushed in front of him. Another figure followed. Senior. Seal it. Yes. Tenzo stretched out his hand and began to use the sealing technique. At this time, Kyunyi came over and said a few words to Tenzo. Tenzo nodded repeatedly after listening. His wood release has a certain sealing ability, but his attainments in pure sealing techniques are not very profound. It would be best if Chiba is willing to help. Chiba stretched out his hand, sensed the spread, and checked Gaara's body. Shikaku is very irritable. It is fighting back and destroying in anger, but unfortunately, as the technique spreads, Gaara and Shikaku's chakras are suppressed little by little. Kid, I remember what you are doing. Shikaku is boiling with anger. It's so hard to use Gaara, but this kid messed it up again. God knows when the next time will be? Hehe. Chiba withdrew his hand calmly, and then said to Tenzang, just these techniques. It would be bad if the complete sealing technique is studied by the sand village. You have a lot of tricks. Tenzo praised in a low voice. He naturally saw that Chiba's sealing technique only filled the gap in the sand village's sealing technique, and it was not even a sealing technique. So, even if the sand village learned it, it would be useless except for perfecting the seal of the tailed beasts. Even after changing the body, it is questionable whether this seal will still be effective. This kid. His understanding of the sealing technique is already very high. Tenzo sighed in his heart. Sure enough. The greatest significance of being on the same team with them in the future may be the 4 pillars family technique. Faced with Tenzo's praise, Chiba smiled, and then controlled the chakra, quietly wrapping a special chakra in the center. Not far away. Kakashi, show mercy. After a loud shout, a figure came running from a distance. Luo Sha didn't even wear the Kaze cage cloak, and he ran with dust all over his face and in a hurry. When he saw the dust suddenly falling in the distance, he knew that Gaara must have lost, so he quickly increased his speed to catch up. Don't worry, Master Kaze Cage, we don't mean to hurt your village's Jinchuriki, we just add a layer of seal to him. Kakashi explained. Luo Sha was slightly relieved after hearing this. Fortunately, Konoha still has reason, and it seems that no one is injured, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. He exhaled heavily. This Chunin exam was really full of problems. Although Gaara was ordered not to be prohibited from going out, something went wrong and even the guards were injured by Gaara. He came forward, complained. Of course he saw the extra seals added by Konoha, but this was not the time to dwell on them. Let's get through the difficulties first. After chatting for a few words, Kakashi expressed strong dissatisfaction with the mistakes made by Tsunagakuer. There were too many problems in the Chunin exam of Tsunagakuer this time, and he would be unworthy of his identity as the former captain of the Umbu if he didn't take a bite of the benefits. As for the benefits, what's the point of talking about them? This is a matter between Tsunagakuer and Konoha. They set off to return to Konoha. Until they left the Kingdom of Wind, Tenzo quietly approached Chiba and whispered, "Did you hide Shikaku's chakra?" "Hehe, you have a sharp eye, you found this out." Chiba did not deny it. He spread his hands. In the center of his hand, the chakra of the tailed beast was being wrapped by Chiba's chakra. A trace of shock flashed in Tenzo's eyes. Such a skill! One more point, the tailed beast's chakra will be slowly consumed, one less point, the tailed beast's chakra will destroy the outer layer of chakra. It can be grasped so perfectly. It is really difficult for him to describe it in words. It is amazing. Senior Tenzo, do you have a scroll to seal it? Yes. Tenzo took out a scroll. When they are in the Umbu, they basically bring a scroll to seal chakra. No matter which tailed beast's chakra, it is very worth studying. What a pity. Although Chiba has collected as much as possible, it seems that there is only a little. Tenzo took out the scroll and opened it, and then saw a group of balls wrapped in the tailed beast's chakra emerging from Chiba's sleeves. There are more than 10 in total. You got all these? No, there's also the absorption barrier below. The ants went crazy after absorbing it, so I had to extract them. A bunch of tailed beast chakra was sealed into the scroll. Tenzo's expression gradually calmed down. This kind of operation is probably commonplace for Kyunyi, and it's not worth being surprised at all. After all, I'm slowly becoming numb to it. What are you going to study with it? I haven't thought about it yet, but special chakra is always useful. It's just like plucking feathers from a passing goose.